Testing, testing, 1, 2, 3.
I can hear you, Margaret. Can you hear me?
Yes, we can hear you. Thank you.
Thank you.
Good evening and welcome to the December 12th, 2023 City Council and Successor Agency workshop. We do have a quorum, so we'll begin the meeting. And Margaret, if I could get a roll call, please.
Vice Mayor Meyer,
Here.
Councilmember Mendoza,
Here.
Councilmember Orlemans,
Here.
Councilmember Pierson,
Here.
Mayor Bryant.
Here. Also, at this time going to turn it to our Assistant City Attorney to give information on Councilmember Mendoza's participation in this workshop.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Good evening, Council. This evening, Councilmember Mendoza will be participating remotely via teleconference for the special meeting. She'll be doing so under the Brown Act, and more specifically under Government Code Section 54953 F.2A1, which is the just cause provision included by Assembly Bill 2449. Under this provision, Councilmember Mendoza will soon notify the council of the just cause for her need to participate remotely, and the meeting will continue. A few housekeeping details. Because there's remote participation under the just cause option, first, any votes of the council will need to be taken via roll call. Second, prior to any vote, the Brown Act requires Councilmember Mendoza to state whether there is anyone who is 18 years old or older in the room with her, and if so, the general nature of her relationship to that person. And third, she will need to participate using both audio and visual technology tonight. So, Mr. Mayor, at this time, it would be appropriate for Councilmember Mendoza to make a brief statement regarding her need to appear remotely, and then to move on to the next agenda item. Thank you.
Thank you, Councilmember Mendoza.
Yes. Due to having undergone surgery, I have a temporary physical disability that prevents me from coming into the council chambers for today's meeting, and will therefore be appearing remotely pursuant to the Brown Act's Just Cause teleconference option. Thank you.
Thank you. If you could join with me in the Pledge of Allegiance. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. Okay, at this time, we will enter into discussion and direction on initial goals and objectives for drafting comprehensive objective design standards. And Jennifer Hagan, our staff, will present. Jennifer.
Thank you, Mayor and members of the City Council. Tonight, we're here to discuss and receive direction, as you stated, on our initial goals and objectives for our comprehensive objective design standards. As background, the project was reinitiated in January of this year when the City Council provided direction on the City Zoning Code update, including a new focused and phased approach. While Perry Banner from De Novo Planning Group, which you met at the last special meeting, will be leading the overall project, they have partnered with and will be working closely with JZMK Partners, which is an award-winning international architectural and urban planning firm, who will assist with the comprehensive objective design standards. This area will be led by Andrew Watkins, who is here tonight, and will lead tonight's presentation and discussion.
Great. Thank you, Jennifer. Mayor, Honorable Council, it's a pleasure to be here with you tonight. We have a presentation that we'd like to show and then can kind of revisit anything. Happy to kind of go and respond as you might have questions, and hope we have a good discussion. So the purpose of tonight is to really get your feedback, your input on some kind of initial ideas we have. We're right kind of at the beginning of this process. We've done kind of an initial scan of the city, done kind of our own due diligence and understanding your city in a bit. We've met a couple times with staff. We've been coordinating with De Novo, as Jennifer said, who's the lead on this project. And we've put together a presentation that has kind of how we envision this process going forward. But we're very much interested in getting your feedback. It's very important that each of these is custom to the city we're working with. And so we want to make sure that we're meeting your needs and achieving the goals that you have for these objective design standards. In particular, we're going to be looking at format, content, architectural style, our community engagement strategy, and then kind of reviewing our next steps. So the purpose of the ODS, or the Objective Design Standards, is to put in place a series of development standards that often would be covered by topics in design guidelines, but design guidelines are often subjective in nature. And what we're trying to do here is codify some of those into objective standards that provide you with a certain amount of quality control on future development, specifically housing development within the city. This has been brought on by some state laws, which I'll refer to in a moment. Some of the key goals are preserving the character of Brentwood, encouraging human-scaled buildings, and emphasizing a pedestrian environment. So those are kind of some of the guiding goals that we typically use for our objective design standards. As I said previously, there are several recent state laws that have required objective design standards in approval processes, and so this is something that gives your city assurance in light of some of these laws. And some of those are SB 35, 330, 6, AB 211. Your city staff is well versed in these. We've talked about them some. So I'm not going to go into too much detail, but if you have questions, we can certainly get into those a little bit more. As I said before, we've also been doing kind of a site scan of the city, and so it's understanding the development that exists within the city, how it's developed over time. We've been looking at planning documents, your current land use zoning, but then also looking at what are the recent projects that have been built. We've did some precedent research that we shared with staff in one of our last meetings, and just trying to understand what are some of the challenges that you're facing in development and how we can best help you. When it comes to objective design standards, we really see several different typologies that are out there, and we want to kind of pull from the best of these. We want to take our kind of best practices and incorporate those into a document, a set of standards that really works for Brentwood. And so some of these include something that's more text-based, and this is often what existing zoning codes are like. They're often very text-heavy. There are others that are more image-based, and so use pictures to communicate intent. Those can be very useful in showing an example of something, but it's often hard to be objective with pictures, and so we often find that we need either additional text or diagrams to go along with pictures. The third one is diagram based, and we think diagrams are very helpful. They often clarify text or add that objective criteria to a picture, and so you'll see in some of our examples we often combine the two of those together. And then the last is something that's called form-based, and this gets a bit prescriptive. We do employ some form-based techniques, but we like to also not be too prescriptive. We want to be objective, but not necessarily prescribe in too much detail what needs to be done, so that there's still some flexibility in development. So I just wanted to kind of review what some of these look like. This is, an example, some pages from what we would call a more image-based objective design standard. And so here you can see they're, combining text directly with images to inform the standards. Here's another example, and we actually think that what you're seeing on the left-hand side is actually really nice, where they start to diagram a little bit over the images and kind of call out what are the important elements. I think that adds a nice level of detail. And then we also think that images are really useful when it comes to talking about style. Images can kind of say 1,000 words and can provide good examples of stylistic treatments. Diagrams are very useful. They're, visualizing what's being said in text can make a document really easy to understand. And so we really like the idea of combining diagrams with either text or images to help clarify and help readability of the code. And so here you can see some examples of how diagrams are being incorporated into development standards. Another example here, either highlighting a picture or, showing, measurements or sections, axons of how a development needs to be built. And lastly, form-based. And so this is where, you can see it's a bit more prescriptive. There's a lot more detail in these. There is some nice readability. The tables and how information is organized is quite nice. But we're not always going to be concerned about getting to the granularity of a form-based code. So we want to pull kind of from the best parts, but still allow a bit more flexibility in development. That's usually our take on it, at least. Some more examples of the detail that form-based codes typically get to. So what we've assembled here is kind of a chart that looks at a suggested layout, kind of table of contents for objective design standards, and then looks at the kind of the format types that we think are most appropriate for each of those sections of content. And so our suggested organization is that we start with an introduction, and I'll show you a little bit more detail on what that could include, followed by site planning, so kind of starting at a larger scale, right? So this could be, if the site is a larger site, this chapter would certainly come into play. If it's really a defined smaller parcel, acre, 2 acres, you're probably not going to have a lot of content that you'd be referring to in this section. Site design is really then what governs those individual parts of the project. And then finally, chapter 6 would deal with landscape elements. Within each of those, you can see the X's kind of mark different techniques for displaying that information. And so most of them really include text, images, diagrams. The introduction is mostly text. We do use maybe some diagrams in our definitions where applicable, and then tables added on to site design, building design, and landscape especially. So I just kind of described these contents to you, and so I wanted to dive in a little deeper into kind of what could go into each of these chapters. So the introduction goes over the purpose, why are they here, how to use them, what's the organization of the development standards. What do they apply to? What project types? How do you, find where to go in this document to make it useful? Is there any kind of relationship to your other existing documents, zoning code, general plan? You have several specific plans that we might need to deal with. And then finally, definitions. Chapter 2, site planning. So again, this is kind of usually at kind of a larger scale where sub-parcels might need to be created. Here we're concerned about kind of permeability of a project, making sure that there's pedestrian connectivity through a larger site. Deals with how you define a project, edge conditions, that kind of maximum block size structure, how you deal with mid-block connections, specific lots and potentially lot standards if needed, public open space requirements, and then in relationship to any infrastructure services or utilities. Site design is then once you have a specific parcel, and this deals with mostly 2D issues related to the site. So it's kind of building location, projections into setbacks, how a building is oriented, potential ground floor uses, again, where utilities, service areas, and building equipment can be sited on a lot. Common and private open space requirements, vehicular access and parking, bicycle circulation and parking, pedestrian access, site lighting, sidewalk design, pedestrian connectivity, and then, and maybe potentially any special conditions and adjacencies, and then finally slopes. And some of these standards, may also be reflective in your existing zoning, and so we'll be working with either building onto those if necessary, or we may stay quiet on some of these items if they are already sufficient in your existing development standards. Chapter 4 really gets more three-dimensional, and this usually goes beyond your existing development standards. This is, site design is typically where a lot of your zoning code sits right now. Building design typically goes beyond that, and so this gets more into the articulation and form of a project. And so here we'd be talking about massing, neighborhood transition. So, say if you did have a denser project next to, say, a single-family neighborhood, what's the proper transition between those uses? Articulation of the building, of the facade design, frontage types, how you enter a building, how you might deal with end units, parking and access, garages, and then open space quality. And so the diagrams on the right there you can see is talking about kind of roof form and kind of breaking down massing at the roof level. Chapter 5, architectural styles. We're working to develop a series of architectural styles that are appropriate for Brentwood. And, this is an area that we're going to dive into a little bit deeper, and would be great to get your feedback. This is something that we especially want to customize for you. In our initial scan, you'll see that we've kind of identified potentially 4 major styles, but I think there are certainly additional ones that so I think downtown has a kind of special character that may be a little bit different than one of these individual styles, or may encompass multiple styles. And then your SP1, the Innovation District, may have its own style as well. And we see the organization of each of these styles having some similarity in structure, and so that's kind of why you're seeing those X's over there. And then we've identified some potential styles on the upper left, contemporary Spanish, Mediterranean, ranch maybe. We're actually not going to deal with that one too much, and then craftsman. So some examples, and we'll have some further example pages that we're going to get into. But here, bringing pictures back in more heavily and pairing that with some text requirements. And then in this section, we also have often a lot of options. Kind of pick 2 of 3 to provide some flexibility for development, but still require a high quality project. And finally, the last chapter that we're suggesting is landscape. This would deal with materials and vegetation, irrigation, hardscape, walls and fencing. Though you guys have a pretty good walls and fencing currently in your development standards, so we'll look to just build upon that. Landscape lighting, site furnishings, and monumentation. As we've done our scan of the city, what you see pictured here is just some projects that we've identified, and happy to hear others from you that you think exemplify Brentwood. These we don't necessarily think are like necessarily all the best of Brentwood. It's trying to capture the breadth of styles that exist. And so there are some pictured here that we may not want to copy, but we want to recognize that they currently exist in the city and are a departure point. It's what's there. And so we've categorized them. And so what you're seeing here is we've kind of identified that there are some contemporary buildings. Those are kind of in that blue color, blue-green color, Spanish in red, Mediterranean, which is similar to Spanish, but often has a little bit more depth in color and tone to it. So Spanish would often just have pure white walls or an off-white, whereas Mediterranean often includes beiges and browns, often a little bit more pedimentation, a little bit more ornate. And then transitional. And so the transitional is one that we're not so interested in maybe taking forward stylistically, but it is something that exists here. So some of the ones that we are suggesting, craftsmen. So we've kind of done a array of styles here and pulled out, what are some of the key elements that make up each of these styles. And so you can see craftsman often has, detailing around the roofs. It's often a shingle roof rather than a clay tile. It may have wood on the surface or stone at the base. Ornamental grills, window boxes, stone piers. Mediterranean, usually has the red clay tiles, overhanging eaves. It does have that kind of variety of colors on the facade. Arched openings, recessed entryways, symmetry. Contemporary, could be a wide array of kind of versions of contemporary, but often kind of exposed or protruding beams, large windows, angled, curved roofs, maybe metal treatments, and could have some multicolor or multi-material, right? So often wood or metal on the facade. Transitional, I won't go too much into depth there, but often pitched roofs, minimal overhangs, stucco surfaces, sometimes with additional wood treatments. We also wanted to kind of show how these styles, so that the four that we're focused a little bit more on right now, how these styles look at different densities. And so while most of the densities that are allowed in the city are in the SFD to MDR zone, that top line, you do have a little bit in that HDR zone, and then potentially with housing element projects needing to provide a little bit more density into that VHDR. And so we want to capture that and make sure that any projects that would fall at a higher density are attended to in this document. So looking a little bit more specifically at the style chapter. So I'm going to walk you through kind of a chapter that would deal with the Spanish style as one example of what we would do. So we'd often describe that style, show an example in that lower photo, call out some of the key features that we're referencing as part of what makes that style unique, and then show some additional examples, the variety of how that style could be exhibited. And so that, this is where, there is a little bit more subjectivity in objective design standards, but it, creates that flexibility that may be necessary while also providing the objective pieces that get at the core characteristics of a style. And then we go into different elements of the style. So roofs would be one. We would have some required elements, and then you can see at the bottom there are additional optional elements. So choose 2 of the 5 listed elements to get some key additional features in, but not require every project to do everything. Walls and windows, in this case, there were no optional elements. We would just require a series, materials and colors, again, required elements, and then potentially some optional. And then finally, accents. And again, this would be kind of choosing a certain number of a set of options. So this is choose at least 6 we're suggesting here. So you basically have to kind of choose half of them to include in the project as detailed elements. And this could include, window grills, recessed niches, awnings, porches, courtyards, wall accents, etc. Another stylistic example could be Mediterranean. So again, pulling out kind of one project to reference, showing how it all the details kind of combine together to inform that style, and then showing other examples that provide variety to how that style is understood. Similarly, Mediterranean is a little bit more rich in its content, so there's a little bit longer of a list of both required and optional elements in roofs, walls, and windows, materials and colors, and then finally the accents and details. Contemporary style is one that we think is particularly appropriate for the Innovation District, and may even find spots, say here in downtown. Your library across the street is a more contemporary building, and I think works as part of a cohesive downtown. And even this building has traditional elements. It also has a contemporary flair to it as well. So contemporary often has a more minimalistic palette. And so you can see here, what it's providing comment on is a little bit more spare, but it's pulling out the main elements that could contribute to a contemporary style, and then breaking it down again into roofs, walls, windows, materials and colors, and decorative accents. When we start to think about how we apply style, there are several approaches, and so this is one area that we would like to get some feedback on. And one approach could just be to say that the styles that you select could be applied to the whole city, and you just pick one, right? But what we would recommend is that we think more about place. And so while we might have some flexibility over a good portion of the city, that downtown and PA1 may require a more detailed look at what those styles should be. So I think we want to work on refining exactly what those should be in those specific places, but we would suggest a kind of applying more limited styles to a series of places to create a little bit more distinction within the city. Also want to talk about public participation and community engagement a bit. We do have scoped in the project an interactive community meeting. We've also talked with staff about optionally doing an online community survey, since there are some pros and cons to each of these. The community meeting, provides direct real-time feedback. It also, allows for kind of an interactive dialogue between the consultant team and the public, but it's also, more limited, right? It would be one event for people that could attend at that time. And so we've also thought that a community survey could reach a wider audience and have some benefits for getting a greater array of feedback and maybe a greater diversity of feedback. So next steps, our intent is to begin to develop, kind of hang some meat on these bones, kind of flush out the framework of the ODS based upon your feedback. Our goal is to do that community engagement in February or so after we've, done some initial work on the objective design standards. Then we'd be able to kind of strategize where we're looking for some feedback, incorporate that feedback that we're getting in February into our draft, take that before the Land Use and Development Committee Marchish, and then further, take their feedback and be able to come back through the Planning Commission City Council process starting in May or so. And that's what I have for you tonight.
Thank you. Do we have, well, we'll have to do it the old-fashioned 2 years ago online COVID way more tonight than usual. So I will call on any of the council members that have any clarifying questions of staff. Vice Mayor?
Thank you. I'm trying to figure out, my mic is a little far away, so bear with me. Okay. One of the things that I would like some clarity on, and because this was discussed before during our discussion around the open space and conservation elements of the general plan, about landscape and tree preservation. And I believe this is the place where we would include that, correct?
I don't know if we would comment on tree preservation. We would typically comment on, say, required tree planting or spacing types. But if there are specific like heritage trees that you're interested in
Yeah, that's what I
preserving, I don't know that that this is exactly the place to do
Where
that.
would that be?
So there's two ways to do it. So we could create objective standards about how to landscape a new site and preservation of any existing features that may be on a site. Correct. So let's say you are developing a site where there are some existing landscape features that we can define that those are valuable to the city and we want to maintain them. A tree preservation ordinance is usually its standalone ordinance, and we talked about that a little bit with the zoning ordinance update. The city does not have one. It doesn't mean that we shouldn't, but those are usually a standalone ordinance that are a little lengthy because there's a process if someone illegally removes a heritage tree. You have to define heritage trees, that sort of thing. So that would be something that would exist by itself, and we could potentially augment the zoning ordinance update project to do something like that. It's not in the current budget, but
Well,
that would be a
if we were to
standalone.
try and make something less complicated and less costly, is there something that we can say, a suggestion or a request or something along those lines, so it's not as policy-driven as much as it is, we would really like it if you can?
Yeah, so anything in this document would need to be objective, and it would need to be a standard that is written in a way that it's not ambiguous or open-ended. So it's not a guideline, right? It's a standard that you have to comply with. So we can certainly have landscape standards in here that folks have to comply with. It would not, and that's something we can do in that chapter, what you showed as chapter 6, right? But it doesn't have the force and effect that maybe a tree preservation ordinance with a penalty and a process would have.
Right. Okay. I was interested in understanding the impact of restricting specific architectural home styles as it relates to legislation and SB 330 specifically. Are we concerned about that?
So we are allowed to restrict styles through objective standards. What we aren't allowed to do is adopt any standards that potentially would result in reducing the allowed density on a site or make a development infeasible. But we are allowed to restrict. So if we said every home, and this is just an example, every home in the city built under these standards has to be ranch style. If we were to say that, as long as that's feasible to accomplish and doesn't reduce the density of the development, then that should be acceptable under the Housing Accountability Act.
Okay. I'm looking at whether, if everything else I have is more discussion. The updates from the current design standards and the objective design standards we're looking at now, is it more, is it primarily language-based? Are there any major changes that we need to be calling out?
Well, I think it is primarily language-based. What is subjective has to become objective. A major change, I think, would be if the council decided to have certain styles in certain parts of the city. Our current guidelines aren't really structured that way. It's sort of, it's just more of a catch-all. So I think that by itself would be a major change. The
Right.
level of detail in objective design standards would be different than you see in the guidelines today. There'd be a lot more detail.
Okay, thank you. Most everything else is conversation. Thanks.
Okay, are there any further clarifying questions of staff from council at this time? Councilmember Mendoza?
Hi, there are circumstances in which we allow like townhouses, for example, in single-family neighborhoods. What I'm finding is that sometimes because we don't have a standard on the size that those lots have to be, there is, because we don't have the standards, sometimes it's taken advantage of and the lots are very small. Could we write an objective standard for if we allow X number of townhouses within a single family neighborhood, it can only be X percentage, of size of the average lot or something like that? Because that's one of my big concerns right now. Is that allowed as long as we can math it out and it can be calculated?
So lot sizes are typically codified in the zoning. So that's sort of a basic fundamental aspect of zoning. So you don't exceed density, you specify like minimum and maximum lot sizes. In a planned development zone, those might be custom based on the overall development plan. So you might have some lots that range in size because of topography or streets in that aspect. So typically lot sizes wouldn't be in an ODS necessarily. They would be in the actual zoning ordinance and the land use tables and what.
That in here, if you're taking advantage of a lever that we allow you to pull, and let's put it out there, it's affordable housing, we are being nice and letting developers build townhouses to fulfill and divide a lot instead of building single family homes. And that was our choice to do that. We didn't have to do that. And now I'm finding that sometimes the lots are way too small. They've gone too far to the other side. So can we write a ratio, like if if it's 1 to 3 acres and the average is 2 of what you're finding there, or whatever, they're going even below the minimum
So
because we've allowed that. In a way, I didn't think that they would do what they're doing now. Because you really don't know until it's in practice. So I want to find a way in an objective standard to say that if you're going to design something that veers away from the zoning, these are the guidelines of how you design that lot and the house that sits on that lot.
yeah, so something like that could be handled probably it would have to be handled in multiple sections and multiple different standards. So the affordable housing ordinance does have a minimum lot size for those duet type units, and it's allowed to go quite a bit smaller than maybe the rest of the subdivision. So that ordinance itself could potentially be updated to change those lot sizes. How that shapes out, we would just have to make sure it's consistent with the housing account, SB 330 and the Housing Accountability Act. But I believe, I'm off the top of my head, I can't remember how low it goes, but it might be 3,200 square feet or 3,000 square feet. So that's the number that could potentially be adjusted because that only applies to affordable housing units, right, in that process. If someone were building or proposing a project that wasn't consistent with the current zoning in terms of lot sizes, they would typically be required to rezone that property. So let's say it wasn't an affordable housing ordinance related issue, and they just came in with some lots that were substandard per the zoning, that would typically require a rezone of that site in order to comply if it's outside of that affordable housing process. So we can we can take a look at this question and how it could be addressed in the ODS context. So if you're an affordable housing project we can have objective design standards for those, how those have to be designed on their site, how they have to be placed so that those standards are objective and apply to those particular units if,
Yeah.
okay.
And even how before we used to, they had to be corner lots with the garages facing different directions. Could we write that into here as well? Because to me, it feels like the more places we put it, the safer we are.
Yes, so I think one thing to caution going forward is many developers are requesting density bonuses and building that on top of our affordable housing ordinance. And when that happens, we can adopt these standards, but they can also request waivers or concessions from them. So we can certainly incorporate them, but they may not always be able to be applied, if that makes
Okay.
sense, because
Yeah.
they may avail themselves of other state laws that allow them to.
Yeah, and if that's it's a waiver they choose to use on this one, I would think that they would want other waivers like height and stuff versus that, but you never know.
And Katie had a point of clarification. Did I misspeak?
No, not at all. But I wanted to add that in so much as we do have minimum lot sizes for affordable units in very low to medium density zoning districts already laid out in our affordable housing ordinance, we would need to look at whether increasing those minimum lot sizes ran afoul of any state laws that prohibit us from downzoning sites. So those are the sort of legal aspects that we would look into as well, just to piggyback on what Alexis was saying.
But those are the legal aspects. I wish that when we did it, someone would have said that. Like, if you're going to do this, there's no going back. Like, is that what you're saying? There's no going back?
Well, not necessarily. So those minimum lot size standards had been in the affordable housing ordinance for quite some time, right? So what we were updating were percentages and that sort of thing. So we only can't alter those minimum lot sizes if it were to result in a reduction of the density, right, per the SB 330 and Housing Accountability Act, as I mentioned. So we could certainly, if council directed staff to do that, we could do an analysis to see if we could apply that, to, if we could update the zoning, the affordable housing ordinance and increase the lot size. We would need some idea of what that lot size might look like, and then we can do analysis of if that would run afoul of the Housing Accountability Act. So it's not that there's no going back words on anything that we're doing, but there are new state laws that may limit how much we can change and how we can change it.
Okay. I just didn't know if because I keep hearing, well, it needs to live here and it needs to live here. I just want to make sure we have all of our bases covered so that no one goes like, oh, but you have it here in your general plan and you have it in your zoning, but you don't have it in your standards, so no go.
Yeah, so the goal of the objective design standards, as Andrew mentioned, would be to augment or be consistent with the existing zoning and general plan, right? And if through this process we find out there's aspects of the general plan and zoning that need to be updated, we would have to bring that back, right? So they can all be internally consistent.
Okay, and then my other question is, when we had a lot of resident outreach on the downtown Brentwood specific plan, which is residential, goes all the way up to Oakley. And I will call out that contemporary was the #1 most disliked style that came out of that meeting. Do you remember that? And it's interesting that we're pushing contemporary so much when our residents were like, we did not move to Brentwood to be contemporary. I think I remember people saying, if we want to live in Fremont, we'd live in Fremont. And I know we have some of it, but I just want to remind you guys that residents did not want contemporary. They're like, that's not why we moved to Brentwood. That is not the Brentwood feel. So I think we need to keep as much as because these are residential, our residential feel as possible.
And noted, I do remember that. And so where we were talking about contemporary was in context of PA1 and maybe potentially some aspects of downtown. But that's why we're here to get council direction. If you even want to focus any particular styles on at any part in the city. And if you do, what those might be. And that might be another, I would hope that would be another good product that could come out of a community meeting, is a visual preference kind of, people can indicate what they do or don't respond to, similar to what we did with the Brentwood Boulevard meeting.
Councilmember Mendoza, was that all of your questions at this time? Okay. Do we we have any further clarifying questions? Seeing none at this time, we will open public comments. I'll turn it to you, Margaret.
At this time, the public present in the chambers and on Zoom are permitted to address the city council on items that are on the workshop agenda. If you're participating via Zoom, please raise your hand to speak under public comment. If you're in person, please file a speaker card with the city clerk. We'll take comments from those participating in the chambers first, then those from Zoom. Your microphone will be muted if you speak on items that do not pertain to this agenda item or after the timer has expired. And I have no speaker cards in the chambers, and I have no hands raised in Zoom. And is there anybody wishing to speak at the teleconference location? No, we don't need, never mind. Excuse me, sorry.
Okay, thank you. At this time, we'll close public comments. And we will move into council discussion on this item. Okay, Councilmember Pierson.
So first and foremost, gosh, it's been a while. First and foremost, thank you for a very great agenda, the staff report, and also the presentation today. Just my comments, I'll just go through what I wrote down in the staff report and the staff report. So I took it that the call of the question, there were 3 areas that you all were requesting suggestion and feedback. The first one was about the comprehensive objective design standard format. And honestly, without saying this in a more professional manner, I don't care because I defer to community development on this one. You all deal with the people who come more often than we would or than anyone in the community. And I think I would probably trust what your preferred style would be. For someone who doesn't do this, of course, I would go picture, 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 picture all day. But I understand now from the report that it is important to do all of them. I guess I had a question on, are you suggesting a combined style or one, or are you asking us for one or the other? Because otherwise I just say we defer to you what your expertise is, and it sounds like it's combined.
Yeah, we would suggest kind of a hybrid style that, deals with the topic at hand with the best stylistic solution.
Wonderful, thank you. On the second one, I think the architectural style would be difficult. I'd prefer, as a council, that we allow the public participation to give us ideas on the type of architectural styles. I think I like the idea of the interactive community meeting, but and the reason why I say that is because everyone, one, doesn't have access to technology, and 2, there are a lot of people who are not technologically savvy. So some people still don't like Zoom, even though we were afflicted with having to use Zoom for quite a while. But I wanted to know if possible, or just use the internet, period. Is it possible to do a both and, where we can send out the survey first, and then at the interactive community meeting, we can kind of report out the results of the survey? Because as we saw with the sports complex, we had a huge outpouring of interaction, and that was amazing to be a part of. And so I would actually ask that we replicate something very similar, kind of doing this presentation similar to this here, with the visuals are really helpful, and really getting the input. The tables, they had big the little sheets, and everybody got to write what their preferred preferences were. I do like the idea, though, of the contemporary style for PA1. And I think, because I think, downtown, I would agree with Councilmember Mendoza. I can see a lot of residents complaining about the downtown area. We have to be mindful of the fact that we're looking at mixed use and we're trying to attract business to PA1. And so I think the contemporary would be the look. The other thing that I wanted to add, because I had a lot of notes, on the legend, I love the idea of the legend so that it's very clear when you visually look at it. If we decided, or if the community decided, because I think this should be a community choice, not just a council choice. For example, I think there was one slide that showed where the PA1 in downtown would be. If we chose, for example, 2 in PA1, contemporary and Spanish, just as an example, is there a way to visually display the overlapping of more than one style on the legend? Okay. So yeah, for me tonight, architectural style, I think what you all have before us is good, but I would just probably say, can we wait on making decisions on that one until we get community feedback? Because I don't want to be the god of choosing the city's architectural design. I'd prefer to let the residents choose for us.
Yeah, and as you can see here, one of the ways that we could do it is right now, this is illustrated, just pink would be Spanish, Mediterranean, Craftsman, as well as contemporary. The PA1 and the purple would just be only contemporary, and then downtown would be Spanish, Craftsman, Victorian, and Art Deco as suggestions. But we definitely could make each different color in the map as you
Multiple
would
colors,
request
okay.
and have multiple types for that.
Thank you. I appreciate that. And that's all my comments on discussion for now.
Vice Mayor Meyer?
Thank you. I'm not going to speak as much because Councilmember Pierson said a lot of really great stuff that I agree with. Thank you for the presentation. I do think it was a little harder for me to visualize what contemporary would look like on that large of a scale until I got here and saw the way you spelled things out. So I do appreciate that. I'm not a huge fan of it, but I do think that looking like we are the latest and greatest, we've got the most upcoming and recent technology and design and all of that does make sense for PA1. Going back to the community engagement, if we had to pick one, I would pick the in-person town hall kind of meeting because a lot did come out of that. I'm a little concerned about an online survey because there isn't as much live interaction. And I think this is where people they make an assumption because they don't have the answer in front of them. And then this is where rumors start and things just kind of spin. And I really liked during the sports complex discussions, there was so much back and forth. At the tables, the experts were there. And it was a much more productive way of getting to where the community wanted to be. So I think that's really important if we had to pick. If there's a chance of having both, I would support that too. I want to say I also would support what Councilmember Mendoza was talking about when it comes to the setbacks and the percentage of the parcels and the lot sizes. I think if whatever we can do in that area to push the boundaries as far as we can go to protect affordable housing and make that a really good quality of life, setting for people rather than feeling like they're cramped into something where they have no green space of their own. I do think that's important. And I think that might be it. Thank you.
Okay, Councilmember Orlemans.
It appears that our notes were all shared because I have a lot of the same feelings. The combining all of the plans together in all the different formats sounds like the easiest way to get through your point across for the layperson to understand the best. The recommendation of architectural styles, the ones that are listed, the Craftsman, the Mediterranean, the Spanish, and I disliked the contemporary when I first looked at it. And then during agenda review, we began discussing possibly as the PA1 idea, having it set aside and be different. And I thought that was a great idea. And seeing it on your map, it looked amazing that we could separate the PA1 with a different set of architecture. The downtown, I was pretty set on. The Victorian, the Craftsman, the Spanish Mission, the way it's laid out in the plan looked great to me. And I agree with the innovative community meetings or the interactive community meetings and the community surveys. If possible, if we can't have both, I would recommend the meetings.
Councilmember Mendoza?
So we have design standards and they're not objective, but we have them. And some of them are they are very specific. So I would like people move to Brentwood because they like the way Brentwood looks. It's a really nice city. It's called the Jewel of East Contra Costa for a reason. It's because we are very strict on the way we do things. So I would like to leverage as much that we can from our existing standards as possible. Just again, because they're really good standards. People worked really hard. I mean, this is way before our time, but you could tell they went through all of these details. I mean, from roof pitches to drive-through windows facing residential, fence types, everything. So I like our staff and our consultant to really go through that and cross-reference whenever possible to see what we can bring over. That's worked really well and has kept our neighborhoods looking really nice. Yeah, I'm not a fan of the contemporary, but I think I'm not a fan because of also everything I heard from our residents. When I go up to Napa and Sonoma, they do have labs and they do have a lot of those things that we want in PA1, but they do it more. And like, I'm looking, so you don't see the pictures in the agenda, but you see the pictures on the email we got where they updated. They do it all on, that ranch style that's at the bottom. They make it look very homey, and it's not. When you walk in, like you walk in and it's labs, but on the outside it looks really nice. It matches the rest of like the city. So we got to decide what we want our identity to be. And our it's just, I'm torn, right? Because if we want to be agriculture, we can do what we want to do in PA1 and not have to be contemporary, right? Because there's a reason people move out here, because they want something different than what they're getting on the peninsula. So that's the only thing. And I think more will be fleshed out when our residents speak. Again, I was really shocked when we had that. Like, that was the one that the residents disliked the most. So it'll be interesting to see if they still feel like that, because it's been, I think, a couple of years. So we have new residents and they might feel different, but we'll see how they feel. So yeah, number one, if we can cross-reference everything from our existing standards and implement that wherever possible. And then, yeah, I'm not a big fan of the contemporary. I mean, I'm sorry, just don't like it. Like, I've worked in Emeryville. I don't want to live in Emeryville. So yeah, that's it, I think. But I think community, and if we could do a survey, I know a survey isn't the best, but if you sent like, I think if you send out pictures, like what are your top 3 favorites on this? What are your top 3 favorites on this? I think we could kind of do a pick survey. Maybe that would help and flesh some of this out. But I mean, I don't know. There's people that aren't going to come to meetings. It's really hard for them to get to them. So if there's a way we could build one, that would be nice, I think. I think that's it. And I like the form standard because I do think all of this is going to go to AI. And if you already have a form standard built, you'll be able to put it into software, and AI will go through an application and see if it's deemed appropriate or not. I do think that that's the way we're going. So I like the form standard, but I think a combination with the form standard as part of it would probably be the best case scenario.
Just waiting. Was that all for you, Councilmember Mendoza?
That is it. You want
Thank
more?
you.
I can bring more, but I'm
You,
just gonna
you know
spit it
what?
out.
There's never a question that your mind is nonstop. So, but thank you. And I don't want to repeat what everyone else has said. I think all of my statements, other than one, have been covered, and I agree. Also, I would prefer the interactive community meeting, although if it's possible for this information to be accessible on the city website, what would be the cost? What do we have in the budget for this, both the meeting and an online poll?
We don't currently. The scope was about the interactive, included the interactive community meeting. So that is anticipated in the scope. So if we did both, we may need additional budget for a survey. So what Councilmember Mendoza was referencing is actually called a visual preference survey. They're fairly common. So you put up pictures of all kinds of different types of architectural styles and ask people to choose one or rank them or you know, what have you. Something like that is something that has to be put together, and then we would advertise it and have a time frame for people to respond. So we could get a cost estimate for council if they wanted to do both. We can certainly do the community meeting. We can do a robust survey, but we didn't scope it out for both because we were really thinking about the interactive, you know, in-person component. But the more we started talking about it, we knew that would capture valuable input, but maybe only from a small number of residents, right? Just by the nature of it, of the meeting.
I have a suggestion possibly. At the Parks and Rec in-person interactive, they included Zoom, which I think might be, if we don't do a survey, it might be nice to do Zoom with the polling on the Zoom site where people can actually vote in real time and be present in the meeting and watch it in real time. So if we are not able financially, or it's not feasible financially to do both and, I would suggest still doing the interactive because that is just such a cool experience. And including the same thing, I think we had that component last time in person, the Zoom feature, and there were quite a number of people. I think one of the complaints was the sound. So it may be more cost prohibitive for us to look into the idea of an owl or some type of mechanical equipment that would incorporate or allow people to hear everyone when they're speaking. Because I think that was one of the drawbacks online. People would say the sound was off.
Yeah, so I think our meeting budget could cover something like that. I think it's always the challenge when you have in-person meetings and people are moving and talking and cross-talking to convey that online, right? It just, they serve different purposes when people are having conversations and talking over each other and then trying to have people on Zoom actually hear that. So I think that's a little bit of what happened in the Parks meeting. But we certainly have budget to incorporate Zoom into that, or an online interactive component to that meeting for sure. I mean, if Margaret could share Jennifer's screen, she's been sort of summarizing the council feedback for the 3 items. So we make sure we have an understanding and a majority on each of those items. If we can certainly continue discussion, but we do have that available too.
A quick follow-up question. Do you have an estimate on what it would cost to, what the cost of the budget would be to add the survey as a secondary?
Yeah, so not on us, but we would follow up with Perry Banner, our project manager, and we can get a cost estimate for.
It might be worth doing that just so that we know what decision we're making and we're
Yeah,
educated in that.
I don't think it would be exorbitant. It just would be outside of the budget
Yeah.
that we had agreed to.
Okay.
So we can certainly
Thank you.
bring that at a future meeting.
Thank you.
Yeah, so as part of the staff report tonight, at the end, we had summarized some initial questions that we would like you to provide us direction on, as well as our project team's recommendation. So the first question was regarding the format style. My understanding, it's based on the direction that you have given, is that you are supportive of staff's recommendation to utilize various aspects of the different formats and leverage the existing standards where possible, or as to the greatest extent possible for the format and the standards themselves. The second area is architectural style. We had initially recommended that there be 4 main architectural styles that could be used throughout the majority of the city: Craftsman, Mediterranean, Spanish, and Contemporary. Based on direction, council appears to be hesitant on the contemporary outside of PA1, but would like to see community input with picture survey to see temperature on allowing contemporary, but outside of a support
Jennifer,
of the
I
city.
would say I'm hesitant even in PA1. I'd like to hear what the residents have to say.
Okay.
I'm not. I'm actually
Yeah.
for it in PA1. So I think let's leave it with just the community input.
Yeah, so
Yeah.
this, currently right now, this is just throughout the majority of the city, and then part 2 of this question was specific to the downtown and PA1. And it was supportive of staff's recommendation, if verified with community input, to have downtown, to have historical architectures as envisioned within the existing specific plan, and to have PA1 have contemporary architecture, which was utilized in subjective language within the PA1 specific plan without the objective qualifications currently in the specific plan.
And to clarify, when we ask the community for feedback, they won't only be shown contemporary architecture in PA1, right? They'll see what, those slides at density, what the different styles looked at. So that wouldn't be the only style presented to them to react to.
Does that need to be noted here as opposed to what currently is, just says contemporary?
And how we would conduct the meeting, yeah, we can certainly add that, the community would be able to vote on multiple styles
Okay,
for every area of the city. Does that make sense on your
Yeah.
notes? Yeah.
Let me put that. So then the last one was the public participation with council direction given that interactive community meeting is supported, and if we can do a pre-survey within the budget to do it, or get a cost estimate to see if we can move things around or add to our budget. Zoom with real-time polling for the meeting would provide beneficial feedback, as well as the meeting should be advertised on social media and city feeds. And then, this. Okay, Then any preference survey should incorporate multiple architectural styles for feedback and not just pigeonhole into the specific ones that we've talked about. And based on that, I think those are the 3 public participation, architecture and format questions we have. So if we can get concurrence of the city council or adding or editing any of these, it would be appreciated.
You know, I don't hate the ranch, which I didn't think I would like it, but I don't hate the ranch style. But I don't know how everyone else feels about it. That's the one on the email, so it's not in the packet, it's in the email. And while I do like the modern mountain, I know that's not Brentwood.
Can you
But,
bring that up? I was not a fan of the transitional, traditional. Those aren't in here, but in some of the images we were shown, but I would like to see the ranch.
It was in that email, Margaret, that you sent us. It was missing the images in page 14 of the agenda packet.
Okay, I'll have it. It'll be in this one.
Okay. And I didn't think I'd like it, but it's not bad.
Yeah, because this is the one that didn't.
Sounds like the broccoli of the designs. Didn't think you'd like it, but with enough cheese and butter, it's not too bad.
Yes,
Okay,
exactly.
where is it? Sorry.
Cheese makes everything better.
This one.
Yeah, so that bottom one, I'm not hating it. Like I don't know, I think it's like a good mix. It's like a transitional from being kind of modern to not modern. I don't know.
Yeah, we can definitely add that to our
But I don't know,
recommended.
however the rest of the council,
yeah,
if
if we
the
have
rest of the council doesn't
consensus.
like it,
It
then
doesn't
it's just
bother
me,
me.
and that's okay.
No,
I'm fine with
I
it.
saw that it wasn't bad. Yeah.
Yeah, I'm fine with it too.
Let's just, I mean, since he's talking about food, let's just give the city a big ratatouille and then they can just pick and choose what they want. We throw it all in.
Yep.
Okay, if we have consensus, then I think that is all that we need tonight. Your direction and discussion is greatly appreciated. We can move forward with this and start to work on our next community outreach, and internally we can work on seeing what we can do for surveys and moving forward.
Is a motion necessary? Do we need a motion?
Yes. But I do want to thank staff for this great presentation, and I'm looking forward to the community interaction. At this time, do I have a motion on this item?
I'd like to make a motion that staff adopt the recommendations of this council as presented and projected on the screen, and that they have direction to move forward with adopting our recommendations with our proposals or whatever. Yeah, that makes sense.
I'll second.
And we have a first and a second. Roll call vote, please.
Vice Mayor Meyer,
Yes.
Councilmember Mendoza,
Yes.
Councilmember Orlemans,
Yes.
Councilmember Pierson,
Yes.
Mayor Bryant.
Yes.
Motion carries unanimous.
Okay, thank you. This time we are adjourned, and we will reconvene at council meeting 7 o'clock. Thank you.
You need a motion? I'll make a motion to adjourn.
I'll second that.
We have a first and a second. Roll call vote, please, for adjournment.
Vice Mayor Meyer,
Yes.
Councilmember Mendoza,
Yes.
Councilmember Orlemans,
Yes.
Councilmember Pierson,
Yes.
Mayor Bryant.
Yes.
Motion carries unanimous.
Okay, now we are adjourned. Teach me to check those boxes in. Good evening and welcome to the regularly scheduled Brentwood City Council meeting of December 12th, 2023, beginning at 7:01. We do have a quorum. Margaret, could I get a roll call, please?
Vice Mayor Meyer,
Here.
Councilmember Mendoza,
Here.
Councilmember Orlemans,
Here.
Councilmember Pierson,
Present.
Mayor Bryant.
Here. If you could join with me in the Pledge of Allegiance. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic which is one nation, indivisible, with liberty and justice. This time, I'm going to ask our city attorney to give the information regarding Council Member Mendoza's remote attendance.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. This evening, Councilmember Mendoza will be participating remotely via teleconference, and she'll be doing so under the Brown Act, and more specifically, under Government Code Section 54953 F2A1. And this is the just cause provision included in AB 2449. And under this provision, Councilmember Mendoza will soon notify the council of the just cause for her need to participate remotely, and the meeting will then continue. Just a few housekeeping details about this participation. Because it's occurring under the remote participation just cause option, any votes of the council need to be taken tonight via roll call. And also prior to any vote, the Brown Act requires Councilmember Mendoza to state whether there's anyone who's 18 years or older in the room with her, and if so, the general nature of that relationship to that person. She'll also need to participate using both audio and visual technology. And finally, this option requires an opportunity for the public to comment in person and remotely. So for tonight's general public comments, they need to be taken both in chambers and via Zoom. And so, Mr. Mayor, at this time, it would be appropriate for Councilmember Mendoza to make a brief statement regarding her need to appear remotely and then move on to public comment.
Thank you, Councilmember Mendoza.
Yes, thank you. Due to having surgery, I have a temporary physical disability that prevents me from coming into the council chambers for today's meeting and will therefore be appearing remotely pursuant to the Brown Act's Just Cause teleconference option. Thank you.
Thank you. Before we go into public comments, for those of you who have not attended or spoken at council meetings before, I thought it might be helpful to let you know what the meeting protocols are. Please direct your comments to myself or to the council and not to staff or to the audience. Please keep your comments to the agenda item. Discussing other unrelated matters will result in the microphone being turned off. We understand on a few items tonight that there are strong feelings on these issues. However, the purpose of public comments is to give everyone who wants to talk a chance to do so. Applause, booing, or other disruptions can make those who disagree with your opinion uncomfortable and intimidate them from speaking. So that everyone is treated with respect and feels comfortable with speaking, we ask that there be no applause, booing, or distractions from the audience. If you have banners or signs, you are free to display them, but you cannot block the vision of someone in front or behind you with them. Disrupting the meeting could have consequences, including you being asked to leave or removed. And if you feel really strongly about what a speaker says, you can express your opinion when it is your turn to speak. The last time we had a meeting, the attendance, our community could not have been more respectful to each other and is greatly appreciated. It is very essential as a council person that we know what you think and how you feel. And you are very important individually to us. We serve you, and we're thankful for the opportunity. So with the respect that you have shown each other, we appreciate you abiding by these points of decorum. So at this time, do we have a count for the public?
We have so far 21 speaker cards for in-person, and we have 32 attendees so far on Zoom.
Okay, well, because of the amount of speakers anticipated, and I anticipate significantly more, and having observed our other cities in the Bay Area's processes, tonight we will be establishing the clock for public comment to be 1 minute per speaker. So at this time, we will open public comments, and I'll turn it to you, Margaret.
At the City Council meeting of October 10th, the City Council revised the procedures for general public comment period. As Councilmember Mendoza is participating remotely under the provisions of Government Code 54953F, we will take general public comment via Zoom. If you're in person, please file a speaker card with the city clerk. Those participating via Zoom, please raise your hand if you wish to speak. At this time, the public present in the chambers and on Zoom are permitted to address the City Council on items that are not on the agenda, items listed under presentation, informational reports, or the consent calendar, requests for future agenda items, new request. Comments for the meeting's detailed future agenda items or business items should be made when that item is called. Please limit your remarks to 1 minute. The microphone will be muted when the timer expires. For general public comment, I have the following speakers: Denise Duran, followed by Paul Jarvis.
Good evening, Mayor Bryant, City Council, and staff. I'm glad I worked on this. Here's what I really want to say. Thank you so much for the opportunity to be a part of this community and for my role. I was elected as chamber president for the Brentwood Chamber of Commerce. And through this year, I've had the opportunity of getting to see and learn how this community works, and the commitment and dedication by city council, by city staff, by the various organizations within this community. We truly have a gem. We live in a very, very special place. And I just want to continue being a source and resource and providing those who are interested in learning more about how to become involved with Brentwood, that the Chamber of Commerce is one place you can.
The speaker's timer has expired. The next speaker is Paul Jarvis, followed by Owen Spyshuk.
This is going to be tough. All right, COVID mandates. On November 1st, Contra Costa Health mandated a masking requirement for select healthcare workers. If reimposed on students, it should be resisted to the utmost. Homeless encampments. As per San Francisco APEC on November 11th, it is now legal to remove street-dwelling people from public spaces and get them into rehab programs. Let be so guided. Trans athletes, anyone who thinks trans males should compete with females should watch an episode of Team Ninja Warrior. Males are vastly superior to female in athletic events. Direct competition should not be permitted. Climate Corps. Biden is now promoting that students join his Climate Corps. This is blatant state-sponsored manipulation intended to shore up an unsustainable and failed climate agenda and should be rejected. California ASPP testing results, this kind of performance should.
The speaker's timer has expired. The next speaker is Owen Spyshuk.
Good evening, Council. Good to see some familiar faces out there. Those who don't know me, I'm Owen Spyshuk, the chairperson of the Brentwood Youth Commission. Just a few updates about some upcoming events. I know previously Council has talked about in the past creating more events for youth in the community. So our next upcoming event is going to be December 16th from 5 to 7 p.m. It's called the Craft Night Before Christmas. So we're allowing kind of like an age group like 13 and under, allowing them to come, do crafts and just have fun. We're serving hot chocolate and stuff like that. So all proceeds from that, we're charging $5 a ticket, are going to benefit our Youth Commission Scholarship Fund. And then previously we held this year the Multicultural Fair, which is going to be on April 13th at the City Park. Looking to make it a little bigger this year. Some more information to come on that in the near future. We are all looking forward to 2024 and some more interesting events for you guys. And it's great talking to you guys. Thank you.
The next speaker is Omer Alam.
Good evening, honorable members of the City Council. Thank you for having us today. Rafat Al-Arir was a renowned Palestinian professor, academic, and writer. He was to some, he was known as the voice of Gaza. And I want to share with you one of his poems, If I Must Die. If I must die, it means you must live, to tell my story, to sell my things, to buy a piece of cloth and some strings, make it white with a long tail, so that a child somewhere in Gaza will look into heaven in the eye, awaiting his dad who left in a blaze, and bid no one farewell, not even his flesh, not even to himself. Seize the kite, my kite you made, flying up above, and thinks for a moment an angel is there, bringing back love. If I must die, let it bring hope, let it be a tale. The pen is mightier than the sword, and I ask you all today, please adopt the written resolution demanding a humanitarian ceasefire, just like how the UN General Assembly adopted today with an overwhelming majority.
The speaker's timer has expired. I have no more speaker cards in person for general public comment.
Okay, excuse me,
We
may I
have a
have your
number of
attention?
cards for agenda item E2. And if you're here for E2, we have your cards for that. And I have additional cards for E1 as well. I do have hands raised in Zoom.
Okay, thank you.
I'll go to Zoom. I'll call on Cinziana Todor. Cinziana, go ahead.
Thank you. And Mr. Mayor, the biggest hypocrite by limiting our freedom of speech. But thank you for the opportunity to speak. You need to ask city manager why he eliminated the internal investigation item from the Parks and Recs review. And also ask Patricia Pierson where she was for the special meeting last week, and why did she lie where she was. And I want that being public and transparent and show leadership. Otherwise, I'm going to start a campaign to recall you. Thank you very much.
The next speaker is Dawn Smith. Dawn, can you unmute?
Okay.
Go ahead.
Hello, my name is Donald Smith. I'm a resident of Brentwood. As a point of reference and to put my comments into context, I have been observing and participating in council meetings and school board meetings for over 50 years. I have not been to a council meeting here lately because of the COVID restrictions and my general health issues. I did, however, watch the last council meeting on the YouTube video. One thing I've observed over the years is the tendency of those involved to misunderstand their roles and the respective boards or councils. City council members are elected by the citizens to set the policy and the vision for the city. The council then hires a city manager to implement the policies and carry out the vision. It's important to remember the city manager works for the council, not the other way around. In the instance of the Parks and Recreation Department survey, I fully understand and appreciate the city attorney's explanation regarding the council involved.
The speaker's timer has expired. The next speaker is Carolina. Carolina, go ahead.
City council members are the last bastion of vetting projects to ensure that bad projects aren't executed. Criticism of said projects is necessary, and every member up on the dais should be asking probing questions to ensure the projects are executed the best way possible for the city of Brentwood. Parks and Recs needs an overall investigation for two reasons. To understand why employees are leaving for lower paying jobs further away. Who does that unless there's a toxic work environment? And the residents who came that frequently use that senior center asked for very specific things. I don't know if any of that has been fixed. Going back to decks, The best sticks have been Lazy Dog, Costco, and Wendy's. None of those were made by city staff. Those were made by Lazy Dog, Costco, and Wendy's. The point is, we need to aspire to a higher quality with less Swiss cheese. Thank you.
Thank you. The next speaker is Danny. Danny, go ahead.
Thank you for having open comments in the beginning. Everyone who's listening tonight, I urge you to have the council vote again on allowing us to be heard. It was great. I'm listening to different people with different ideas, and this is the only way they can do it, not at 1 o'clock in the morning. And if that's inconvenient for some of you, then, resign. Your job, and it's a job that is daunting, it is still your job. And as a couple of people already said, you work for us. We voted you in. And in the 11 seconds I have left, I urge everyone to have the council do their job and allow us to speak in the beginning, not at midnight. Thank you.
I have one additional card for in-person for general public comment. Rabbi Goldschmidt.
Tonight is the sixth night of Hanukkah, the Jewish holiday where we celebrate a common theme that happened over and over in history, an attempt to annihilate the Jewish people. At Hanukkah, we celebrate by lighting a menorah, by kindling a menorah. For those of you who know the story, I don't have enough time in the 30 seconds that I have. But this is a statement of the response of the Jewish people. Today in our country, we are experiencing a vile, unprecedented kind of anti-Semitism, one that has never been matched ever in history. I'm recently learning that it's primarily due to ignorance, but that is still no excuse for anti-Semitism. The Jewish response to hatred is light. Just as the hatred is senseless and boundless, likewise, our response has to be senseless and boundless kindness. I introduce what I brought to you many times, the acts of kindness.
The speaker's timer has expired. I have no additional speaker cards for general public comment or additional hands raised in Zoom for general public comment.
Okay, at this time, we will close general public comment. And we'll move into item E1.
There was one additional hand that popped up for general public comment. Oh, they put their hand down.
Okay. Item E1 is a request from Vice Mayor Meyer and Councilmember Mendoza related to traffic safety enhancements in the Trilogy subdivision. And Vice Mayor Meyer and Councilmember Mendoza, would you like to explain your request? Vice Mayor?
Thank you. Unless Councilmember Mendoza, you have any thoughts about going first? I'm fine either way. Okay. The request for further assessment of the Trilogy Speedway, is what it gets called, was based on a lot of community feedback. A lot of people reached out. I did go out to the site myself to look at some of the areas in question that people were concerned about, to look at the foliage, to look at the crosswalk, to count the length of time of the light when you cross the street, to kind of get the idea about what happens when you're driving in each way, what other cars are looking like. So we did ask a lot of questions and ask what we could learn from what's been going on so far. I know Councilmember Mendoza is going to ask some of this as well, but my goal is to not stop where we are, to not stop what we've done so far, because clearly we're getting a lot of response from Trilogy community members and people outside of Trilogy that are concerned about that area. So what I'd really like to do is get a previous incident report versus current, I want to look at any of the trends that we've seen since the current assessment was done. There was a new one that was done recently since the changes that were made. I want to look at what was learned from the analysis of speed recordings that were taken. I think, I'm looking at the wrong side here. There was some talk about potentially extending the length of time for the rapid flashing beacons. We need to look at the speed bumps. We need to look at the stop signs. I know there's been some research done so far. I know our traffic person is here today, but my goal is to really not stop the conversation where it has stopped. I know there was some mitigations made. I don't know that I think it's sufficient based on what I'm still hearing. Somebody wrote today to say that coming from LMC, the speed limit sign was nearly invisible. So we need to continue looking outside of just that one intersection of Solera and Vineyard Parkway to see what else we can do leading up to that area. I think one of the problems is that we've got some areas like LMC for one. We're down the road. We're going to have the amphitheater. We need to be proactive in making sure that those things with additional traffic coming in are not going to cause additional problems. So my goal with this is really to look at just expanding on what we've done. Some of that I think is having some positive impact, but I don't think we know enough yet to say that we've done enough. We've got to keep looking at that. We've got to keep looking at other ways that we can mitigate some of the problems and concerns and the speeding. When I drove the road myself, I didn't see speed limit signs. So I know Councilmember Mendoza's got more that she wants to talk about. I've got other notes here as well, but the goal here is so that just do a little bit more work on this before we giving up and making the assumption that we're done and we've done enough.
Yeah, I mean, yeah, everything Vice Mayor Meyer said, I think that I see our job as public safety, and public safety is police and fire. We don't have a fire department, but you know, we had an active role in all of that. But the other thing is just safety on our roads and what can we do to make it better. And we need to just do a better job of assessing when there's issues. We get emails about issues all the time with traffic. We see the traffic incidents. And I think it's our responsibility to make sure our residents are as safe as we can. Accidents are going to happen and those are out of our control. But anytime we can take active steps in mitigating any additional accidents, I think it'd be great. So yeah, I think we need to know what's happened. What is it looking like after we made any changes? What else can we do? And I think this is just the start of something else. I think in the future, we're going to have to talk about more intersections. I mentioned it last time, Sand Creek and O'Hara is another one that really concerns me. So I think this is a good start. And I really want our staff members that work on this to take a more active role when we get emails about accidents and what are we doing about it and how fast are we getting on it? Because we do get them as council people and we forward them on and we kind of don't know what happens afterwards. So just what happens to an email and how do we get better information? And it's not because we want to micromanage. It's more like I feel a responsibility to answer to like the residents that reach out.
And I think I forgot to mention before, I'm not sure if any of the $122,000 state grant for traffic safety could be used for any of these mitigations, but there was some discussion about looking at that. I know that we have taken some steps. I'm glad that we've done some of the steps that we have, but I just don't want it to stop here. I just want to make sure that we're continuing to see this as a problem that needs to be solved and a little bit like a thorough solving of the problem, assessment of the problem. I believe the traffic and speed study that was done on the intersections, I'm not sure that's current. Actually, I believe that needs to be redone, especially given LMC and then potentially again when the amphitheater is opened. And I think that's all I've got at this point. Thank you.
Well, and when it comes to the studies, can we make sure we're doing when school is in session? Because I think sometimes we see studies and they're done when school is not in session. So it's not a direct reflection of what really is happening out on the roads on a daily basis.
Okay, and they, both Council Member Mendoza and Vice Mayor Meyer have explained their request. At this time, I will open public comments. I ask And I ask those that are present here to remember the protocols that we went over at the beginning of the meeting. Turn it to you, Margaret, for public comment on this item, item E1.
At this time, the public present in the chambers and on Zoom are permitted to address the city council on agenda item E1. If you're participating via Zoom, please raise your hand to speak under public comment. If you're in person, please file a speaker card with the city clerk. We'll take comment from those participating in the council chambers first, then from those participating via Zoom. Your microphone will be muted if you speak on items that do not pertain to this agenda item or after the timer has expired. And I received no written public comments on this item. I do have 5 speaker cards for this item in person. I'll call on Dennis, followed by Rich, then Julie, then Joe, and Dave. Dennis?
Thank you for your time. I'm not a speaker, so. I wanted to bring up, in Trilogy, there's 203 parking spaces. Every person that lives there has to go get their mail. So it's up and down that street. I just recently went with my wife. We went down from the clubhouse, down to the main street, stopped at the crosswalk. If you look left, 3 seconds is the time that you see a first car that comes to the crosswalk. If you look right, it takes 6 seconds from the time that you see a vehicle and it gets to the crosswalk. If you look left, then look right, and you go forward, you're gonna get creamed. I've had many incidents myself almost getting hurt by car or trying to walk. You're taking your life in your own hands, trying to go across. It was brought up something about a light. There's no light anywhere in there. There's no stop signs anywhere in Trilogy whatsoever. Thank you for.
The next speaker is Rich, followed by Julie.
At the meeting we had at Trilogy, we were told that a stop sign would not help in this case because the driver, after stopping, would take off at the same rate of speed they were traveling prior to coming to a stop. After the meeting, I decided to talk to the traffic engineer privately. I explained to him that I have been a state farm agent for 52 years and have reviewed approximately 3,000 to 4,000 accidents and know his statement was not accurate. At no time did I want to be disrespectful to him. He was very polite, gave me an opportunity to speak. From where the stop sign would have been, there was only 60 or 70 feet before a driver would have had to stop again to allow the entry gate to open. At this point, the traffic engineer agreed with my conclusion, and the accident would likely not have taken place. Terry would still be with us. Those of you at the City Council have an opportunity to prevent this kind of accident from happening in the future. Please consider approving placement of 2 stop signs at Parkway. And thank you all.
The next speaker is Julie, followed by Joe.
I live in Trilogy, and I lived in the same village that Terry lived in. I want to mention her name several times because we lost a dear friend and a resident of Trilogy, and it could have been prevented. Just like was just said, we have over 1,100 homes here in Trilogy with 1,800 residents. We all get our mail in one location, and that means that intersection that we're talking about at Vineyard Parkway, Trilogy Parkway, and Solera is the busiest. I beg you to please consider putting 2 additional stop signs so that we have a 4-way stop. Thank you very much for your attention in this matter.
The next speaker is Joe, followed by Dave.
I'm Joe Young, the current president of the Vineyards at Marsh Creek Owners Association, also known as Trilogy, which represents about 1,800 Brentwood residents. We are all deeply concerned regarding the recent tragedy at our community entrance. Your council packet includes a reference to the Manual on Uniform Traffic Control Devices and notes that per the manual, traffic volume does not warrant a traffic signal. However, I note that on page 4, the manual includes this statement: the decision to use a particular device at a particular location should be made on the basis of either an engineering study or the application of engineering judgment. Thus, while this manual provides standards, guidance, and options for design and application of traffic control devices, this manual should not be considered a substitute for engineering judgment. As a professional engineer, I believe sound engineering judgment will conclude that a traffic signal will be necessary at this intersection. Traffic safety will be further.
The speaker's timer has expired. The next speaker is Dave, followed by Denise.
My name is Dave Gilbert. Thanks for the opportunity to speak to you on this issue. First, I wanted to thank the city council members as well as city staff for pushing forward with the measures that they have so far at Trilogy to enhance our traffic safety there. I think it's a good start, and having it on the agenda this evening is also a good start as well. But my ask of you tonight is to really go further and look at some of the protective measures such as stop lights or stop signs that would really help protect the citizens that are either attempting to walk across that intersection or drive. As you've heard, it's very dangerous. It's difficult to cross when cars are coming up Vineyards Parkway and or from the other direction. Some of the kids coming from LMC are tending to speed, and it doesn't give us much time to really think about crossing there. I understand that the staff has concluded already that stop signs or stop lights are not recommended, but I would ask that you look beyond that. Thank you.
The next speaker is Denise.
Good evening. I am speaking on behalf of being a resident at Vista Dorado, which is on the other side of Trilogy. And that Vineyard Parkway, Vineyard Speedway, it is a very challenging place to cross. And I would love to see, I'm very thankful, I reiterate, thank you for taking a look at this. Thank you for saying we're not done yet, that we'd like to, that the city council, you'd like to do more, you'd like to explore more. It's necessary. We walk our dogs every day, every morning. And if we are not listening for the sound on either side of Vintage Place or Reserve Place that crosses Vintage Parkway, there's been times when we nearly have gotten hit. So it's not just Trilogy, it's also Vista Dorado, it's also Larkspur, it's the speed.
Timer has expired. I have no additional speaker cards in person for this item. I do have 2 hands raised in Zoom. I'll call on Jason. Jason, go ahead. Jason, are you able to unmute? I'll move on to Danny and come back to Jason. Danny, go ahead.
Great, thank you. My heart goes out to the family of the person who was killed. My question, though, is, and I'm glad the council's doing something about this, but my question is, why is it that Trilogy always seems to get fast-tracked when it comes to issues? As I said, this is a terrible issue. I am so sorry that someone passed away. But there are areas of this city that also I would love to see have some attention paid to. Lone Tree, and especially with the soon to be built homes out there creating more traffic. As I said, there are more than the 1,800 residents or 1,800 homes in Brentwood. How about we share the wealth? Thank you.
The speaker's timer had expired. I'll call on Jason. Jason, go ahead. I don't know that Jason has audio hooked up. I don't have the option to ask him to unmute.
Okay, thank you. Then at this time, we will close public comments and move into council discussion. As is usual on this kind of discussion, I'll call on the author of this request to begin the discussion. Vice Mayor.
Thank you. I would like to respond to one of the callers who was concerned about Trilogy being fast-tracked. This is not something that just happened a couple of weeks ago, and council did follow the process. This is the second meeting it's been addressed, so we are following the process that we follow with every community member who reaches out with concerns specific to an area. And I have said, I know all of us here would say the same thing. If you reach out to us with a concern, we will do our best to address it. So that being said, I continue to recommend that we look further into this issue, that we don't stop where we have landed at this moment, that we use the information that we've received so far from the studies that the incident reports that just happened, the enhancements that were done, like what happened, what it looked like before, what it looked like after, the analysis of the speed recordings that were taken. We did get some feedback about what was done and what it looked like, but we need to be able to use that information to make any other improvements. I do think that we should consider the idea of the four-way stop sign. I appreciate that the painting in the street was done, but I just, again, continue to believe that there are more things that we can do to make this even safer. Thank you.
Councilmember Mendoza.
Yeah, again, ditto to everything Vice Mayor says. And I do, I think it was Joe Young who brought out the idea of sound engineering judgment. I know that data sometimes tells us something, but then sometimes you have to use your own gut to drive a decision maybe in a little different way, just based on lived experience. And I do think we need to look at a four-way stop. So I don't know if staff can do some work on that. I don't know what the expenses of a four-way stop. I don't know what the negatives are of four-way stop, because to me, it's really easy. You put up a four-way stop if that's what people want. But if staff could come back and just give us all of that, along with, just the most recent studies on traffic and what we can do to just continue to keep our residents safe.
Councilmember Pierson.
So first, thank you for bringing this forward to both Vice Mayor and Councilmember Mendoza. I had a couple of questions, and I don't specifically know who to ask. I know this was prepared by our city manager, but I think we have enough people from our departments to ask. Has anyone considered rumble strips coming down in that area? And also, we've given residents, not given, but we've entertained and agreed or disagreed, but it's happened to made other concessions. I think a simple request was to add, in addition to all of the hard work that staff has done, to repaint and all of the other things that were in the restriping, the speed radar signs, the trimming back of the landscaping. It looks like collectively all the departments came in to do these things, and I appreciate that. But it sounds like tonight it's just 2 more stop signs, in addition to continuing to pursue other measures. And I don't understand why we just wouldn't do that. We make our own signs here. I don't think that, I've been in the room where it happens, and I don't see why we couldn't just accommodate that request. And I would be leaning tonight to make that, as well as looking at financially, how are we impacted to add the signs, the signals, I mean. But I agree with, we need to continue traffic safety mitigation studies for the area as a whole, especially since we are adding the amphitheater. The amphitheater brings me a lot of concern, because we already have LMC, and now with the amphitheater, we are going to be adding additional persons. I'm sure that a lot of residents in that area know to slow down, but I think people who are not in that area may not know, and they may continue to speed. So my request would be to also look at the cost to add the rumble strips. I didn't see that anywhere in the staff report. And I would ask that we just go ahead tonight and approve 2 stop signs. Yeah, whether it be 4-way or a single signal stop sign, but let's have stop signs put there as they requested.
Damien is leaning toward his microphone.
With regard to the latter request, as you know, this is a request for future agenda item, so it's having staff spend time and resources moving forward on this. Actually approving 2 new stop signs, I think would go beyond that, but certainly having staff look into the cost and engineering studies or whatever it might take to determine if that is something that's warranted. Just so the council has a full view of that. But to make that actual decision tonight, it would need to come at a later meeting.
Okay.
And we have some of the staff here, traffic engineers, in the study. And since we're talking about a 4-way stop, and it just seems so easy to throw up 2 extra stop signs, can you try and explain to us why that wouldn't work or wouldn't be a great idea?
Thank you, Councilmember Orlemans. I would like to defer to our traffic engineer, Steve Kurzivan. But as he makes his way up with regards to stop signs, we have, in the city of Brentwood, we have a stop sign warrant process that we go through, generally following the federal manual for unified traffic control devices, which Mr. Joe Young mentioned. But with regards to what triggers and what do we look at with regards to stop signs, Steve's here. He can talk a little bit more detail about it.
Good evening, Mayor and council members. Steve Kurzivan, traffic engineer for the city of Brentwood for the last 18 years. The big concern with stop signs and the reason we have policies is that we are worried that when you put a stop sign at a location that may not make sense to some drivers, compliance is an issue. You all drive. When you come to a 4-way stop, the biggest factor, and I'm not indicating that anybody here is a bad driver, but if you're gonna blow that stop sign, it's because there's nobody to your left and nobody to your right. When we did the analysis up here, the discrepancy in volume from the side street to the main street is so big that over time, our concern is you're gonna have people running the stop sign. If that happens, you're gonna have a much bigger problem than you have today. I attended the meeting up in Trilogy, as did the chief of police, and I explained the policy. One of the requests was change the policy. We're not gonna start changing policies so that everybody gets the answer they like. However, what I did do is I went back to my office and I compared our policy with the MUTCD, Caltrans, and any other city I could find who has one. They are all very, very similar. They look at accident history, sight distance, and most importantly, volume. If it was as easy as putting up a stop sign, I would have given it to you years ago. Our concern is the stop sign is going to create problems other than what we have now that unfortunately, in my opinion, will be worse because you're going to have a compliance issue. And the next call we get is going to be asking the police department to spend time up there due to all the people who are running the stop sign.
If not a stop sign, I'm sorry, can I ask another question real quick while you're standing there? If not stop signs, is there a resolution that you would see as a quick fix to this problem that we haven't already thought of? I didn't think of rumble strips, but I haven't been a traffic engineer for 18 years either. So
I've actually been a traffic engineer for 30 years. I've just been here for 18, but that doesn't mean I'm good. Rumble strips, the problem is that the next complaint you get, they're too loud. Rumble strips cause noise. And quite frankly, in this location, the only advantage you would get if, as an example, if we place the rumble strips in advance of the crosswalk at Trilogy Parkway, it would give the pedestrian the ability to hear a car that's coming. I have taken the step to have all the vegetation trimmed so they can see the cars coming. And I get it's tough to cross the street. This isn't the only location. And we do have the rectangular flashing beacons. And for your answer, they are set at a greater time than normal. Normal would be 15 seconds. They are at 20 seconds. I don't sit up here and say yes and no to people based on how nice they are. I base it on policies. We had a traffic signal analysis done by the private consultant who analyzed the amphitheater. And I understand what the residents said. Engineering judgment is you don't spend $500,000 on a traffic signal because it's not needed. I'm sorry, that's not the answer you like. And trust me, I would love to give everybody the answer they like. Personally, I don't think that'd make me a very good traffic engineer or a very good engineer in general, in that we assess this, we take this seriously, not just on this street, every street in this town. I talk to PD almost every single day. I have traffic studies on this street since 2016. We've looked at it. At the end of the day, I think what would be best for me is explain to me what is the problem that we are trying to solve, because we're not seeing a speeding problem. I just had 2 new radar signs put up and I can gather data from them. Police did enforcement. So we're not seeing a speeding problem. We're not seeing an accident problem. I understand there was a bad accident there and unfortunately it ended up in a fatality. Had nothing to do with speed, had only to do with the fact that he was blinded by the sun. A 4-way stop would not have stopped it. So I get it. I truly, and we're going to obviously have to look into this, I really don't know what else I can do. Gate it? You know, I'm sorry.
I've got a quick question. In addition to lengthening the time of the flashing light, is there a possibility that we should consider an additional one further back so that there is longer that an automobile, I spend a lot of time up there. I ride my bike up there very regularly because I hate those hills so much and they're good for me. And it's a beautiful place. And I see our neighbors, our community walking it. But at the same time, is there a way to potentially put an additional flashing light to give faster moving traffic time to understand that there may be somebody in that crosswalk further back, like you see the red light coming off Vasco at Camino Diablo. There's one way back. I'm not asking for red light, but there's a light that gives the drivers the opportunity to see that the signal is going to be changing.
I have taken that step. I have already sent in an application to the county for the TDA funds, which is Transportation Development Act, for 5 new sets of rectangular flashing beacons. And instead, because you have them currently, but instead of 2, I'm going to put 3 per intersection. I'm going to put, if I get the grant, I'm going to put 1 on each side and 1 in the median island. And they flash both front and back. So I have asked for 5. Where we put them, we can come back and decide, but we could put 2 sets. And in my opinion, the 2 busiest intersections up there are Trilogy Parkway at Solera and Sacred Mountain. That's where I think they would go. So I have asked and applied for that grant.
Thank you.
I'll keep you informed as soon as I get the answer.
How much is a flashing beacon? I'm sorry. I'm so sorry. I'm not there and sorry.
How much do they cost? About $16,000 a set. So 5 sets is about $80,000.
Okay. Thank you.
So one of the great things about what I do for a living is I pay attention to body language and people's faces. And one of the reasons why I was elected, because I'm here for the people, and I'm looking out in the audience this time and last time at the residents. And I don't want to assume that they are offended by some of the comments that were made, but I think I would hope, I don't know if I'm wrong or right, but I think we're here because people are concerned for their safety, right? And so you asked the question, what's the problem? I think the problem is we have a bunch of people here saying, I don't feel safe. And so that's one of the issues that I want to make sure that we're addressing and resolving. I appreciate that we have all of the scientific technology that gives us a readout, but this is a capture of a moment in time. I know the engineering studies were done in my neighborhood for speed. They do not project the fact that I still feel unsafe on my street because there are still a number of people where I live at who speed down my street. Even though your data shows that we probably don't need a stop sign, I still feel unsafe as a resident on that street. So another thing I want to say is I thank you for clarifying that you've been here for longer, you've done this for longer than 18 years, you've done it for 30 years. So I'm going to ask, beyond what you've already given us, in addition to that, what in 30 years of experience can you tell us more that we can do as a city to ensure that people feel safe in their neighborhood besides no, because rumble strips are loud, no stop signs, because we're concerned about the other safety. Is there anything in addition to what you've already presented so that when these people leave here tonight, they feel like we did everything above and beyond to make sure they feel safe and they feel heard today and for the other times that they've come? Because I want to ensure that they leave here feeling like they feel 100% safe. I know that nothing that's happened in that area is we didn't cause anything, but I think it's our responsibility to make sure that we've done everything as a city. So do you think that that's been exhausted, or is there anything else that you could think of besides what's been presented that can be added?
I agree with you completely. We should do everything we can. I am of the opinion we are. We have to remember, this is one street. We have 200 miles worth. PD and I work very closely together. Sometimes I can't engineer it to be safe enough for everybody. I mean, at the end of the day, what are we talking about? We're talking about drivers who are driving poorly. It's not misengineered. If anybody's misengineered, it's the driver of the car. I can't fix them. And unfortunately, that's why I have a job, because people drive poorly. PD does enforcement when we can. We do studies. I probably, on average, do 1 speed bump study a week. I've already done 2 this week. We have policies in place, and I have to use engineering judgment and data to come up with solutions. If we want to change the way we do business to where a petition gets you a stop sign, then that's what we'll do. You don't need me anymore. You just need somebody to start making stop signs. But at the end of the day, I hope that at least everybody can agree that if I or the city does not give them what they requested, it's been explained to them why, and we have offered other solutions. Good example, and I don't know where your neighborhood is, but when we do a speed study for a request of speed bumps, if the results come back saying they don't seem to be needed, that's followed up with the PD pacing their radar trailer. If the data I get tells me how fast, how many, and time of day, I will send that to the police department as well so they can schedule their time when they get most bang for the buck, when they see the most people. I will tell you that I think we are doing everything we can. Yes, there may be better technology out there, and probably you're going to do a lot better when I retire because I'm an old guy and you get a new guy in here who's young and understands all this stuff. But as I stand here today, I don't know what else I can do up there. Not just up there, citywide. I think we've exhausted, 30 years of experience and PD's valuable time to try and make it as safe as we can.
So I guess your response shortened is that we've done everything. So Chief, can I ask you, are we doing any additional enforcement in that area?
Yes, we continue with the extra enforcement up in that area as frequently as we can based on all the other roadways in the city. But yes, we have done our extra enforcement. We'll continue to do it up there.
Thank you, I appreciate that.
And if I can, since my mic is on, Vice Mayor, I wasn't sure if you were referring to the $120,000 grant that we got for the police department, or if there was another grant, but the traffic safety grant that we received at the police department is very specifically written, and we can't modify it, but before we apply for the grant next year, we can add things to it that may be able to allow us to use it towards something of this nature.
Understood. That is the one I was asking about. Thank you for clarifying. I would also like to clarify that I did not decide to raise this as an agenda item and respond to the residents of Trilogy because they asked me nicely. I just want that out there because there are times we get asked questions in a way that isn't necessarily nice. Our job is to represent residents and what they're concerned about, what their fears are, and what they think needs to be improved, and do whatever we can to make that happen. So just wanted to make sure that was understood. But I did ask about the exact same question that you asked about the additional light further out. I do think that's something that we should look at. It seems like a less expensive option. It's still a notification. You're coming close to a crosswalk. And I think that in itself, whether that lit is there or not, I think there needs to be some sort of, you're coming near a crosswalk. We do that at schools, right? I also want to remind everyone that this is a 55-plus community. And granted, everyone here seems very active and fit. Good for you. Hope that I can do that myself. But we have a lot of people in this community that are older, that walk more slowly, that have disabilities, that are using walkers, that are using wheelchairs. I don't think 5 seconds additional is enough. And that seems like a fairly easy mitigation that we can take on. Maybe I'm wrong. You can tell me if I'm wrong, but that seems like maybe another, a lot of the things that we've seen, I know that you've seen over the years, are not one solution. They're not one mitigation issue that's going to fix everything, right? There are a lot of little things that when you work together are going to make a difference. You and I worked on something in a Somerset that they had concerns, and it was the very same thing. There was a lot of little things, and they ended up feeling heard, and they ended up feeling very safe, and I haven't heard a thing from them since. So I think we need to remember, A, that we are responsive to residents because they have a concern. They are fearful. They are not feeling safe. They are not feeling heard. It is our job to listen to them, and it's staff job to listen to them. So thank you for that. And then again, I do think there are small mitigations. I think the street striping is a good one. I do, I wonder if we're going to end up looking at trying to get more stop signs. I know that's not something that you want to support at this time, but part of this agenda item is saying we're not done. Some of the things that are on the list, I mean, the chief was talking about doing some of that speed monitoring. I know that's a temporary thing. I know you've got a limitation in officers. So given that that's not going to give us what we need on a regular basis ongoing, let's figure out what we can do. Let's look at some small measures that collectively are going to add to the safety of that area. Thank you.
I have a question. How much is a stop sign? I know someone has to know that. How much is one stop sign or a set? If it's a set, I don't know how it's done. How much does that cost?
It's a few $100s.
So like a couple $100 per stop sign?
For the materials for the stop sign, yes.
Okay. So you must think there's value to the flashing beacons if you applied for a grant for the flashing beacons. And they're $16,000 each. I know we can't make a decision in this meeting because it's a future agenda item, but I think when it comes back, if Carrie could look at the budget and see if we don't get the grant, is there any other area that has dollars that can help us with this? Could we, I don't know the over under on their LLADs for this area. Like sometimes they have extra money. Could we use that portion of it? Because it's not landscaping per se, but it kind of is because it's outside and it's the landscaping that keeps growing and hiding the stop signs. I don't know. But when it comes back, if we could look at the 16,000 times 2, I think Steve mentioned 2 intersections that he would recommend them. So I don't think Steve would stand up there and recommend them if he thought they were going to do nothing, right? I mean, you don't take the time to apply for a grant if it's going to do nothing. So I think we need to look at that. And I still think we need to look at stop signs. I have a mantra, change or fail. Just because we've never put you do all of these, you don't do it before. We got to try to change because our society is changing. We know the way that people are driving are changing. Our population is changing. And I mean, I know you're saying that people might blow the stop sign, but we got to try something. And for a couple $100, I mean, that doesn't seem like a big investment to see if it's going to work. And, I mean, I don't know, but we got to try something. And I don't think that $200 per stop sign is a big investment. I just think we need to figure out how to do it, how to put up signs like 4-way stop coming up, like just something that tells them it's coming up. Sometimes you see those signs that there's be prepared to stop or something like that might be helpful also if you think they're going to blow it. But if when it comes back, we could talk about $32,000 opportunity in other budgets that are existing that, maybe we came in under on budgets on some things and we had extra dollars, that would be great. I mean, I know that's how we've completed some projects in the past when there's extra budget on other projects that come in under. So that would be my ask from a budget perspective.
Thank you. Before I call for a motion on this item, does staff need any further clarification on what the request is on this?
So yeah, I definitely think we're looking for a good motion. I just wanted to note a couple things. Before this meeting, efforts were made that were described in the staff report to make improvements in this area to improve safety. And Councilmember Pierson, I read the same. I think body language that some people maybe not felt uncomfortable with some of the answers. But I appreciate that we have a city engineer who base his opinions based upon the city council's adopted standards. And so I appreciate Steve. He speaks very frankly, and I appreciate all his work that he's done with the city. And so tonight, I think you've kind of heard his what the recommendation of your city engineer is. And I think tonight it would be helpful if your motion gives some very direct, instead of it being kind of, if it just says come back and study, I think you're going to hear some of the same things that you've heard this evening. If, as Councilmember Mendoza kind of stated, hey, she would like to see $32,000 set aside for funding if we don't receive the grant. I think those would be a good part of a motion tonight that would make it very clear, that would help us come back. If you want us to do more studies, we can do that. And if it costs additional funding, we can tell you what those costs would be. So I would say, Mayor, I don't think, at least Alan, at least I don't think staff's comfortable in having a direction. But if someone could maybe give us a motion, we'll write it down and then repeat it back so that we have specific direction. I mean, I do hear residents. I think the residents are very clear that they believe a stop sign or a traffic signal is probably the only thing that would make them feel safe, as you mentioned, Councilmember Pierson. And we could come back and tell you what's that process that the city has for installing a stop sign or a traffic signal. And then if the council did not want to follow that, you could provide then direction to staff to go ahead and move forward with the installation of additional traffic measures. Is that a good way of describing it, Steve?
Well, yeah, I mean, at the end of the day, I'm staff to the 5 council members, and you will get back a report that looks at the analysis for a traffic signal, for stop signs, and for speed bumps. And you have it, I believe, in tonight's report. That's my recommendation. You want a stop sign? You're the city council. Tell me to put the stop sign in, I'll put in the stop sign. I think my job at the end of the day is to try and predict the future of, if we put this stop sign in, first of all, the flashing yellow lights come out because you can't have them at a stop sign. And in my opinion, you're going to start having a concern with people running that stop sign. But if at the end of the day, that'll be analyzed and sent to you.
But do you think, what about a prepare to stop? You know how sometimes you get notice that it's coming up? Can you do that? Like prepare to stop before the stop sign?
If we were to put, let's say we're going to put in always stop. That's what you'll have. What you'll have in advance, you'll have a sign that indicates stop ahead. We can actually print on the pavement, stop ahead, as well as the stop and the stop signs. We'll have the stop sign on the right, we'll put another on the median island. The engineering of placing the stop sign at the location isn't a big deal for us. We can do that. We do it all the time, usually replacing of existing stop signs. You have my recommendation, which says I don't think this is going to work. Unfortunately, this isn't a situation where we could say, gee, let's try it, and then if it doesn't work, take them out. That's even more dangerous than anything else, because the traveling public doesn't know what to do anymore. So I think if we're looking at pedestrian safety, I would go with, I think, what the mayor was considering, which was not only lights that flash at the actual crosswalk, but in advance of the crosswalk, where we do have a ped crossing and a sign, that sign lights up also. So that as the driver approaches 250, 300 feet in advance of that crosswalk, they've got an advanced yellow light as well as the lights at the crosswalk, if I understood you correctly. That's a matter of looking up the technology, and if we get the grant and that exists, then that's what we will put in. And not only that, we'll put that in going forward at all the other. We have 20 sets of these things around town. So the technology advances all the time. So that's what we'll look at. But you don't get flashing yellow lights and a stop sign. You get one or the other.
Okay, and another question, I'm sorry. Councilwoman Pierson mentioned the rumble strips. Why not a speed bump?
Speed bump, you're going to get tired of me saying policy, so I'm going to say guidelines. Speed bumps.
I don't want to know the policy. I want to know, if you were a resident and you were scared about your safety, and this was your mother walking across the street, what would you do to help your mother?
I was a traffic engineer in Pleasant Hill, and my dad, when I got the job, said, I want a 4-way stop, and I didn't give it to him. Speed bumps are designed to be placed on streets with speed limits of 25 miles per hour. And I know there's 2 on Fairview, and I know there's 2 on Minnesota. Those were placed prior to our current guidelines. My big concern up here is that when you put a series of speed bumps, and in order for them to work, you have to have a series, not just one, you are now going to delay emergency response time into Trilogy because they have to slow down for all of these bumps. So as it exists today, the current guidelines do not place speed bumps on anything but 25 or less.
Do you think it would help the issue?
I don't think I can legally put speed bumps on a 35-mile-per-hour street and keep my license. That is just not recommended. I don't know of any city that has a speed bump policy for 35 miles per hour. We would have to redesign them, and it would speed bumps help with speed, nothing else.
Do you think that the speed has to be redone on that street? Should it be
I don't
lowered?
think we have a speeding problem on Trilogy Parkway. We're looking at data.
I'm not saying we have a speeding problem would be that your speeding problem versus 35. I'm saying, do you think it would be better if we lowered the speed to 25? I'm not saying people are speeding at 35, but maybe
Understood.
35 is too dangerous for this intersection.
Just so you understand, all of you, and I think some of you may, I'll call you, when you were Officer Orlemans, you knew this. The California Vehicle Code determines how the speed limit is set. If the police department is going to use either radar or LiDAR, you have to have a traffic engineering speed survey conducted. In the state of California, that is done, and I do them, by taking a radar gun, determining the speed of 100 cars per direction, determining the 85th percentile, and then the speed limit is set based on the driving public's speed. As it currently exists, that speed limit is set at 35. If I were to inadvertently just change it to 30, 20, 25, 27 and a half, whatever you like, PD can no longer use radar to enforce that speed limit, so you've lost all enforcement.
Steve, can you tell me, I used to sit as the traffic judge in Contra Costa County. Can you, as a pro tem, can you tell me when was the last time we did a traffic engineering study for that area? Do you know?
As far as the actual radar study, I don't know. I know we just did a study in August, and that study isn't me out there with a radar gun. That study is traffic counters placed on the pavement that for 24 hours tell me how fast and how many. I can download, now that the radar speed signs are up, I can download data from them to get you what that says. I would probably forewarn you a little bit, and in my opinion, that data is a bit skewed because I am hoping that as people see these signs, they slow down, which is what they're there for. If you would like, I can take a radar gun, I can go out there and do another survey. My concern is, and this has happened numerous times in this city, I have done this and came back with data that said, okay, the speed limit needs to be 40. I then take that data, throw it in the garbage and say, we never did it. I'm not the guy determining the speed, it's the drivers on the street.
Yeah. Let me ask, Chief, I know we usually maintain those for, when officers make arrests, they have to bring the traffic engineering study with them. Do we currently have the most recent traffic engineering study for that area?
They're kept at the traffic court, and ma'am, I haven't testified in traffic court in well over 20 years. So I don't have a traffic officer in the audience that would be able to answer, but I do know there is a current one on file because they were up there working LiDAR. And I will say that from the data they collected from the LiDAR guns when they were up there doing the directed enforcement, out of the 500 cars that they pointed their LiDAR gun out, the average speed was 34.5 miles per hour.
Okay.
So that's not a technical survey from the perspective that they can use, but that is the internal survey they did based on the directed enforcement that they were up there doing.
I'm specifically asking because if Mr. Gale wants us to give a specific response back, one of my requests would possibly be to do to look at to provide council with the most recent traffic engineering survey so that we can take a look. I mean, it's clear, and sometimes they do need to be updated, and sometimes they have an adverse effect, as you stated. Sometimes they can say something to the contrary, but I think it would be nice for us to have that information. So whoever's going to make the motion, I'd like to add that, if possible, that we are provided in the next staff report with the most recent traffic engineering surveys. The most recent traffic engineering survey.
Councilmember Pierce, when you said most recent, were you asking for a new study or for the most recent?
The most recent that
Okay.
is currently used.
I think
If Mr. Kurzvan doesn't have that one in his office, we'll go to the traffic court and get the certified copy that's on file with them.
Thank you.
Mr. Kurzvan has it in his office. If you want me to run upstairs and grab it and come down, I will, but you're probably tired of listening to me.
never get tired of listening to you, sir. If the person making this motion, which I'm assuming is going to be one of you, which it should be, innovative ideas to, I mean, I'm hearing what we can't do. Let's find other solutions. Let's explore other options. I'm not the best person in the world to say what you can't do. Give me options of what I can do. Look into the lights, the flashing lights being further away. Look into, I don't know, patrolling by helicopter. I don't care what it is. I care that we make our citizens feel safe walking across the street when they're going to get their mail. So somehow within that motion, let's make it an innovative way to enforce and make these people feel safe. Tell me what you can't. Let's fix the problem.
So if we were ready, and Councilmember Mendoza, if you wanted to add to this, I would absolutely appreciate that. Some of these items were discussed previously with the initial request, one of those being an extension of a light further out, some kind of notification that there's a crosswalk coming. I would also like to look at a sign that says pedestrian crossing 250 feet, whatever that distance would be that's appropriate. I would like to look at the extension of time for the crossing, the light flashing during the crossing, and for those lights now. Are they going both ways now?
Sorry?
The flashing beacon lights that are at that intersection of Solero,
Yes.
are they going this way and this way at this point?
They go both ways. They radiate out both ways with the long part of the bar. And then the end part of the bar lights up also so that the pedestrian knows they're active.
Okay.
And they would normally get 15, they got 20, but we can look at 25 or you don't want to go too much, but if you want them extended, that's a very easy, I just go through with the electrician and we can take care of that.
Yeah, that's why I'm thinking, like, when we're talking about innovation and thinking outside the box, that's one of the ones that I would very much like to look at. I believe I asked for an incident report for 2023. I do think we have to continue, unfortunately, with the landscaping. I heard from a person today who said that closer to the Los Badanos end, there's a speed limit sign that you can't see because there's a tree blocking it in the road. That unfortunately is going to have to be an ongoing thing because obviously landscape is going to continue to grow. So any new planting, obviously we'll have to look at that, but currently we're going to have to keep those things really low, clean. It's unfortunate, but I don't see a way around that. I think that needs to be done. I wish there was something we could do about the blinding sunlight. I've heard that many, many times. I know there's nothing we can do. That guy up there maybe could help us out, but so far, no. Councilmember Mendoza, what am I missing? The updated traffic engineering study, for sure.
Yeah, that, and then budget opportunities for
Yes.
the 2 flashing beacon options if we don't get a grant. I still want to discuss the stop signs a little bit more. If the flashing beacons don't happen, we got to find something else. I also would like landscaping instructions to our landscaping company about what they're to do, because we hear it all the time. They kind of slack off. So I would like from staff, a very specific frequency of when they need to come and cut all of that down. And I know it's going to vary on seasons, but that would be, I think, good. Then we can hold them accountable to that.
Can we get additional speed limit signs? When I drove in there recently, I didn't see that many. As you're going around the curve, there might be an assumption that that's when you're supposed to look for the sign, and there wasn't one where I was looking. So I'd like to look at additional placement. I'm not talking about an additional 10, maybe an additional 1 on each side that's leading up to these areas of concern. Again, that's a less expensive mitigation, so I think it's something we should consider.
Yeah, I think you have covered everything. And again, it's like when I asked if it was your family member, what else is there that we can do? That's our role as council people, is public safety. If you look at our general plan, that's one of the top things. So we got to keep searching for solutions until people feel comfortable there.
And is that clear now for staff? Okay, so that's my motion.
So Councilmember Meyer, would you like me to kind of repeat, I think, the things that
That
I
would be
have
great.
down?
Thank you.
So a placement of a beacon further out onto the streets, as you described.
On both sides.
Both sides, extending the time frame for the flashing beacons above what's currently 20 seconds. The incident reports for 2023, and is it only 2023?
I'm comfortable with that.
Okay.
Excuse me one sec. Incident, you want accident history? Is that what incident reports are?
Accident, speeding ticket, police incident.
Okay.
Well, actually, if we could have 2022 and 2023, because 23 is just going to give you a snapshot. It's not going to tell you if it's incrementally getting worse. We should know if it's getting worse.
Okay, good point.
Especially because the school is open now and there's more students at that facility now.
So yes, 2022 and 2023.
Continuing to look at, and this is all to spend staff time and money to bring this back to the city council. Continue with any other landscaping improvements and descriptions of how it'll be maintained to ensure the frequency with our contractor. Budget opportunities, if we are unsuccessful in getting the grants for the additional flashing lights. Discussion relating to signs, stating that there's a stop sign upcoming. And then anything else that might be done to make residents feel safe.
Did you get the additional speed limit signs?
Speed limit, sorry, thank you.
And I will second that.
And as Councilmember Pierson stated, the current traffic analysis, engineering analysis.
One last thing, I think Councilmember Mendoza mentioned reporting on what else we can do in terms of innovation and what other options do we have as well.
Damien?
It sounds like you have a first and a second to that motion. And then Councilmember Mendoza, if I can just clarify, is there anyone in the room with you who's 18 years or older?
No, I'm all by myself.
Thank you.
Okay, we have a first and a second for the motion on item E1. Can I get a roll call vote, please?
Vice Mayor Meyer,
Yes.
Councilmember Mendoza,
Yes.
Councilmember Orlemans,
Yes.
Councilmember Pierson,
Yes.
Mayor Bryant.
Yes.
Motion carries unanimous.
And Mr. Mayor, just for the public's understanding, staff will go back, analyze these and bring them back at a future council meeting. Unlike this last go around, staff took the initiative to make some initial improvements to try to improve the feeling of safety out on the street. So there will be some time. We are pursuing the grant, and so obviously if we receive the grant, we'd move forward with those improvements as quickly as possible. But I just wanted to make sure that the residents of Trilogy know that this would come back at a future meeting based upon as we're able to go through these items.
Thank you. And I want to thank our community for coming in. I don't know that I knew Terry personally. I may have seen her at different events somewhere in Trilogy or around town. But as has been spoken by the rest of our council members, the filter that most of us use, if not all, is if this would happen to our family, what would we want to do? And though she may not have been our blood relative, she is our neighbor in our community. So thank you for your concern, and we will, as you heard, be working to make sure that we can reduce the likelihood that this would ever happen again as much as possible. Thank you. At this time, we'll move into item E2. Consider a request from myself and Councilmember Pierson related to forming a single proclamation for the suggestions to support peace and condemn Islamophobia and what didn't make it on here, anti-Semitism as well, any bias. And I will let Councilmember Pierson start with her explanation. Okay. Well, the reason that that I brought this forward, and I have since been told that it was not acceptable to include, just simply say we want peace in our community, with the understanding that this city council has authority only within the city limits of the city of Brentwood. Doesn't mean that we don't have passionate thoughts and feelings about other things, but our job is to do the business of the city of Brentwood. And so primarily, every single member of our families, every single resident in the city of Brentwood is our prime responsibility. And I want every single person in this city to feel safe, to feel loved and cared for, to feel heard, protected. I want us all to be able to walk around the streets of our community, stand in our parks, be in our neighborhoods and residents and stores, and feel just as safe as if we were in our own homes. That is our goal and our desire. And so my recommendation was to promote a proclamation that we value all life in this city, and that we stand with every family member in our community as part of our local family and community. That is what I was interested in promoting. And in that process, there were additional things that were requested or added in a different proclamation. And so tonight in this, we are here to decide whether we are going to present a proclamation, and if so, what should be the wording in that proclamation. And so Councilmember Pierson.
Yes, at our last council meeting, I think I said right after the mayor spoke that he took the words out of my mouth and stated what I wanted to say, which was that we come up with a proclamation to support peace. I still stand behind that. I agree wholeheartedly with what our mayor stated. We've done other things in our city to specifically talk about unity, peace, support of peace, and condemning any type of hate speech, hate language, hate behavior. And so I would support us creating an additional proclamation that supports those efforts.
Okay, at this time, I ask that everyone also keep in mind the code of conduct that was gone over at the beginning of the meeting. And we will now open public comments, and I'll turn it to you, Margaret.
At this time, the public present in the chambers and on Zoom are permitted to address the City Council on Agenda Item E2. If you're participating via Zoom, please raise your hand to speak under public comment. If you're in person, please file a speaker card with the city clerk. We'll take public comments from those participating in the chambers first, then those participating via Zoom. Your microphone will be muted if you speak on items that do not pertain to this agenda item or after the timer has expired. And we did receive 5 written public comments on this item, which have been posted to the city's website.
Mayor, did you want to make a comment before we began public comment?
Yes, I'll read this. I was made aware that there are possibly significantly more people that were not here in the beginning. And so for those that have not attended a council meeting before, I thought it might be helpful for you to know the meeting protocols. Please direct your comments to myself and the city council, not to staff or to the audience. Please keep your comments to the agenda item. Discussing other unrelated matters will result in the microphone being turned off. We understand people have strong feelings about these issues. However, the purpose of public comments is to give everyone who wants to talk a chance to do so. Applause, booing, or other disruptions can make those who disagree with your opinion uncomfortable and intimidate them from speaking. So that everyone is treated with respect and feels comfortable with speaking, we ask that there be no applause, booing, or other distractions from the audience. Disrupting the meeting could have consequences, including you being asked to leave or be removed. And if you feel strongly about what a speaker says, you can express your opinion when it is your turn to talk. So at this time, we will open public comments. Barbara?
We'll start in person. I have Amin, followed by Marilyn, followed by Farid.
Hello, my name is Amin Arakat, and I'm a member of the community, and I am Palestinian. I'm here today just to voice my support for a ceasefire. The people of Palestine and the people that live in Gaza have the right to pursue life and liberty and happiness, just like the rest of the world. It's been said that kids in Gaza don't really have long-term dreams or aspirations or goals. They just hope to live to the next day. The conditions there are unbearable on the best of days and unfathomable on the worst of days. A ceasefire, it's almost silly that we have to have a gathering or a meeting to ask for humanity to act humanely. A ceasefire is in the best interest of everybody. We as people really need to come together, and part of that is let the healing begin. Thank you.
Thank you. The next speaker is Marilyn, followed by Farid.
Hello there. I would like to talk about the resolution to condemn Islamophobia, which is what's on here. I think it is a wonderful idea, but we should also add anti-Semitism, which apparently we did. There has been a 300% rise in anti-Semitism. To condemn one and not the other doesn't seem right. I do know there was a proclamation about anti-Semitism earlier this year, but feels it needs to be said again. As an American Jew, I condemn what is going on in Gaza, and the effect in our country has been huge. For the first time in my life, I do not feel safe walking around with a Jewish star necklace hanging outside my sweater. I have never been afraid of being Jewish until now. It doesn't mean I have witnessed anti-Semitism in Brentwood, but if we are to have a resolution about the larger issue, then we should condemn both. Thank you.
Thank you. The next speaker is Farid, followed by Saud.
Yeah. As a Muslim man, I am allowed to marry a Jewish woman and to have her as my family and the mother of my children. As part of our faith, we believe in the Torah. We name our kids Moses and Aaron after our honorable prophets, peace be upon them. We have nothing against Jews. We are against the brutal Zionist occupation of the state of Israel that has been committing massacres and mass displacements of Palestinians for over 7 decades, leading to the killing of tens of thousands of Palestinian civilians and mass displacement leading to around 4.5 million Palestinian refugees according to the United Nations. The most, regardless of the title you're going to choose for the proclamation, the most important item that needs to be included is immediate permanent ceasefire. This is the basis of peace. Peace cannot, killing more children and women will only bring hatred for years to come, and allowing humanitarian aid and stopping U.S. military aid to Israel. Thank you.
Thank you. The next speaker is Saud, followed by Kathy.
Hello, my name is Saud Arakat, and I'm a proud Palestinian American and also a proud citizen of Brentwood. I know it's queasy to talk about this stuff. I understand for you guys this is really hard to talk about because you have so many different things coming at you. I just want you to know that that's my son Sam over there, and he was scared to come here tonight because he wasn't sure about how people would think of him being a Palestinian. We are not anti-Semitic. We are Semitic. I'm tired of hearing people say that we're anti-Semitic. We are Semitic. Palestinians are Semitic, okay? We love our Jewish brothers and sisters. In fact, our Jewish brothers and sisters have done more to support us in the brutal beating that's going on in Gaza by the Israeli government than anybody else. And so I love all of our Jewish brothers and sisters. And yes, anti-Semitism, both towards Arabs and Jews and Muslims, is all wrong. And we need you guys to understand that. We are not the bad guys. And I don't want my son being scared to come to a meeting because of that.
The next speaker is Kathy.
I
followed by
again ask
Samaya.
you not to applaud, boo, after the speaker. Thank you.
Good evening, and thank you for the opportunity to speak on agenda item E2. Last month, I stood before you and voiced my opposition to a proposed agenda item calling for the city to issue a proclamation in support of the Palestinians and a call for a ceasefire in Gaza. I stand by that statement, but unfortunately, I don't have enough time to really give the reasons why. As I understand it now, the proposed language in the two resolutions that are being put forward by council members are being combined into one and will include a general statement along the lines of supporting peace for all humanity, which I do support, and also language condemning Islamophobia and anti-Semitism, which I do support. I just want to make sure that the statements are not narrowly focused on just the Palestinian issue. There is hatred and hate incidents that are being perpetrated against both Jews and Muslims, and those incidents have jumped dramatically.
The speaker's timer has expired. The speaker's timer has expired. The next speaker is Samaya, followed by Laura.
I'm a local here at Brentwood. My future kids will go to Brentwood City Schools. I came here last month for the same issue. You guys are a voice to the federal level of things. I've been heard that this is just not a city issue. I disagree strongly. I've sent you an email regarding this. I've conversed with a couple of you, and I appreciate your responses, and thank you for your time. Just really quickly, if we were to proportion the destruction of Gaza to the USA, 2.4 million Americans would be killed, 6.3 million Americans would be wounded, 64.8 million homes would be destroyed, and 284.7 Americans displaced. Our population in the USA is at 334 million, to give context. Please support this resolution to call for a permanent ceasefire. Please be on the right side of history. Please do not pass what you have right now, or at least amend it with language to support a ceasefire. We appreciate your time, and thank you.
Thank you. The next speaker is Laura, followed by Dina.
I originally planned to reference the accidental exclusion of anti-Semitism in the potential proclamation. Rather, we need to have real conversations, listen, respect one another, and embrace our differences. No one is better than anyone else. If anything, blame the power-grabbing leaders, both the hardline Israeli government and Hamas, for their atrocities and failures, not the people, as we are all victims. I've heard from the river to the sea, and by any means necessary, I hope I misinterpreted what I think it means. I am frightened and I'm scared. Please be careful what you say, as though people's lives depend upon it, because they do.
The next speaker is Dina, followed by Tanvir.
My name is Dina Ramaha. I'm a
Ms.
proud
Maha,
graduate.
could you put the microphone near your, so, thank you.
It's a little taller than her. I'm a proud graduate of Liberty High School, class of 1994. Licensed clinical social worker serving the people of Contra Costa County for the last 20 years. Watching the demise of the people in our community suffering from lack of services in mental health in order to fund Israel's bombardment and atrocities towards Palestinians. We could be using that billions of dollars, $23 billion, $20 billion in 2023 alone. We could use that money here for mental health services, for the highest rate in suicide shootings in the United States in 2023, most of whom suffered from mental health. Youth, People magazine, youth in our communities are suffering mental health at an ultimate high. Our food banks at an ultimate low. We could use that money here. The voices of the people in this room, our vote for peace.
The speaker's timer has expired. The next speaker is Tanvir, followed by Ahmad.
My name is Tanvir. I'm the director of the Brentwood Muslim Community Center. I appreciate what the mayor has put there as far as Islamophobia and anti-Semitism, but that's not what we had requested. What we request is that the city put put into their agenda that we want a ceasefire in Gaza. You've heard from many of our brothers and sisters here why that is important. I understand you feel that this is not a Brentwood issue, but it is, because you represent us. And for you to put this in and let the federal government know that we want a ceasefire means a lot, and it goes far. And they will listen to you because they're not listening to us. When we go out there and we march and we're saying we want a ceasefire, they're not listening. But they will listen to you because you're a person in power.
The next speaker is Ahmad, followed by Anusha.
Good evening, Mayor and council members. As you all have heard, we're all here gathered as a community with a very heavy heart, burdened by the ongoing tragedies in Gaza and occupied Palestine. We can't remain silent in the face of such suffering that the Palestinian people are enduring during this brutal occupation and war. This is why I think as a community, we've all come together to ask for the resolution to be amended and to include the ceasefire. Yes, I think we all are in agreement that we definitely don't want to see a rise of anti-Semitism or Islamophobia. Palestinians, I'm a Palestinian American, I myself am Semitic, like a lot of people here are, and we definitely want to make sure that the resolution includes the language of an immediate and permanent ceasefire. As others have said, I do think as a member of this community, this is important language to be included in the resolution. Thank you.
The next speaker is Anusha, followed by Melody.
I wanted to address the pressing issue of the peace in the Middle East. The conflicts in the region have had devastating consequences, resulting in immense human suffering and instability. The imperative for us to prioritize diplomatic efforts, promote dialogue, and support peaceful resolutions. The urgency of the situation in the Middle East cannot be overstated. The persistent conflicts have led to an untenable humanitarian crisis that demands our immediate attention and action. We must leverage our influence and resources to advocate for diplomatic solutions, promote dialogue, and support initiatives that aim to bring about lasting peace in the volatile region. It is our moral and ethical responsibility to do so. Peace in the Middle East is important as it would mean to end the cycle of violence and suffering that has plagued the region for way too long. It would allow families to live without fear and children to grow up in a safe and stable environment. Thank you.
The next speaker is Melody, followed by Marjan.
As I stand here today in our beautiful community where all of our kids are safe, I can't help but think of the mothers who are undergoing C-sections with no anesthesia because Israel cut all aid into Gaza. I think of the mother who held her infant son's lifeless corpse in her arms, saying she took 580 injections to conceive him. So those of you who ever struggle with infertility, that should deeply resonate with you. I think of Wadeya, who was a 6-year-old American Palestinian Muslim boy who ran to greet his landlord, who was like a grandpa to him, but instead was met with 26 stab wounds to his little body because of the rise of anti-Muslim hate and fear-mongering. In his last dying moments, he tried to comfort his mom by saying, "Mom, I'm fine." Violence overseas to violence here, it leads to violence here, And over the last 60 days, there have been 2,100 incidences of hate against those who are Muslim, Palestinian, Middle Eastern, and those who are perceived to be Muslim, like our Sikh brothers and sisters. I don't have time, but it's calling for a ceasefire.
The next speaker is Marjan, followed by Ayas.
Hello, greetings to all. A few days ago, I deactivated my social media accounts because witnessing the horrors of the Palestinians became too unbearable for me. Only I was filled with a deep sense of shame. How privileged are we to have the luxury of hiding behind a screen and choosing when we want to shut out the atrocities of what's happening? This is their reality. Their pain that they endure every day is also our pain to hold and to use as a tool to keep fighting. Please do not allow yourself to become desensitized to what's happening. The witnessing of babies with missing limbs being rushed to the hospital with no chance of survival due to the lack of supplies, parents mourning for their children, children becoming orphaned with no place to go. None of this is normal. I plead our council members tonight to please call for a ceasefire.
The next speaker is IS, followed by Raya.
Hey, my name is Iyas, and this is Raya, my daughter. We're Palestinian Americans. Let me read this from Reuters today. U.S. President Joe Biden said on Tuesday that Israel is losing support over its indiscriminate bombing of Gaza and that Benjamin Netanyahu should change, exposing a new rift in relations with the Israeli Prime Minister. If this is coming from President Biden, it tells you how bad things have become in Gaza and the West Bank. United Nations General Assembly today passed a resolution for ceasefire in Israel and Palestine. Let's empower the administration that by raising our voices for no less than ceasefire, not the peace proclamation, ceasefire, nothing less than a ceasefire. We won't accept anything less than a call for a ceasefire. And the next speaker is behind me is Raya. Raya, what do you want to say? Say ceasefire now. Thank you.
The next speaker is Rabbi Goldschmidt, followed by Faros.
In case you're wondering why there isn't a bigger crowd tonight, I deliberately asked them to stay away so that you don't have to experience this abuse. Tonight is Hanukkah, and dear council members, you have the opportunity to be a light of courage, a light for humanity. I am forced tonight to be a light of truth. The origin of this proposed proclamation is from last meeting where we offered a unique opportunity to partner with an organized group that came to push an agenda. They claim to be a voice of humanity and peace, and continue with a barrage of blood libels like they're doing tonight to promote hate against the Jewish people. They tried many different lies, and anyone that is not blinded with hate can easily decipher. But they had one thing that united them, that brought them together. They called for the death of every single Jewish person, a complete genocide. They were careful to use the same language to align themselves with Hamas. Yes, Hamas, the same group that is responsible for over 100,000 attacks against innocent people, including thousands of Palestinians, Jews, Christians, and Muslims alike.
The speaker's timer has expired. The next speaker is Faros, followed by Isabella.
Hello, my name is Firas Kiyari. I'm a member of Brentwood City. I would like to say that I'm very disappointed with the recommended language in E2, I'm sorry, because it does not include the demand for ceasefire, stopping the genocide in Gaza. I believe this is very important because we are witnessing a genocide similar to what happened with the Nazis back in World War II. And I would say that if I was living back in World War II time, I would demand the same thing to stop the genocide against all humanity. And I feel that this is very important for the city because being a Palestinian is very, let's say, intimidating at this point. And we've witnessed a lot of incidents in the U.S. Recently, 3 kids were murdered just for wearing kufiya like the one I'm wearing. So this is very important to stop the genocide.
The next speaker is Isabella, followed by Hussein.
Mr. Mayor, if I may, before the next speaker speaks, Councilmember Mendoza just stepped away, and I don't know if you would like to take a brief recess until she returns so she can have the benefit of hearing what the speakers have to say.
I would. We can take a 5-minute recess.
All right, thank you.
Until Councilmember Mendoza can return.
I am back. Sorry about that. My meds make me nauseous. Sorry to everyone in the room. I'm I get nauseous.
At this time, we are going to reconvene our council meeting. At this time, we are going to reconvene our council meeting, and we are going to reconvene public comments. If we could come back into session and order. Thank you.
The next speaker is Hussein, followed, oh, sorry, Isabella, followed by Hussein.
I come here today as a lifelong resident of Brentwood and a proud Jewish individual to join hundreds of thousands across the globe in calling for a permanent ceasefire in Palestine. Calling for peace in the community is not enough, and neither is speaking against Islamophobia. We need to call for a ceasefire in Palestine. 15,000 people have died, 2/3 of those being children. 10,000 children are estimated to be dead. We can't sit here and say, okay, this isn't a city issue. It is. Palestinian citizens have come up and told everyone that this is a city issue, this affects them, that there is violence that is going on here that is caused by the dehumanization of Palestine by the federal government. We cannot sit here and say this is not a city issue. We can't sit here and say and be silent during genocide, so please call for a ceasefire in Palestine. Thank you.
The next speaker is Hussein, followed by Ilma. I'll come back to him. Ilma?
Good evening, everyone. I'm here to demand for a permanent ceasefire in Palestine. Don't think that the atrocities occurring are not a Brentwood City issue and that we need to stay out of it. This is an extremely ignorant viewpoint and simply an excuse to allow thousands of more people to be murdered and scarred for life. This affects everyone. Sooner or later, you will all realize that. The UN General Assembly votes overwhelmingly in favor of a ceasefire. 150 countries voted in favor, and only 10, including the US and Israel, voted against. This should speak volumes to all of you here and highlight that a ceasefire in Palestine is overdue. But because of greed and power, it's continuing. The city of Brentwood come together and pass this resolution for a permanent ceasefire. Use your power, use your voices, and don't be complacent in the suffering of thousands. The more pressure we place on this country to pass a vote in favor of a ceasefire, the closer we get to bringing peace in Palestine. Thank you.
The next speaker is Hussein. I'll come back to him. The next speaker is Helena, followed by Michael.
Hello, my name is Helena and I'm a Muslim Afghan American who has been a Brentwood resident for the past 19 years. First, I wanted to say thank you for giving us the time today to make comments. At LMC, I'm the president of the Muslim Student Association. We had a meeting a month ago about the genocide when it first began and how it affects our lives today. We had guests who joined us who were the president of the school, dean of equity, and other school officials. They told us this is where we need to be. I mentioned this because the president's first response in our meeting was, what can we do to support our students? Which ties into me asking our city board members, what can you do to help? And the answer is to call for a permanent ceasefire. Something small in your eyes is deemed big to ours. The city can make a huge impact in making the Muslims and the Christians who are suffering to feel supported in such hard times. If my own school can, then I have faith that my own city can too, for the sake of our safety. Once again, we are the voice of the voices. If you cannot see how much of a change this will make, then you have become blind to the truth. To ignore genocide or remaining neutral is an act.
The speaker's timer has expired. The next speaker is Michael.
Good evening, council members. My name is Michael Yoshi. I am a United Methodist clergy in the California-Nevada Annual Conference and also the co-chair of a group called Friends of Wadi Fuqain, which is an interfaith partnership that we have with a Muslim village in the Bethlehem district of the West Bank. I come to you tonight with a heavy heart. I have 3 friends who've lost multiple family members in Gaza, and it just weighs on me every day. And every day that we hear more killing taking place, especially young children, it burns the heart to the core. And I really implore you, if you really are for peace, you must call for a ceasefire and be a voice for a ceasefire in Gaza and the West Bank as well. People there in the West Bank, in the Bethlehem district, are under siege right now as well because they can't work, they can't move around, they can't get grocery shopping. Bethlehem, the Christian city, has called for a ceasefire as well and has canceled Christmas this year until there is a ceasefire. Please.
The next speaker is Hussein. Okay, thank you. The next speaker is Aaron.
Hello? Talat Jahan Khan, a 52-year-old Muslim woman stabbed in Houston. Hisham, Kenan, and Tahsin, 3 20-year-old Palestinian-American college students shot in Vermont for wearing a kufiya. Wadia Al-Fayoum, a 6-year-old Muslim Palestinian-American boy, stabbed 26 times along with his mother in Illinois by his landlord just 1 week after his 6th birthday. Abdul Wahab Omira, an Arab Muslim student who was struck in a hit-and-run at Stanford University. These are just to name a few of the hate crimes that have happened just here in the U.S. since October 7th, due to ignorance and a lack of knowledge. The city of Brentwood has a very dense Muslim/Palestinian population, and who's to say one of us isn't next in one of these hateful attacks? We are urging you all to call for a permanent ceasefire. Thank you.
The next speaker is Joy, followed by Mustafa.
Good evening. My name is Joy Hamilton, and I am a retired teacher and mother and grandmother, and a member of an organization of interfaith women. And some part of me just feels like this conversation is sort of moot. As a teacher, and I spent my life working with children and adults to solve conflict peacefully. And for us to think in any world that exists, that a solution to anything is to kill somebody else is beyond my comprehension. We are adults here. We can set an example for the children we're raising. A ceasefire doesn't hurt anybody. Guns do.
The next speaker is Mustafa.
Hello. All humans are created equal. All citizens of Palestine and Israel, Jews, Christian, and Muslim, and other faith and race, they should all have equal right. In order to save humanity, we all need to stick together. We ask for the council member, mayor, and the city of Brentwood to be on the right side of history. Condemn this genocide. Stop the killing of the Palestinians. We ask for immediate ceasefire. We need the United States to stop funding this genocide. Everyone in the region should have equal right. It's your decision tonight. Make the right decision. Saving one life is as if you saved the whole humanity. Thank you.
The next speaker is Naima, followed by Dina.
Hi, I'm Naima. I'm Palestinian American, and I live in Brentwood, California. And I'm here to talk about Palestine. And it's sad as us as humans to even ask for a ceasefire, because why do we even have to ask for that to happen? It should. Seeing innocent kids being killed, moms, dads, it's not something to even like worth discussion. You guys should just stop. And we want to ask you guys here today. So please, we ask for a stop ceasefire. Just ask for humanity, open your eyes, see what's going on in Palestine. Like, no kids should have to suffer like that. They should have a future, not being picked up underneath the ground from their buildings and just seeing all the death of the kids and the mothers and the fathers. I don't think anyone should experience that, especially us as Palestinians watching our family members getting literally murdered. And it's just sad, and I ask for a ceasefire. Thank you.
The next speaker is Dina, and then that's the last speaker card I have in the chambers, and then I have hands raised in Zoom.
A declaration for ceasefire is crucial to bring to our small government, to put pressure on our larger governments, as everyone is here to is complicit in using American tax dollars to aid in a genocide. We can use this money for education and for our first responders, for our American youth, for so many things. To be asking people to be using our tax dollars to be put in killing and to be destroying people and their families and houses and people's lives is evil, and we can't stand for it anymore. We have to call for a ceasefire.
That was the last speaker card I had in the chambers. I'll move on to Zoom. I have 7 hands raised currently. I'll start with Matop. Go
Hello,
ahead.
thank you. Oh, hello. My name is Matop. I am part of Brentwood's Muslim community as well as our Afghan community. I'm here to ask the members to please to please consider adding ceasefire to the resolution that we have put forth. Last month when I came, I was hesitant to say the numbers of how many people were dead because it was ever changing. Back then it was 10,000. We are up to 21,000 now, actually, with 12,000 children dead. And the only reason we bring this up is that we need a ceasefire, is that you can be our voice to the higher level so that we can have our tax dollars not be just sent out to Israel and the extra tax dollars to come back to us to help Brentwood matters, such as like the Trilogy thing that's happening. Again, my condolences to Trilogy members, but also to help with our schools as well. Like, we have a 79% literacy rate, and some of that kind of showed at today's meeting. We need to be investing in ourselves. So please make the right decision and add ceasefire to the agenda. Thank you.
The next speaker is Fallestein. Go ahead.
There. Hello there. I want to say that I support what the council is doing about anti-Semitism and Islamophobia. And I feel like we need to address the root cause of the issue, which means addressing the need for a ceasefire. I know that, like us, I'm Palestinian, and I know that like us Palestinians, the Jews also want a ceasefire. They've been like our strongest advocates. And it's like when we ask for that ceasefire, it'll pretty much put an end to like everything that is happening here, to all the bullying, all the harassment, and all the stuff that's taking place. And I also want to say, because I know one person, she kind of felt worried about the river to the sea, and I just want to put her heart at ease. What river to the sea means is that we want to live in peace the way we used to before, because before 1948, we used to babysit each other's children. We used to dance with each other. We used to get along with each other. And then the Nakba happened, and everything just went bad from there.
The speaker's timer had expired. The next speaker is Wissam. Go ahead.
Thank you for taking the time. Your voice, you are our voice, and without your voice, our federal government and governor will overlook us. Please remember, a ceasefire is calling for peace, and that is the way forward. Thank you.
The next speaker is Jihad. Go ahead.
Hi, I'm a Brentwood High School student, and I'd like a ceasefire because it'll cause peace and less killing of children and innocent people. And that's all. Thank you.
The next speaker is Janine. Go ahead.
Hi, my name is Janine. I'm a Brentwood resident as well. I do call for a ceasefire. I agree about the Islamophobia and the anti-Semitism. I think a ceasefire also accumulates it all. Asking for a ceasefire is not asking for anti-Semitism or anti any religion. It is just asking for the stopping of the killing of civilians, of children, of babies that have a right to live. It doesn't hurt anyone. It's not going to cause any harm to any other human being if there's a ceasefire. I know we are in city council meetings and it's not federal meetings, but we have spoken to our country's representatives, our state representatives, and now we are here speaking to our city council representatives because according to the US vote, we have not been heard yet, and we are asking to be heard right now. So if you guys can please put the ceasefire on the agenda, we'd really appreciate it. Once again, it causes no harm to no one.
The next speaker is Nina. Go ahead.
Please don't take her from me. My daughter doesn't belong in a fridge. She never liked the cold, says a mother from Gaza. As we're speaking here tonight, thousands of kids are getting killed and bombed in Gaza. And I just feel like at this point, after more than 20,000 Palestinians killed, it's become a choice on whether you support a genocide or not. The Palestinian people lived under very violent occupation for decades. And unfortunately, the international community, especially the United States, has abandoned Palestinians. There are rules that exist under international law, and Israel has never abided by them. And the U.S. has never forced Israel to abide by them. Instead, it's aiding them in this genocide with our tax dollars. And as a result, we see people resulting to violence. This isn't a question of people wanting to be violent, but this is the only way for people to attain their freedom. There have been massacres after massacres since 1948 on Palestinians. And if we don't realize that, then that is the height of dehumanization, to expect that Palestinians' lives don't matter, because they do. So I think it's important to demand a ceasefire and address the root cause of why October 7th happened. I beg for a permanent ceasefire, and
The speaker's timer had expired. The next speaker is Jenna. Go ahead.
Hi, I am a middle school student in the city of Brentwood, and I'm here to ask for a permanent ceasefire because it isn't fair for anybody to get bombed over and over again in Gaza, and they deserve to live a good life like everybody else. Thank you.
The next speaker is Sana. Go ahead.
Hi there. We are new residents to the city of Brentwood, and I just wanted to address two different topics. First and foremost, to our Jewish brothers and sisters and to the community around us, and even to the rabbi who spoke earlier, I just wanted to express truly that we love you, right? We do. As Muslims, Americans, and as Muslims across the globe, we have no hatred towards you. We want no violence or harm to come to you. All we want to do is live in peace with you. And so just wanted to call it out to them saying, we truly love you and appreciate you and just want you to support us in our ability and right to live. And that's the second topic I have. When it comes to the ceasefire, I think it's extremely important and critical. The Israeli Defense Force, IDF, and the United States military are two of the most powerful militaries in the entire world. For there to need to be indiscriminate bombing and killing of children to identify and root out Hamas or other terrorist organizations is not what really needs to happen here. So calling for a ceasefire is the only thing that makes sense to save lives. Thank you.
The next speaker is Jacob. Jacob, go ahead.
Hi, my name is Jacob, and obviously, literally, my name means Israel. So, but seeing all this violence, especially on social media, has been really disturbing. It, like everybody else, it's I do agree that a ceasefire does not hurt anyone. So, and myself being a long resident of Brentwood, I've been here since 1994. I've paid my dues, my tax, a lot of taxes here, and I don't feel that my taxes should go to the funding of this genocide. So I am calling for a ceasefire also. Thank you.
The next speaker is Jojo. Go ahead.
Hello, I'm Jojo. I don't think I have to be Palestinian or Muslim to support our community members. I'm simply an American. I grew up in Fremont and have known every Muslim person to be kind, gentle, and hardworking. I am amazed by their presence and bravery here tonight. So thank you for being part of this community, and I call for a permanent ceasefire. Thank you.
I have no additional hands raised in Zoom and no additional speaker cards in the chambers.
Thank you. At this time, we'll close public comment, move into council discussion. Who would like to begin the discussion? Okay, I'll begin the discussion. On this item, I still recommend the wording that we discussed as the recommendation previously, and here's the reason why. There's been a lot of assumptions from a lot of the speakers, so I'm going to make it very clear who I am. I have spent a lot of time in Gaza. Personally, I've been there. I know what it feels like to pick up body parts and put them in a bag of innocence. I've been there. The thing that amazes me is that there hasn't been a single call for the destruction and disbanding of Hezbollah or Hamas. There was a ceasefire last week. Hamas sent hundreds of rockets into Israel to end the ceasefire. No, I have people there. And so I understand this is not a conversation legally. I'm going to tell you why I've made the decision I have, and I'm going to be very honest with you. I have put my life on the line to defend and protect humans of every ethnicity in the past around the world. I've taken an oath to defend the Constitution of the United States, and every member of Brentwood I will protect and I will defend, even with my life, and I have shown that in instances that I don't anticipate you to be aware of. But one of the most recent callers defending what Hamas did on October 7th, I currently sit on a commission actively trying to release hostages that are currently being held hostage. We were successful in releasing some. I sit on that commission. I have contact with the families, both in Gaza, families of members in Gaza and in Israel. I've spoken to the families of the victims of the international terrorist group Hamas, who disemboweled family members. I've seen the video captured from Hamas phones of what was going on. I'm going to tell you, I do not believe that any ethnicity, any culture can be or should be covered in a blanket description and definition of what an extremist in any society, in any culture, in any nation. But while we had a ceasefire, there hasn't been a single call, and I've listened to the meetings all over the country and all over the Bay Area. No one's calling for steps to be taken against Hamas. This is not, I need you to sit down while I'm having, this is how the process works. I know. Okay. I'm going to speak the reason I've made this decision. For myself, I'm one vote. I faced enemies around the world and in the United States. I've been hospitalized from gun wounds and stab wounds myself, defending people that didn't know my name. I'm not just somebody that doesn't know what's going on over there. I've been there. And I am astonished that there's no one speaking out against Hamas. Okay, if we continue to do this, we're going to take a recess. If you continue to interrupt, you'll be asked to leave. Public comment time is done. This is the process. Here is what. Okay, 5-minute recess.
Mr. Mayor, I'm going to ask that we start our meeting again so that we follow our city process that everybody has begun. Otherwise, we're allowing for extra public comments.
At this time, we will reconvene from the recess and move into a council discussion.
I'm happy to go ahead and offer why I brought forth what I brought forth. When people, there is a process in local government. The process is that people have the right to come to their elected officials and bring concerns. And at our last council member meeting, I felt like a substantial number of people brought a concern before our city council. And as an elected official, I suggested what I felt comfortable with at the time. I still feel comfortable with making a proclamation. We don't have to take on any recommendations. And some of the emails that I received were quite frightening and demanding. Some of the emails I said, we will not accept less than. This is what has to happen. And that is not the way government works. But I was very happy to listen to what all the constituents and people who were electing us as elected officials had to say and do what I thought was in the best interest of us at a city level where we have power. In my current place as a council member, where I am comfortable is to make a proclamation that supports peace in the Middle East and condemn Islamophobia. There were comments that were mentioned that we had intentionally or unintentionally left out anti-Semitism. No, anti-Semitism, we have proclamations for anti-Semitism. And there was at that time not any statements that we needed to add anti-Islamophobia at the time. So here, I specifically wanted to say, I want to spend time with Islamophobia. I wanted to deal with that specifically as its own separate issue. It does not negate that I still think our proclamation stands, but I don't want to take away the attention from what's being asked of us right now or what I felt compelled to do. I don't want to pair up a reaffirming anti-Semitism. There's a proclamation there. We stand strong against anti-Semitic behaviors, very strongly as a council, as well as anti-Islamophobia. So as a council member for discussion now, if any other council members are comfortable in joining in, what I am proposing is peace in the Middle East and a proclamation for anti-Islamophobia. That is what I've proposed. The ceasefire has been withdrawn by a former council member. So here we are right for another council member. So here I am is what was on the agenda, and peace in the Middle East and a proclamation for condemning Islamophobia. Is there any discussion on that topic? Because that's the extent of my discussion.
Mayor?
Thank you. I don't think there's anything any one of us could say tonight that's going to please everyone. I think that's obvious. I want you all to know that in addition to all of you here making your voices heard and reaching out to us, we're receiving calls and emails and people stopping by and seeing us at the grocery store from all sides of this. And I don't just mean one or two. There are lots of sides of this. We are getting inundated from people wanting to speak their voice and wanting to be heard. That's what we signed up for. And that is why the mayor and Councilmember Pierson are standing by what they proposed, which is to show you that they heard you, to show you that they respect you. They want you to feel safe in Brentwood, because in the end, we all want our residents to feel safe and respected and heard in Brentwood. I'm in a unique position because I have a brother-in-law who is Jewish, and I have a brother-in-law who is Palestinian Muslim. I find myself riding the middle of a lot of things. I'm kind of that person. I'm that in-between person. In this case, I made a point of reaching out to both sides. I made a point of reaching out to friends that are Palestinian and Muslim and friends that are Israeli Jewish to ask them what they thought. I'm not going into any discussion without trying to do my homework and be educated. And I'm not going to any discussion without trying to think of the harm that my vote will have on people. My intention with anything I'm saying right now is not to make people feel less than, but I can tell you that I am in support of what the mayor and Councilmember Pierson are recommending. If Councilmember Pierson had not brought up the fact that we had the the anti-Semitism proclamation in support of our Jewish neighbors. I would have asked that that be added back in, but she makes a good point. That stood alone. And out of respect for all of you, the one that she's recommending right now is standing alone. I would stand against terrorism. I would stand against Hamas. I would stand against genocide of anyone. Those are all horrible things. The ceasefire words are the ones for me. Say what you will, think what you will. Those are the ones that are the most controversial. So my opinion right now, I would love to stand for peace. I would love to stand for you feeling safe and heard and cared for in your own community. I mentioned at our last meeting, I would stand next to any of you if you're feeling unsafe walking down the street. I would still do that. What I won't do is vote to support something that other people have told me is very, very hurtful to them, that language. So I know that's not going to make me a very popular person right now. I apologize for that. I'm trying to show you that I'm hearing you and that I'm caring for you, and I want you to feel safe. You should also know, if you haven't heard this yet, your tax-paying dollars in Brentwood are not paying for what's happening overseas. It doesn't work that way, and staff can probably explain that a little bit better if you want more explanation on that, but that's not how it works. We did receive emails that were very demanding. We received a lot of template emails. I definitely prefer hearing from residents of Brentwood, and I prefer hearing from people that tell me why they feel a certain way rather than using a template. I understand that there are people that are reaching out to a lot of cities at one time, but please know that when we hear your story and your voice, it has more impact than sending us a very aggressively worded demand that is a template and we receive, 10, 20 or whatever of them. So my apologies. I don't think what I'm saying is going to make you feel very happy, but I do hope you understand that I'm trying my best to balance all of the people that I've spoken with, all of the people that are feeling harm right now, all of the people that feel they need protection and care, and they need to be heard. And that's where I stand. Thank you.
I appreciate that. And before Councilmember Orlemans goes, I support everything said, especially about the tax dollars. But I want to do something for the people who are in the room and the people who watch this back. I want to tell you how much we as a council care about what people say. I know I've seen every single one of us do this. I sit right next to Councilmember Mendoza and I watch her do it. I sit next to the mayor, I watch him do it. I want to, out of respect for everyone who spoke, let you know what happened when public comment happened. I heard from Amin, Saud, Kathy, Marilyn, Samaya, Laura, Deanna, Farron, Tanavar, Ahmad, Anisha, Melody, Majorie, Isis, and I think I'm saying his wrong because he said it beautifully when he came up, and his beautiful daughter, Ria. I heard from Rabbi Goldschmidt, from Pharaohs, Isabella, Hussein, Elma, Helena, Michael, Aaron, Joy, Mustaf, Naima, Deanna, Matapar, Faustine, I think it was Wassam, Jihad, Janine, Nina, Jenna, Sana, Jacob, Jojo, and even Taz raised their hand on Zoom and then brought it down. I wrote down everything people said, almost word for word, because I listen and I hear you. I sit here, I sat in this seat not because of money, because we don't make money. I get a $2 check almost every other 2 weeks because my medical's paid for, and other than that, I don't make a lot of money. I sat here because I love people, and I appreciate what everyone said. I especially appreciate Sana, who said they expressed their love for Jewish people, and they want to live in a place of peace. And I wish for a day when we all can live in a place of peace. So I really, really want everyone to know that we didn't just take anything lightly. We're not giving you lip service. Every single one of us care for people. I've sat back and listened to these people, and I've not always agreed with them. But we sit back and we listen to every single one of you because that's what we were elected to do. That's why we sit here till 2 a.m. sometimes. So we deeply care for everyone, but there's a heavy burden upon us to make sure that everyone is considered. And while people may not be here tonight, we get, as Vice Mayor said, we get a number of emails and calls for all sides. And so I hope, while what we are saying is not what you want or may not be exactly what you've asked for, please notice a step in the right direction for the extent of power that we have sitting here on the dais. And even our federal government doesn't listen to us. If that's the case, there's be a lot of Senate bills that wouldn't pass if they listened to us. So I hope everyone hears us with our heavy hearts of what we are trying, what our intentions are. Our intentions are to make it a better place for all people here in the city of Brentwood, here in the United States, here in the world.
As anybody who has watched a council meeting will attest to, I am not nearly as eloquent as any of my counterparts up here. But your voices have been heard. We have listened to everything you have said. We have taken notes on everything you have said, and we take to heart everything you said. If I had the power on what I honest to God believe to be the power to create world peace, there would be nothing that makes me happier. I will not vote for a ceasefire for how it will make other people feel. I will 100% support the proclamation that is before us, along with the proclamations before against anti-Semitism, in that we need to make the citizens of Brentwood feel safe. Everybody who's ever heard me talk hears that I was a police officer for 34 years. I did everything I could do to protect you where you lived. I was in the military prior to becoming a police officer, fighting for your rights to do exactly what you're doing today. So I don't know what else I can do. This is not a Brentwood government issue. This is a federal government issue. Please bring it up to the federal government. I'm very comfortable with the proclamation that's before us today.
Councilmember Mendoza.
Yeah, I can't stress enough how much we read every single email and how we do listen to what you say. And like Councilwoman Pierson said, Sana Sharafudin, when you said to the Jewish community, we love you, that means a lot to us. I don't think you realize how much that means. And so I appreciate all of you speaking. I think at the end of the day, I have to think about my purview, and my purview is the city of Brentwood, and what can I do in Brentwood? And again, I always mention the high school kids because that's what I see a lot of, because I'm a parent of a high schooler. And I think that what we need to, like, it's just peace in our town, peace in the Middle East. I would love to have a magic wand, like Councilmember Orleman says, and stop war everywhere. You know, I mean, we talk about it all the time, right? Like, we would like there to be no war anywhere. And it is, you know, someone said about what she sees on social media. I see everything you see on social media. I probably lean way more your way and get all of the same algorithms you do, and I see all of it. And it's horrific. But we have to think about what's in our purview, and our purview is we can say we are like, no, I don't want anyone hurting anyone of the Muslim religion in Brentwood. That's not acceptable to me. Any religion, right? Like, we've stood by our Jewish neighbors. I stand by you. And I'm not okay with that ever. And I do, when I say I stand by you, it's your tax dollars that pay our police department that you can call if anything happens to you, whether you're Jewish or Muslim or Christian or whatever. And I know sometimes you're hesitant to call, but I want you to know that's where your tax dollars go. Your tax dollars are going to keep you safe. Like Tony said, like, he's a police officer. That was his job. So I want you to know that that's the impact we can have. We can't have an impact federally. Again, and Councilman Pierson said it. I mean, if I could change bills, trust me, there would not be one housing bill in California, because I talk about that every single day. Newsom's not returning my calls. So, you know, I'm not getting anywhere with that. So then I'm thinking, what we can do is just tell people that in Brentwood, we accept each other and we stand by each other. And, you know, Councilwoman Pierson read all the names, and I appreciate that. And I do, I keep notes on everything. I will say that some of the emails were a little harsh, and I don't think sometimes people realize how hard this job is, and kindness goes a long way. So just I'm a mom just like a lot of you. And just be kind when you reach out, because this job is a heavy one to carry. So I wish I could do more, but I support the mayor and Patricia on their resolution. And I wish I could do more, but in Brentwood, we have a police department that you can call if there's anything going on. I welcome you all to work together, the Muslim community and the Jewish community. Come and speak at meetings, come and speak about unity, lead by example. You know, I mean, that's the biggest thing our leaders in all of our religious institutions can do. I would welcome that. I would love to see you all show up together at city council meetings. And while I do appreciate people from other cities coming, I really need to see the leaders in Brentwood show up. The people that we see at the grocery store and at our kids' school, and that our kids play with their kids. Like, you have no idea how far that goes in this community. So that's, I wish I could do more, and I'm sorry that we can't stop war, but you know, we are all about peace in Brentwood. And if, you know, I support the mayor and Patricia and, you know, Councilwoman Pierson. Sorry, I slip into your first names. And I appreciate you all for coming out, because I know it's a big undertaking to come to a meeting. So thank you.
Before I call for a motion, I want everyone in here and everyone watching and everyone will see this video to understand something. I love you. I have been in many countries to help find water for you, to feed you, to bring you medical supplies. I see your motion. I also know that you've never been there to do that. But I want to tell you something. You matter to me. In Brentwood, at any time, anywhere, I have your back and I will stand next to you. The reason I made the statements that I did against the terrorist organizations, and I'm against every single one in the world, is because I have friends right now that are held by their lives hostage in places they have no opportunity to move from and leave, because the individuals that are in charge for those areas would kill them and have killed them. They don't support it. If they had any alternative choice, they would overthrow them, run them away. But they don't have the weapons. They don't have the guns. They're peaceable families and residents. And I understand what much of that is what is going on in Gaza and in other countries right now that are Islamic. I understand that. My frustration was not targeted at you. It was targeted at what I've heard has been heard in all of these meetings that I've heard. A call for ceasefire. If it worked, if a ceasefire would work to cause peace and bring peace, we would have had it. There's been many ceasefires. Some last for longer than others, but they don't last. And until we can remove those full of hate that don't care about their own people and they don't care about other people, they want what they want and only what they want. If there was something that we could do about that, I would be happy to do it. And I would be happy to go there again and try to make it happen. But in the city of Brentwood, we have many families, like have been said, many different ideas, many different cultures. It's what makes our community wonderful. And we want peace here, and we will have peace here. And I cannot move forward with wording for anyone that is going to make someone afraid to go outside, afraid to go to school, afraid to walk out in their neighborhood. And I'm happy to support the wording that we have, but I cannot support the wording for a ceasefire.
Mr. Mayor, I'd like to make a motion for a proclamation in support of peace in the Middle East and condemnation of Islamophobia.
Okay, I'm sorry. I will second that. We have a first and a second roll call vote.
Okay, Mr. Mayor, excuse me, before the vote is taken, I just want to confirm with Councilmember Mendoza that there is no one who's 18 years or older in the room with her.
No, I am all alone.
Okay, roll call vote, please.
Vice Mayor Meyer,
Yes.
Councilmember Mendoza,
Yes.
Councilmember Orlemans,
Yes.
Councilmember Pierson,
Yes,
Mayor Bryant.
Yes.
Motion carries unanimous.
thank you.
We'll move into item D, informational reports.
You condemn idea. You publicly condemn the idea of terrorist organization.
We are on item D, informational reports.
You're a coward. I don't care how much army you went.
Mr. Mayor, who are you calling on to give the informal report?
Each and every one of you.
Mr. Mayor, I'm going to ask, who are you calling on for the informal report on item D?
Councilmember Orlemans.
Outstanding. Thank you for all of your comments and thank you for being here this evening. Since the last council meeting, I attended the PAL Tamale Fest, the Police Activities League Tamale Fest. It was a sold-out event, amazing turnout with a lot of great support for the Police Activities League. I attended closed session council meetings regarding the city attorney applicants. I attended the holiday parade put on by the Chamber of Commerce, an amazing event. As always, it was beautiful. The lights, the Western theme was well received, and we had a good time. And there was great to see the turnout that was there. Those streets were packed. And then right after was the tree lighting in City Park. Great event, although the tree seemed just a little bit shorter than it was last year. I attended the Cars and Chill Toy Drive, which is also a PAL event up at Chill Tea. Great event, a lot of people. There was a lot of support for the toy drive. It was great to see. I attended the PAL board meeting. We discussed, the majority of the discussion was on the crab feed, which is February 23rd. Tickets are already on sale. You can go to brentwoodpal.com, figure out how to get tickets. We'd like to have that event also sold out. I watched the Planning Commission meeting and I attended Shop with a Cop at Target. I did it a couple times as an officer, but it was way more fun watching them work and just walking around. But you guys did an amazing job, Chief. Everybody had a great time, and it was good to see the holiday spirit spread through the community. Thank you.
Vice Mayor.
Thank you. Since we met last, I presented to the Adams Middle School leadership class about city government. I attended the National Alliance on Mental Illness Veterans presentation, volunteered for the Hija del Campo at their new Brentwood site to distribute clothing, food, and books to 96 families. Listened to a presentation from Congressman Garamendi. I attended the League of California Cities presentation on new legislation and its impact on cities. Attended a reception for the county's new Veteran Services Officer. Attended the Trilogy holiday concert by the Vineyard Singers. The A Place for Learning nonprofit fundraiser. I watched the Planning Commission meeting, the Sherwin-Williams Free Santa and Ornament Painting event, the Hanukkah Festival and Grand Menorah lighting put on by the Shabbat of the Delta, the Equity, Anti-Racism and Justice listening session by the Justice Collective, and the parade entry lighting. Thank you.
Councilmember Mendoza.
Since the last time we met, I attended the League of California Cities Latinos Communications Subcommittee meeting, Contra Costa Board presentation around DEI, watched the Park and Rec meeting, and unfortunately, the pickleball courts will be delayed until February of 24 due to supply issues. Attended the holiday show at Trilogy for the Vineyard Singers, participated in the Our Neighborhood Voices statewide event, watched the league legislation update, attended a League of Latino Caucus Directors meeting, attended a Place of Learning fundraiser, presentation for Garamendi. Also went to Diane Burgess's office for the County Veterans Officer presentation, attended the holiday parade and tree lighting, and lastly was appointed by the league president to the housing committee. So presidential appointment on that. So I will continue to keep fighting our housing bills. Thank you.
Councilperson Member Pierson.
Thank you. Since we've last met, I corresponded via text several times, over hundreds of texts, as Councilmember Orlemans knows, with the POW board about the logistics of the Tamale Fest, the crab feed, and Shop with a Cop. I attended the parade and the tree lighting, which was amazing. It was amazing to be a part of it. I've met with various members of the community on various subjects. Attended the closed session meeting on 11/29 in person, attended the Tamale Festival. And I want to clarify, I attended the closed session meeting on 12/4, and I want to make it abundantly clear because I've been called a liar tonight, which I don't appreciate. I did not lie, nor did I have to disclose my location because I used a medical exception. So, and my council voted for me to attend a meeting. I was ill. I don't have to disclose my medical records or my medical position, but I was ill. And for that reason, I could not be in person in the council chambers. Where I was in the whole world is of no one's concern. So that being said, my last thing is I attended the closed session meeting on 12/4. Thank you.
Since the last time we met, I attended the inaugural meeting of the Green Empowerment Zone. This is a zone that was brought forth by Assemblyman Grayson, as well as our Congress representatives in the Bay Area. And basically what it is a zone that has been funded by the United States government to bring local jobs, high-paying jobs that are currently being sent offshore for technologies, for medications, for different products and supplies. And they will have funding and lots of different supports and resources. We're wanting to bring those into Contra Costa County. And so I am the Brentwood City Council representative there. And it was a very good meeting attended by a lot of people. And I'll bring more information in the future about it, but it's a great opportunity to bring high-paying jobs into Brentwood. I also attended the Ron Nunn Elementary School walk and talk with students and teachers and parents, where I got to spend some time with their staff, the parents of the students and some of the students, just answering questions about local government and our community. And it was a lot of fun. I attended the menorah lighting in the park. I attended Mayor's Conference, the city attorney interviews. Also, I attended the Delta 6 meeting, where it is the meeting of mayors in East Contra Costa County and city managers on how to create a regional economic development process and try to capitalize on each other's resources and make those available as a region to bring more jobs to the area. I also attended the PAL Tamale fundraiser and the Airport Land Use Commission meeting and the holiday parade and tree lighting. And I have nothing further to report at this time. Moving into item F,
Consent calendars. Do I have a motion on the consent calendar, or is anyone wanting to pull an item?
I would like to pull F10.
I would like to pull F10 as well.
Okay, do I have a motion on all other items except for item F10?
Motion to approve all items except F10.
Okay, we have a first
Second.
and a second. Damien?
And Councilmember Mendoza, just to confirm that you're still not with anybody. I see a thumbs up. Thank you.
Okay, could I get a roll call vote, please?
I'll read the title of the ordinance first. An
Thank
ordinance of
you.
the City Council of the City of Brentwood amending the provisions of Brentwood Municipal Code to update outdated chapter and section number and references to revise Section 1.12.010, hearing officer, and revise in its entirety Chapter 1.24, administrative citations, making findings that these actions are exempt from the California Environmental Quality Act based on Sections 15.061 and 15.358 of that Act's guidelines. Vice Mayor Meyer.
Yes.
Councilmember Mendoza.
Yes.
Councilmember Orlemans.
Yes.
Councilmember Pierson.
Yes.
Mayor Bryant.
Yes.
Motion carries unanimous.
Okay, item F10, Councilman Orlemans.
So the extension or item F10 asks to change the order for the sound wall that up on Highway 4. And the request for it, for aesthetic reasons, the original design for the project included an incremental steps to taper down across 12 linear feet to meet the existing privately owned and maintained column that exists. And there's a picture within the staff report. I will not, or I don't support any additional money for the sound wall. I didn't initially support the sound wall extension itself. This feels to me that it's just an aesthetic fix and not for the purposes of mitigating sound.
And I asked for it to be pulled because of the same and similar reasons. I also didn't agree with the sound wall. My rationale is not anything personal. It's just because at the time I didn't understand that we had enough evidence that it would support sound. And I feel like this time around that it's just straight aesthetics and there's no data supporting that us spending this level of money would support it. And especially after our discussion earlier tonight on traffic signals and needing money for that. I'm just looking at the amount requested and I'm not sure if someone can clarify for me what the ask is, because it was a little confusing where 5,000 or is it 69,000 more? It seems like a large amount for aesthetics and there are some pressing needs in our city. So Alan, if possible, could you clarify what the exact amount is for me?
Thank you, Councilmember Pierson and Orlemans. The requested amount is $15,211.63. That would cover the contract change order to provide the revision to the wall as shown in the picture in the staff report. The additional $5,000 is just an additional contingency should when that moves forward if something else were to come up. So that is the ask. In reality, if everything moved forward with, if given City Council's approval, if we moved forward and had this $15,211.63 move forward, then and nothing else came up, then the 5,000 is just going to go back to the pot.
I thank you for that clarification. Yeah, I'm looking at tonight, we had a discussion about a blinking light being 16,000 and where can we come up with money? But then we can easily just say 15,000 for aesthetics. I'm not very comfortable with it. And so at this point, I wanted to raise it for a discussion, open up some comments if the public wants to weigh in on this. I'd like to hear some thoughts and opinions from my other council members about what their thoughts are as well. But yeah, that's where I am right now.
Okay, Vice Mayor.
In fact, this is actually not to promote something that's more aesthetically pleasing. In my opinion, this is going to be less aesthetically pleasing but there, if you've driven by that wall, you're now seeing a gaping dip instead of a straight line across. And the gaping dip, of course, is right at that initial neighbor's home. So the aesthetics right now look fine. It's a kind of a scalloped edge down and a scalloped edge back up because they were trying to not interfere with that private end of the wall. What the request is for is to fill that in, which again is going to have less aesthetics, but potentially have a better protection, because right now it feels like the wall was built, but you still left this dip, and that's not helping the overall impact of what the wall was supposed to do in the first place.
I think this is just another, like, we asked for a straight wall, right? We were very specific. I mean, we got really heated discussions about this, and we asked for a straight wall, and it's not straight. And it's just, again, I understand that staff has the right to some adjustments, but when it's something that's so heated and it's right by a house of a resident that's so passionate and fought so hard, I don't know why we would have taken it upon ourselves to change what we asked for as a council. It's like, I don't know. And I don't think it's for aesthetics. I mean, if you go and you stand there, I do think it's going to help to bring it up. But you know, I mean, that's some engineer, you know, people I've talked to said, yeah, it's definitely going to help, you know, the noise, and they don't understand why our sound guy says it's not. Maybe it's because he did the original sound studies for a lot of developments in this town. I don't know. And our sound ain't that great. But what was the original budget for this? What was the original ask that you approved in the CIP?
And also, what does that 455 number represent?
So good evening. I can speak to the original budget. So the project is currently coming in under budget with the existing contract. The original budget was 600,000, and the contract, as you mentioned, was mid 400s. So the project itself has sufficient budget. The question is whether or not to increase the authorized contract amount to allow for this change order. The money, though, is within the project currently.
Yeah. See, and that's why I say we still support it. It's still, they're coming to us. And actually, I don't even think they had to come to us. I think Tim, doesn't he have signature authority over this?
So the city manager has signature authority for up to $50,000. However, it's cumulative. In order to increase the budget for an existing contract, we would be back before city council to have that contract signed. Is that correct?
So it needs to come back. There's no ands, ifs, or buts. It needs, there's a reason, a process reason why this is here.
Yes, that's correct. The assistant, in addition to what the assistant city manager said, because this was approved by the manager doesn't have the signature authority to add to the contingency, it needs to come back to the council.
So how much was the contract price we authorized?
Just making sure I understand. So the contract price or contract amount with the change order, if approved, the total exceeding or not to exceed amount for the project would be $455,601.63.
How much did we approve total? So the budget has 600,000 in it. And then you came with the contract that was under the 600, but our budget still has 600. What was that contract amount we approved? Wasn't that 450?
The original contract amount was $393,811.62, but as well, it included a contingency amount of, I don't recall what the contingency amount was, but it was roughly about another $30,000 in contingency, which we had to expend because of some foundation issues we encountered. When the building demo proceeded, it turned out the footings for the foundation was a little bit more extensive, so we had to have the contractor remove that, and that was beyond what we originally anticipated. So the original contingency amount was used up.
I want to, Councilmember Mendoza, I'm sorry to cut you off, Alan. I just want to correct in the staff report, the original contract amount of May 9th, just to answer your question, was $378,600. The new contract amount with the 15,000 increase would be $393,811.62. So I just wanted to make sure we answer your question.
But wasn't it 450 that we approved originally with contingency and everything? Wasn't it in the 400s?
Councilmember Mendoza, it looks like it was. The contingency to that 378 was 15% for 56,790 for a total not to exceed amount of 435,390.
So we're really not here for, like, Tim could have taken some of this. So we're really not authorizing 15,000 because he has, sorry, I don't have a calculator. So what we're really authorizing above and beyond what is it, like $4,000 or something? 5,000?
City Attorney was correct. The current total not to exceed amount is $435,390. That was based on the original contract amount of $378,600 plus a 50% contingency of $56,790. So what we're asking for right now, like I mentioned, we did go through that contingency, unfortunately, because of the foundation issues. We are asking at this point for council to approve the additional $15,211.63 plus a $5,000 contingency increase.
So Councilmember Mendoza, to specifically answer your question, we're before you this evening because there's an additional $20,000 approximately, rough numbers, from what was approved by the city council back in May of this year.
Yeah. I just think the budget's 600, so we're still coming in under budget with this amount, and I don't see a problem with it. I mean, I think the wall should have been built like we asked for it to begin with, and we wouldn't even be here. So it's just another case where things get switched up when we ask for them, and so I support funding the wall because we still have the budget. It's not a budget problem. And now we're still going to be able to take money out of the budget, like what? I mean, over $100,000 that we can use somewhere else. Because we had $600,000 in the budget for this.
So I appreciate my colleagues for everything, and it's not, as I said, anything personal. I just didn't find the evidence, and I just don't find evidence that this is going to bring any sound. I guess I hear everybody's perspective, and I always appreciate you all weighing in. I did have a question. When we talk about the dip, we're not just talking about the dip at where the resident who brought it, it's the dip across all the way to make it is consistent across, not just at that one location, right? Because there's dips going across the whole wall.
This one goes like this.
Yeah, I drove by there the other day, and it goes down and then back up. But there's also other dips along that wall. And so I guess one of the things that Councilmember Orlemans brought back up, if you go back, is like, well, what happens when someone comes for the next dip or the next dip? Do we approve the next, like each dip, or where do we go from here? Or what if someone says, I think that the color needs to change? Or, I mean, I'm just, that's one of my concerns. So, again, appreciate and hear everyone's suggestions and comments. I'm still open for discussion, but I would vote to not support an increase and stay with our $439K, which is what we approved. So that would be where I'm heading for a motion.
And I'm sorry. Vice Mayor? Oh, okay. During agenda review, and the only reason I'm bringing this up is 100% full disclosure. I want everybody to have all the information before we would vote on this item. With the contractor that's currently building the wall, the caps aren't put on that wall yet. If they fill in to that current post, fill in the red line that's designed, it's going to be $15,000 for them to do that now. If they pack up and go home, the contractor completes his job and finishes and goes home, it could be more than double that for him to come back and fill that in later. I just want everybody to understand. I disagree with putting it on, but I want everybody to have all the information before they vote. It's only fair that we understand that that could be, instead of a $15,000 fill in a wall, it would end up being $30,000 should we do this a year from now.
And I wasn't at the, just to be abundantly clear, I wasn't in agenda review with Tony, so there's no collusion here. We did our own separate agenda review for the first time in a year.
So thank you for that disclosure. I want to mention that any other dips that are along that wall are further away from the homes to the freeway, which is why, so from the beginning, there haven't been the issues that along the other side of that neighborhood that there have been in this one particular area. And that's why this is still a concern, is it felt like they've been fighting for this for 5 years, and they finally got what they really have been working very hard for, and then they got a dip that gives them a little bit less than what they had hoped for. You know what I mean? It for me, again, it's not anything about aesthetics. It's not going to look as pretty because right now it's got those scalloped edges. It's going to have just a straight across line, which potentially fills in that wall a little bit more. And I have spoken to several engineers as well who've said that, yes, despite what you're hearing, this will make a difference.
And it's what we voted for. So
And we're still under budget.
Yeah. So I'd like to make a motion that we approve the contract with the contingency to get exactly what we voted for originally.
Councilmember Mendoza, currently there is already a motion on the floor.
Oh, I didn't hear that, sorry.
That Councilmember Pierson had made. Yes.
Sorry, I didn't hear you say it.
That's okay.
Oh, I didn't catch that, sorry.
This is something that's been more frustrating to me than it should be, I think. $15,000 is a lot of money to square off a wall. When we are looking for several different things in the rest of the community. However, originally, this does come under the original budget that was proposed. And if it had not been cumulative, it would have been under the signature authority of the city manager. So that's where I'm torn. I understand that the original doesn't really do a whole lot according to the sound study anyway. Spending another $15,211.63 on something that isn't going to make an impact, whether or not it might appear to make an impact, it doesn't actually. Yes, it will be less aesthetically pleasing if we do that. But is it actually going to accomplish anything? That's the thing that really has been the sticking point for me on this item. If it clearly was shown that it would reduce the sound in the studies, then that would have been a no-brainer for me. But on this item, I am struggling to throw another $15,000 at something that there's no showing that it could make a difference. So
if there's no, I don't want to cut any council member off. They want to talk more. My motion would be that I do not support a change order or an increased amount. So that would be my motion. I would vote no on F10.
Can we word that so that there's a
You wanna
more
make it more
clear
clear?
yes,
So
no?
Yeah, I'm
just to
sorry.
clarify, if what I'm hearing is correct, that you would like to you'd make a motion not to move forward with a change order as described in the staff report.
Yes, and yes, absolutely. Thank you.
And I don't know what my vote would be if I'm trying to support the wall. What, sorry, I'm tired at this point. I'm voting opposite what Councilmember Pierson is looking for.
Then I would think you'd vote no on this
Okay,
motion
thank you.
because I think you would want to support it. And so if the motion doesn't pass, the next motion presumably would be one to adopt the adopt
Right,
the matter
yeah,
as
I got it.
read in
Thank you.
title order.
I'll second Councilmember Pearson's motion.
Okay, we have a first and a second. Amy?
Okay. And then before the vote is taken, Councilmember Mendoza, you still by yourself. Thank you.
Okay, Margaret, you gotta get a roll call vote, please.
Councilmember Meyer,
No.
Councilmember Mendoza,
No.
Councilmember Orlemans,
Yes.
Councilmember Pierson,
Yes.
Mayor Bryant,
Yes.
motion carries 3-2.
Moving into item G1, the independent auditor's report. It's related to the independent auditor's report of this year's financial report, and Carrie Breen will present. Carrie.
Good evening, Honorable Mayor, members of the City Council. Tonight, we're presenting you with our fiscal year 2022-23 annual comprehensive financial report, along with the results of the city's annual financial audit. Shortly, I will turn the presentation over to Amy Meyer with Mason Associates to present the audit results. But first, I will provide you with a brief overview of the prior year's financial results. So for the fiscal year ended June 30, 2023, the city's general fund reported positive financial results, with revenues exceeding expenditures and reserve requirements by about $970,000. General fund revenues exceeded projections as consumer spending performed better than expected. Property values remained near record levels, and investment earnings were boosted by higher interest rates. While we did see a decline in development activity, this was partially mitigated by an increase in permit fees approved by the City Council during the year. On the expenditure side, savings from personnel vacancies were largely responsible for costs coming in lower than projected. The year-end surplus of $970,000 was transferred to the Budget Stabilization Fund pursuant to City Council policy, where 1/2 of that amount was used to pay down unfunded pension obligations. At the end of the year, the Budget Stabilization Fund had approximately $15.3 million and currently has about $13.3 million after $2 million of pension paydown payments made this fiscal year to date. This fund will continue to provide a source for the payment of future pension and retiree medical cost increases, which are coming over the next several years. So at the year end, the unassigned reserve in the general fund was $22.1 million, equal to 30% of annual budgeted operating expenses. I would also like to note that the Finance Department prepares an annual financial snapshot, which summarizes our financial results and position in a more user-friendly format. The snapshot is linked in the agenda item and is also available on our website. And while the focus of this agenda item tonight is the financial results of the prior fiscal year, staff will be providing a more current financial information at the mid-year update in January. Tonight, we are also pleased to present you with the annual financial awards received by the city over the past 12 months. These include the Excellence in Capital Budgeting for the 22-23 Capital Improvement Program and Excellence in Operating Budget for the 22-23, 23-24 operating budget, both received from the California Society of Municipal Finance Officers, as well as the Excellence in Financial Reporting for last year's financial report and the Distinguished Budget Presentation for the operating budget, both received from the Government Finance Officers Association. In concluding this portion of the presentation, I would like to thank the council for their continued support, as well as the finance staff who prepared the annual report and who focus on safeguarding the city's financial resources every day. At this point, I'll turn the presentation over to Amy Meyer from Mason Associates, the partner in charge of the audit, to present the independent audit results.
Thank you. Good evening, Mayor and council members. I have a very short PowerPoint presentation. If you'd like, I will try to share my screen. See if it will work. There we go. Okay. Oh. Okay, operator error. There we go. There we go. All right. So good evening. And we've, as the finance director mentioned, we've got 3 reports to present in your packet tonight, including the annual comprehensive financial report, the memorandum on internal control, and required communications documents. So an audit is an independent verification that the city's financial statements are materially correct or fairly present the financial position of the city's funds. So we opine on the city as a whole, the city's the basic financial statements as a whole, which includes the entity-wide statements on pages 34 and 35 of the ACFR, as we call it, the Annual Comprehensive Financial Report, which is also pages 402 and 403 of your agenda packet that show all of the city's assets and liabilities in one statement, combined into governmental activities and business type activities. Governmental being all your governmental funds, including the general fund, and business type activities being your enterprise funds, like your water and wastewater. And we also opine on the city's major funds individually, including excuse me, Allison, I can't talk. You've had a long night. I have two. I'm sorry. We opine on the major funds individually and non-major funds. Major funds are those that mathematically qualify to be reported as a distinct fund in the financial statements up at the front part of the report, or the general fund. The general fund always is considered a major fund, and then the others mathematically qualify, like all of your enterprise funds qualify to be major funds, and then one other governmental fund in addition to the general fund. So our audit was conducted in accordance with auditing standards generally accepted in the United States of America, as well as government auditing standards. So we audit the city as a whole, which is, again, the results are included in the Annual Comprehensive Financial Report. And in that report, it's comprised of three sections. You have the introductory section on the front end, which includes the transmittal letter and some other information, and the statistical section on the back end. And then the middle is the basic financial statements. And that's the part of the report that we opine on, or we report on. We do not opine on the introductory or statistical sections, but we do read through them to make sure they don't contain any anything that deviates from our audit results or contradicts our audit results. The city is also subject to a federal award program audit, sometimes called the single audit. It's an audit of federal award programs. When you expend more than $750,000 in 1 year, it triggers the need for that audit. You do require that audit this year for the ARPA program. And the reason I called it a federal award program audit is because there are some different rules when it comes to the ARPA money. When it's the only reason you need that federal award program audit, you have an option to do a program specific audit, which the city is elected to do, which we will audit the ARPA expenditures for fiscal 23. And so that has a different due date of March 31st of 24. So that audit will be completed in the first quarter of next calendar year. So all of the references I have here in the report talk about the actual page number in the report when you see the separate report, and then the agenda packet page numbers as well are in parentheses to help you navigate things through the report. So included is the city received an unmodified or clean opinion, which can be found on page 17 or 385, and that's the highest level of assurance that we can provide. Also included in the report, so as Finance Director Breen mentioned, the city does prepare the entire report. So the only part of the report that's from us is our audit opinion, our audit opinions that are in the report. But one document that you should focus on, if you, as I always say, we love you to read the entire report. But if you're going to read only one thing in the report, go to the management's discussion and analysis. That's also prepared by finance staff, and discusses significant activity for the fiscal year compared to the prior year. So it's that snapshot that gives you all the summary of what happened for the year. And that can be found on page 20. So there are only a few major events, that happened in addition to what the finance director mentioned. You received you expended, $6.9 million of the ARPA funding. So that's what we'll be subjecting to the federal award audit. And then the pension liabilities. If you remember last year, when we discussed, when I gave the presentation last year, the pension results were positive because the numbers that are in the financial statements at June 30, 23 are based on a measurement date 1 year prior. So the liability is based on CalPERS results 1 year prior. So last year's was based on 21 investment results, which were positive. So the liability had gone down, had declined $30 million in the prior year, the liability. This year is based on June 30, 22. The investment results were not as positive nor favorable, so that changed the asset offset. And so plus there was a change in assumptions in calculating the liability because CalPERS reduced the discount rate for calculating the pension liability. And so that increased your net pension liability by $47 million. So there's a huge huge swing from year to year that's just based on that, primarily, I shouldn't say just, primarily based on that change in the investment returns. So we hope that there won't be a significant, that'll keep going back the other way, a positive manner, but there's no way to tell until the next year's results come out. And then the OPEB liabilities, same, smaller magnitude, but same issue, where because of a change in the value of the assets of $1.8 million and then other assumptions, the OPEB liabilities increased to $7.8 million. So also included in your packet is the memorandum on internal control on page 548 of the packet. And because part of the audit, we test the internal controls of the city to verify the day-to-day practices are in line with approved policies and recorded in accordance with generally accepted accounting principles. So it means on a sample basis, we trace transactions to source documents for areas including revenue disbursements, payroll, capital assets, and long-term debt. And we also test the balances on the year-end balance sheets and statements of net position. So from that report, if there are matters to report, they would be included in our memorandum on internal control. And in one of three categories: material weaknesses, significant deficiencies, or other matters. We are happy to report for you that we had no material weaknesses to report, and we had no other comments to include in the report, which is actually pretty rare. We auditors, we love to find things, and we try as we might, we didn't have any comments to include in our report, which is a good reflection on your finance department. The only items that you will see in the report are what we call other informational items, which are just upcoming governmental accounting standards board pronouncements that may affect the financial statements in the future. And also included in the packet is the required communications document, and that's in page 558 of your packet. And includes areas such as, were there any changes in accounting policies? There were no changes in accounting policies that the city adopted in fiscal 23. There were 4 new GASB pronouncements that became effective, but they didn't affect the city's financial statements in 23. There may be some impact in future years as transactions happen that are subject to those statements. We encountered no unusual transactions. The title is controversial or emerging areas, again, related to the financial statements. We had no unusual transactions. The report also includes significant accounting estimates because, as I've mentioned in prior years, these financial statements are at that frozen point in time. It's all of the revenues and expenditures up through the fiscal year, and then the balance sheet balances at that frozen point at June 30. And so some of the amounts that are included in the financial statements are estimates because the actual activity could vary greatly subsequent to year end. And so that's what we're required to include, a listing of the significant estimates that are included in the financial statements. Obviously, your largest ones are your pension and OPEB liabilities and the related deferred inflows and outflows. There are a lot of assumptions that go into those balances. And so those can change, just like as you saw from the change in assumptions and investments and things that can change significantly. Then the fair value of the city's investments. So the city's investment portfolio, the investments in the financial statements are reported at the fair value at June 30. So of course, if things change in the market after that, the actual results could or actual fair value after that date could change. Depreciation on capital assets is also an estimate, the estimating of the useful lives of assets, and then compensated absences. And so then during the audit, we encountered no difficulties or disagreements with management. And I put on bold there, no adjustments. We had no audit adjustments during this year's audit, which again is rare in our experience. And we have no uncorrected misstatements to report, because as we go along the audit, if we find any little differences as we're doing our audit work, we're required to accumulate those to make sure that they don't become significant or a material amount. And we have none to report to you. They were deemed trivial if there was any difference that we found. And so with that, I am available for any questions you may have. Oh, wait, I forgot one. Sorry. We also had the GAN limit agreed upon procedures report, which is just the annual recalculation of the GAN limit or the appropriations limit that you adopt each year. And there were no errors in that work either. With that, I'm available for any questions you may have.
Thank you, Amy. Do we have any clarifying questions of staff or Amy at this time?
I just want to say thank you, Amy, for your report and how alert you are at this time of night. You are completely speaking a foreign language to me right now, and there is only one council member who can really appreciate you, and her hand is raised.
Good. I appreciate
Councilmember
it.
Mendoza.
I'm recovering from surgery, and I still love this. Not feeling that great. So thank you for everything. I know that all that goes into this, so I really, really appreciate it. I thank our staff because your job is easier when they do a good job, and they do a really good job. So a lot of what you present, a lot of your work, I think they make it easy for you. So thank you to all of you. I do have a question. I'm not sure if it's a question. I don't think it's a question for you. I think it's for Carrie. So I'll hold off on that question, but thanks for everything.
Thank you.
Thank you. At this time, we'll open public comments.
At this time, the public present in the chambers and on Zoom are permitted to address the City Council on item G1. If you're participating via Zoom, please raise your hand to speak under public comment. If you're in person, please file a speaker card. We'll take public comment from those participating in the chambers first, then those participating via Zoom. Your microphone will be muted if you speak on items that do not pertain to this agenda item or after the timer has expired. And we received no written public comments on this item. I have no speaker cards on this item, and I see no hands raised.
Thank you. At this time, we'll close public comment, move into council discussion. Councilman Orlemans.
I want to thank Kerry and his staff. It was a pleasure reading the report and seeing all of the awards that you guys have received and the way you post them up in your walls, showing how proud you are of them. You should be. We appreciate all the hard work that you guys do day to day and make Amy's job so easy when she has to do those audits. So thank you very much for all your hard work.
Councilmember Mendoza.
Yeah, I mean, you guys do a great job in our finance team. I wish all finance teams were as good as you guys. But I do have a question. When it comes to the your long-term model with the unfavorable pension obligation, it looks like it shifted. How does that change our long-term model? Like, I know you're like, we'll be fine by this year, like, we'll be caught up. Like, how does that change what we see 5 years, 10 years, 15 years? Like, what are we looking like?
Yeah, that's a good question. So I've known that this was coming for a year now. As Amy mentioned, what gets published here is a year old. And so we already know where PERS finished 2023 at. So like we already have another year on top of what was presented here. So I always build that into the models. So it's not good. So as you would expect, right? If we take that kind of a hit on the pension liability, it's amortized over 20 years. They ramp it up over, you get a few years of grace period because they're so far behind, and then they ramp it up over 5 years. So that by about year 7 or so, you're paying 100%, or you're paying a full payment every year on that amount they lost. So if they lost $20 million, they will take that and they will divide it over 20 years and they don't start you at $1 million a year. They would wait a few years and then ramp you up, go 200, 400, 600, 800, $1 million, and then you pay $1 million for the next 20 years with interest. So my numbers there are I'm giving you are low. So in this case, you could kind of do that rough math and say, all right, if we lost, in excess of, CalPERS lost in excess of, over 30 million or 40 million, and you divide that by 20 years, you can easily get $2 to $3 million a year, which is what, in fact, we're going to be faced with. So that's all coming, but it is built into the models, and it will be in all the long-term projections that I share with you in the coming months.
And if I can just jump in just from an audit perspective as well, because the one thing that's unusual also is the way the accounting rules work. As Carrie mentioned, you knew that this was coming. And one thing with the rules, when CalPERS changed the discount rate, they actually changed it they changed it in November of 21, which was after the information that's used for these numbers that we're using here. But because it's a known event, it's incorporated into these financials, so it's known, everyone knew it was there, so it got incorporated to the June 30, 22 measurement date, which is reflected in the 23 financials. So hopefully there aren't any significant assumption changes, because that little change in the discount rate has this huge impact on the liability. And so looking at that forward from what we understand, fingers crossed, there aren't any changes in assumptions in 24. So you hope that now you can project. Yeah, exactly. Fingers crossed, definitely. Yeah. Yes.
And then just so the public understands, we were in the black by 900, was it 900,000 you said?
Yeah, about 970.
Yeah. So we were in the black. So I know people wonder, like, are we in the red or in the black? We weren't in the black as much as we used to be because we got off that developer crack that we were kind of addicted to. But And what we do with that money, so people understand, it's not like we just put it there. Like our city, and this is before us, has been very proactive of paying down debt when we're in the black, right?
Yes, half of that amount. There's a council policy that directs staff to take half of any surplus in a year and turn that into a prepayment or a pay down of unfunded obligations.
Yes. So that's for the public's benefit. It's not like the city is falling apart at the seams. But you know, we're just very cautious about our money, and I'm happy that we could pay down some of that pension obligation by almost like $500,000. So that's awesome. Thank you.
Thank you. I also want to thank you, Carrie. I know it's getting late and I'm a little slow on the uptake here, but thank you for your entire office. They do a great job. And thank you, Amy. It's good to see you again. And I love the fact that you guys look under every leaf and rock and twig.
We try.
And the fact that our finance department does such an outstanding job makes it easier for all of us to sleep at night. So thank you very much for what you do. So at this time, do I have a motion? Councilmember Mendoza.
Yeah, I'll be happy to make a motion. I love these motions. It's a good one. As detailed in the staff report, I move to receive the independent auditor's report and annual comprehensive financial report for the fiscal year 2022-23, as well as a report on the financial awards received by the city.
I'll second.
We have a first and a second. Margaret?
Before she begins, Councilmember Mendoza.
No one in my room.
Thank
Just
you.
me alone.
Vice Mayor Meyer,
Yes.
Councilmember Mendoza,
Yes.
Councilmember Orlemans.
Yes.
Councilmember Pierson,
Yes.
Mayor Bryant.
Yes.
Motion carries unanimous.
Thank you. Thank you, Amy.
Thank you. Thank you, everyone. And thank you, Carrie and his team. It was a good year. We appreciate their help. Thank you.
Thank you. This time we'll move into item G2. Our next item is related to selection of Planning Commission applicants to interview, and Alexis Morris will present.
Thank you. Good evening again. This item is related to two Planning Commission terms that will be up on December 31st of this year. The City Council is scheduled to conduct interviews of potential candidates next Monday at 7 p.m. So tonight we're here to bring forward the council member policies related to those interviews and how they should be conducted. And if council wishes to make adjustments to those procedures, tonight would be the night so we can be prepared for next Monday's meeting. If the council wishes to continue with these procedures and make no adjustments, they call for the council members to each choose up to 5 candidates. Up to, doesn't necessarily need to be 5, but up to 5 candidates, and any candidates that have 2 council votes would be moved forward for the interviews next week. And in the staff report, it lists the 9 potential candidates and provides you with all of their information. If the council wants to proceed tonight to nominate their candidates, I'm prepared to take those down. Or again, if council considers a different procedure, we're here tonight to discuss that. So that concludes my report, and I'd be happy to answer any questions that you have.
Thank you. Are there any clarifying questions of staff at this time? Councilmember Mendoza.
Alexis, who on staff brought up the change to the process?
What change? I'm not sure.
The process we have now is very different than what we've done in the last few years. Who brought up the change?
I'm not aware of any change. This was the procedures that council adopted in 2021.
No, we've never, ever presented our candidates in a meeting. We've done it the same the last few years, and it's Margaret emails us all the list. We email her our suggestions. We've never done this in a live meeting. Who suggested that we do this? I'm going back to, we keep changing processes, and if someone wanted to change the process, I'm not sure why it's coming up now and why that didn't come up in a separate meeting. It feels like we're putting 2 different things together.
So Alexis, I could add to this.
Sure.
So the policy is silent on who or how the city council selects who to interview. And there was questions last year about how that was done. As a result, this is a process that provides transparency to residents and to the applicants to know how this process went through. However, if the city council wanted to go through a different process, or a process, when I say different process, the process that you went through in the past, we'd have to look to legal to see if they would allow that. There is time that we could do that and inform applicants prior to the meeting on the 18th.
Well, if we're going to talk about transparency, I'd like to be transparent and know why we're changing. The last few years, Margaret emails us, we respond, and I want to know why this is changing. Why, and I'm not saying we don't change the process, but that should have been a totally different agenda item. So who's doing this? Because this is now the second meeting in a row where something is changing, and I don't understand why.
So this was brought forward.
It's very frustrating.
So thank you, Councilmember Mendoza, for your comments. So this was brought forward by the city manager's office. And as a result of last year, of there being questions about this portion of how it was being processed, and currently there is no written policy by the city council on how this is to occur. And so this evening, go ahead.
I don't remember any questions when we emailed in our, I'm going to be honest. I mean, and I don't know if this is discussion. I feel very uncomfortable with this first one, with this doing it live. I think that we all have unconscious bias. I think if I tell you who I'm going to, my 5, then you know who I'm going to maybe vote for. And I don't want to know who's Susanna's favorites or Patanicia's favorites or Tony's favorites or Joel's favorites. I don't want to know. I want to go into a meeting blind. I don't want to know who anyone has chosen. I want everyone to get a fair shot. And I don't think this does that.
Just to clarify
Because we
one,
all have unconscious bias.
and just to clarify, one point, any of the information you provide to the city clerk is public. And so if someone did want to make a request to see who you would like to, who you'd like to interview, that would be public information. I'm not aware of any exception.
Yes, and I said, I don't want to know who anyone chose. I
Sure.
didn't say anybody else. I said, I don't want to know.
I just wanted to clarify that was a process in case there's any confusion on that.
Can I ask a question?
And next time something like this comes up, I would hope that the city manager's office would actually make it an agenda item for a process adjustment versus just bringing it on us on a Thursday before we're supposed to do the selection.
So I would like to ask if we can, because I agree, I prefer the process that we used before for the same reasons, but I would like to ask if we could continue this item or table it and just handle it by email. I want to know what the process would be to just tomorrow send those emails out.
If I could weigh in, so this item tonight does not dictate a process. It does not say we have to choose, you have to make your nominations tonight at all. The process itself is silent on how that takes place. So if the council wants to email those, there's no need necessarily to table this item. That would just be the direction that council, if they vote to do that, that they would do. We would just want a timeline of when that could happen because the interviews are scheduled to take place next Monday. So if the council wants to continue to email the up to 5 and we tabulate who those, who gets the 2 votes behind the scenes, again, that would eventually be public. If that's council's direction, we can do that. There's nothing in this item that says you have to do it one way or the other tonight.
Thank you.
Okay, are there any further clarifying questions of staff at this time? Okay, seeing none. Damien?
And just to clarify from my office's point of view, I'm viewing much of this as a procedural matter, similar to when you're asked questions about a meeting scheduling, but some could view it as something more substantive. And so that is something the council could consider as they're debating what, or thinking about what process they would like to do here. But I know we've done this in the past, and I think the view has always been that it was more of a procedural step. But again, others might view it in a different light.
Thank you. There are no further clarifying questions of staff. Margaret, I'll open public comment at this time.
At this time, the public present in the chambers and on Zoom are permitted to address the council on this agenda item. If you're participating via Zoom, please raise your hand. To speak under public comment, if you're in person, please file a speaker card. We'll take public comment from those participating in the chambers first, then those participating via Zoom. Your microphone will be muted. If you speak on items that do not pertain to this agenda item or after the timer has expired and we received no written public comments on this item, I have no speaker cards in the chambers and I have 2 hands raised. I'll call on Cinziana. Cinziana, go ahead.
Hi, good evening. This is just a terrible change that I've seen in this process. I was personally involved in it. I don't know what gives a city manager the authority to change this process. He's not even here to respond to that question, and I only have 1 minute to actually talk about a procedural change that, again, it changes the balance of power in our city government. And shame on you, city council, whomever agrees with this change. 1, 2, 3 that I see, they have no objection to it. Shame on all 3 of you. So have a good night and thank you for my 1 minute, like in Sacramento, that Joel.
The speaker's timer had expired. I'll call on Carolina.
Good evening. I think it's important, what we're witnessing here is you have a process in place. Everybody agreed to what the process was, and then somebody changes the process, except the person who changes the process doesn't tell the city council until it's live during a meeting. That is not the correct way to change a process. That's not the way it's ever been done for any process that you guys have used. So I think it's very important that, again, you hold city staff to a higher level of producing these agenda packets and looking them over very carefully, because so far we only have 2 city council members that are making substantive questions on things that actually matter and that don't hurt residents or hurt the reputation of the city. Thank you.
I have no additional hands raised and no speaker cards.
Thank you. At this time, then, we will close public comments, move into council discussion.
Okay, so I want to make clear, I want people to watch back the video of how Alexis started off. And I want people to look at the staff report. And I appreciate what Councilmember Mendoza just said. Sometimes if you see us not say anything initially, it's not because we disagree or agree with what someone says. It's because the first portion of our process here is to, 1, ask clarifying questions. Some of us may not have a clarifying question to ask, but it doesn't mean we don't have anything to offer in discussion. First and foremost, I agree with Councilmember Mendoza that I also don't want to know who picked whom. If someone wants to pull a public record, they have that right to do it, but I would like to come in as a blank slate. That being said, I don't see that Alexis nor in this report, a process has been changed. I see here that there's an ask, and I want to rewind back to what happened last year. Last year, Council, I did it back to you, haha, sorry. Councilmember Mendoza is correct. Last year, what we did last year was that we were emailed and we did email our selections. That did happen. If anybody can recall, what came up during that planning committee when we were going to select, we had some public comment from specific people that said we were not transparent, and how do they really know, and I remember this to the T, how do they know who we actually chose or we didn't choose? And so I think based on those comments, all I hear, because sometimes we get lost in translation based on hearing one thing. Councilmember Mendoza asked who changed the process. That doesn't confirm that there has been a change in process. And I don't see there being that the process has changed. There was an ask presented to us as council, And Alexis actually said, you can tonight, or you can do it, you can give me if you're prepared. If we don't want to, we don't have to give her any names tonight. We can email them to them. So I think we kind of sometimes go down the rabbit hole of what happened. No, it's just been an ask. And as council members, we can say, we don't agree with the recommendations, which I don't agree. I'm with Councilmember Mendoza. There was a recommendation. If you look at the packet here, we recommend you give it to us tonight. And I'm assuming based on the comments tonight that the recommendations came from the office because of the comments from last year. That we weren't being transparent, that we were trying to skim and send things backdoor, and maybe we all didn't send the names, and maybe Margaret added names to the list. Not saying that you did, because you didn't. But what I'm hearing is, right now, what do we want our process to be? And if we actually want to from now on, because I want to be proactive, if we want to from now on do it via email, which that would be my preferred method, let's make a process that tonight we say, well, we don't want to give you names tonight. We would prefer to email them to Margaret. And hey, by the way, I know back in February, we voted on a process, because if you look at the process, it does not say, it says council will submit 5, but it doesn't say how. But from now on, we like to do it via email. We do not want to do it on a dais. We have all the power as council members to say that. And I think that would be a more proactive conversation than seeing as somebody tried to change the process, because I don't hear that a process was, we don't have a process. We have an ask of, do we want to do it this way? So I would prefer to just to go deeper in discussion, not name who we're selecting. And I would prefer to email, because I don't want to sit here when we come on the 18th and be like, Susanna already nominated their 5, and then Tony. So if my person comes up and it wasn't Susanna or Harvita's, I already know they ain't gonna vote for him, right? So I'd like to remain like open and unbiased in that kind of manner and not feel the pressure of knowing. So that's my little 2 cents.
Vice Mayor. Okay, Councilmember Mendoza.
I will say that the reason I think that was a change of process, because I don't have meetings with Tim. I read the agenda packet, and the agenda packet is what I follow. And when it says, after reviewing the process for any possible changes, the mayor and the city council will each choose up to 5 candidates to be interviewed, and each applicant that is selected, blah, 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 and, at least 2 mayor council members. So to me, that says that you want it today, right? So that's where I'm coming from. So maybe I'm misunderstanding, but that's what it sounded like to me. And again, I don't meet with Tim, but yeah, I mean, I would be happy. And then the other thing is, it's interesting. Do you remember when you first started, I said something like, we weren't super clear. And then I'm like, oh no, we got to be clear in our ask and all of our things. And it's true. I mean, we shouldn't have to be that clear, but I mean, we've talked about this email process during our session. So to me, it's a given that that's what the process is, because we've talked about it so much and we went through so much to get there. But I mean, yeah, we got to put it in there so that it's very, very clear. But I would like to email my selection to Margaret instead of saying it out loud. And I don't mind, I don't know how you guys want to go about this. Like, I don't want it in the agenda packet who chose what. I don't want to know what my fellow council members chose until after we're done with the process. Again, I don't want to know who chose who. So the public, if they want to know, that's fine. And maybe if they want to know, they can we can put it in the minutes after our interviews. Would that work for everyone? I'm okay with everyone knowing who I choose to interview. But if it's because Damien feels that we need to be transparent to the public, I don't mind it being in the minutes after we choose who we on Monday night. How does everyone else feel about that?
It's fine with me. I'd like to make another clarification if you're done.
Yeah.
I want to make sure that when people come in to do the interviews that there's been talk about how to handle the questions. I don't want all of the applicants to be hearing everyone else's answers. And I think we really have to work on a way to make that happen. We've done it in the past, but something Tim said led me to believe that he thought we would just have everybody in chambers. And I'm not okay with that. I mean, if the first person happens to be very knowledgeable, the last person answering has that, a leg up that they wouldn't normally have. So I think we have to be careful about that. We have to figure out how that's going to work. And honestly, I don't recall if that's in the process right now, but I want to make sure it is.
So Vice Mayor Meyer, that's a good suggestion. It is a public meeting, so I don't think that you can restrict anyone from participating in that meeting. Since they are in an interview process, you could ask them, and we can have a process set up where they sit in the closed session room. And but I don't believe that there's anything that you could physically ensure that no one could participate in the meeting, since it is a public meeting. It's a little bit different when you have an ad hoc where two council members are meeting in a non-publicly agendized meeting where they're able to interview someone not in public. But since this is a public meeting, we can just make the request, but I don't think there's anything that requires them not to be here.
So how did we make that work last time?
So last time, were we in person, Alexis, or were we on Zoom?
Yeah, so we requested that they, we requested that they go to the closed session room, and then once they were done with their interview, they could remain in the audience. Again, we can't necessarily require them to do that. I would think if we requested folks and explained the reason why they should stay in the back and they refused to do that and they sat in the audience, I would think that might weigh in on the interview
100%.
process.
Yeah. Yeah. So as far as I'm concerned, that should stay the same, because that would very definitely weigh into my decision.
That's absolutely our intent. That's what we've
Okay.
been discussing at staff level. I'm not sure what your conversation was with Tim, but that's absolutely our intent, is
Right.
to request that they go into the closed session.
Okay.
Can
I think-
piggyback on your question, Susanna, on that?
Yeah,
real quick?
let me finish one more thing, though.
Okay.
I think once they're in there with each other, there would be a matter of, well, I'm not going to look, so you shouldn't look, kind of thing, like on your phone. I would think, like if I were in there with a bunch of other people and we were all waiting for our interview questions, we wouldn't either, we would all be on our phones watching the meeting, or we would not be on our phones. So it's almost like a shaming kind of thing. I think it would lead people to be a little bit more inclined to not take part in the meeting that way.
Yeah, so I 100% agree that we would explain what our request is that they go in the chamber and they not watch the meeting until they are out. They're asked to come out here and answer questions, and then they can remain. Whether or not we're going to take someone's phone out of their hand, probably not. But again, we can make the request that they sit back there and wait their turn and not, we won't have the meeting streaming, and request that they don't look at it in any device that they bring with them.
And that's all we can do.
Yeah. Has anyone requested not to be put back in the chamber? Like how did this come up?
I don't believe anyone has made that request. I was just
Okay.
responding to Councilmember Meyer's question of, can we restrict someone? Answer is no, but we can make the request, make it as part of the process.
Yeah, I was just wondering, like, did someone already apply and say, I'm not going to sit in the back? I would
No,
like
not to
know
my
who that
knowledge. No,
was.
no, not at all.
I think last year, everybody was willing to cooperate when
everybody
the back
complied.
was very well done, so.
Yeah. Do we need a motion for this?
Well,
Sounds like-
Councilman Orleans?
Yeah, I was just going to say, if there's any other changes to the process, this would be the time to make them. If not, I would think we would move forward with whatever we decide to do with how we're going to submit our names, either by email and changing the process to requesting people go back to the sequestered room.
Yes, could I get a motion?
I'd like to make a motion that we submit our planning commission applicants to be interviewed to Margaret. I would request that in this motion via email. Yeah, thank you. And then I would request that, Margaret, is it enough running time to submit all of the applicants by the 15th, or do you need additional time?
We'd want to make sure that we could notify them, if possible, to get them by maybe the 14th.
By the 14th,
Yeah.
okay. So I'm amending that motion. I'd like to make a motion that all of the council members submit their names to Margaret, our city clerk, by December 14th via email. And that we also, for future, that we'd like to make sure the process is clear, that we will, in the future, until some other council changes it, so into perpetuities, submit our candidates via email also want to make sure we instill the process that the candidates will be asked to remain in the back in the, thank you, I'm so out of it. Closed session room, knowing that we can't force any candidate to stay back there.
I have a really quick question regarding that. Is that particular wording going to potentially at some point be challenging if we don't have access to that room? Can we say that they be separate from the public dialogue versus just that room? Because what if it floods or something? Just a
If I,
clarification.
In a room.
I think we got to be careful too, though, because we can do a room and there's sound for our council meetings. There's also, so I think in a room, in a space where there is no access to audio or visual of the council meeting.
if I may, to the maker of the motion, make a suggestion. So I'm hearing that we want to modify potentially number 1B to add that email, the names will be, that's how they will be chosen. They will be emailed to the city clerk by each council member. And then if you look at 2E, in the staff report, it has a process for virtual meetings, and I think we could add a very similar worded policy for in-person meetings so that they would be in a separate room without access to video or audio to the public meeting. So we can add, it's very similar to the language that we had for the virtual for in-person meetings.
Yep, perfect. It's there. Thank you very much.
And I will second if that's complete.
Oh, wait, can I ask a question? I'm sorry.
It's okay.
When it comes to the questions we submit those via email. Can we, and it's not that I don't like y'all, but I don't like seeing everyone's question, right? It's just, can we just say you review them to make sure there's no duplication, but we see the email, we see the questions the same time the interviewees see the questions at the interview. Is that okay? And when do you need those questions by? Like, we should probably put like, what's the kind of lead time you need on those questions?
I would think if we had the questions Monday morning, that would be sufficient time to put them together and do a review before the interviews that evening.
Okay. Well, does that give you enough to review? Like, let's say I asked the same question as Joel asked, or the mayor asked, like, is that enough time for you to go, okay, you both have the same question, you need to adjust your question?
Yeah, I could send them out to other staff. In addition, Alexis and Darren and Tim to take a look at as well.
So can I amend it that we'll get our questions actually to you by 12:15? I think that would, I'm more comfortable with that instead of the morning of.
Sure.
If I could again, 2F, your policy is that questions are submitted no later than 24 hours before the special meeting. So it already specifies no later than 24 hours.
Thank you. And I guess here's the lawyer in me. Is that 24 hours with the weekend or is that a business day?
Well, that may be worth clarifying.
24 hours, yeah.
Yeah, that may be worth clarifying. For example, these interviews are now scheduled for Monday night. They're not always on Monday. So is that Sunday by 7 or Friday? So I would read this as Sunday by 7 p.m.
Okay. 24 hours are, the attorney says, okay.
It would be great if you could get them to us as early as possible so that we could get back to you, especially if there's similar questions. We'd love to be able to follow up with that council member so that you could, and I'm hearing clearly that Councilmember Mendoza is also requesting that you don't know what question came from each council member, that it's, we just review them.
Not a big deal.
Well, that night, we will know what questions come from, because we'll be the ones asking them. But
Correct, but in advance, we would let someone know that their, 2 questions are similar, and would they consider, amending their question.
Okay, and my second stands.
Well, no, I don't actually. Well, mainly because you started the motion really well, and then about 4 people added to it, and it'd be better if you started again. And I think Alexis made some great suggestions with the specific language in there. So
You're really going out with a bang here, huh? You
Trying to.
make sure. Thanks. All right. So let's see, because I got a good rating that I started out good. I got to stay good. Okay. So I'd like to make a motion that we, sorry, I'll go back. I'd like to go ahead and make a motion that all the city council members, that the process be amended, that city council submit their candidates to Margaret via email from here on out by 12/14. I also submit that we continue on with what is stated in Section 2E, that for virtual meetings at the meeting start, the applicants will be in a separate private room, but also in-person meetings, that the council will be in a private room or lobby without access to video or audio of the public meeting and be brought in the public meeting in sequence. I also would like for us to submit our questions to Margaret pursuant to our current policy within 24 hours of the special meeting, and that council will not be given any of those questions until we're right in front of the applicants.
I would second that, but with one clarification, because you said that council would be put in a separate room.
Sorry.
And then you meant applicants.
The applicants,
right.
yes, thank you.
And Margaret?
I do have one question because we use the same process for the interview subcommittee for the Arts and Parks and Recreation Commission as well. And so I just want to confirm that you would want the same process used for those commissions. We've used the same process in the
I
past.
don't know that we can do that. not
Actually, I
agendized.
thought the last time they interviewed for Parks and Rec and Art, it was a subcommittee made up of
It's a
the,
subcommittee, but they use the same process to start
all
the
right,
interview.
understood. Yep.
I would agree to that unless there are only the amount of people, applicants for the open positions.
Okay, great, thank you.
I'm sorry, we are always caught out that we can't go off agenda item. This says selection of the planning commission candidates. Can we actually do this, Mr. City Attorney?
An excellent point. I think there was just a clarification of the process for next time, and so you'll see
Okay,
this the next
thank
time it comes.
Hey, thanks.
Okay, we have a first and a second. Roll call vote, please.
And Councilmember Mendoza?
No
Are you-
one's in the room.
And thank you.
You're welcome.
Vice Mayor Meyer,
Yes.
Councilmember Mendoza,
Yes.
Councilmember Orlemans,
Yes.
Councilmember Pierson,
Yep.
Mayor Bryant.
Yes.
Motion carries unanimous.
Okay, moving into item G3. Our next item is related to appointment of an interim city attorney, and Sakari Bashirs will present. Sakari?
Good evening, Mayor and council members. The item before you this evening is to appoint Katie Wisinski to interim city attorney. We are still undergoing the recruitment process to select a new city attorney. And so if this is approved, Katie will receive a 5% increase and assume interim responsibilities as the interim city attorney. Staff is available to answer any questions.
Any clarifying questions of staff at this time? Okay, seeing none, this time we will open public comments. Margaret?
At this time, the public present in the chambers and on Zoom are permitted to address City Council on this agenda item. If you're participating via Zoom, please raise your hand to speak under public comment. If you're in person, please file a speaker card. We'll take public comments from those participating in the council chambers first, then those participating via Zoom. Your microphone will be muted if you speak on items that do not pertain to this agenda item or after the timer has expired. And we received no written public comments on this item. I have no speaker cards. I do have one hand raised. Cinziana, go ahead.
Good evening again. Thank you for 1 minute to speak on this. I would like to hear a clarification if the 5% increase will be for the remainder of Katie's tenure with City of Brentwood, or is just interim as an interim city attorney. I really hope she would be considerate enough not to interrupt any council or planning commission discussion, just to divert conversations when they don't go to the developer's favor. She's been doing that throughout her career. And I would like to ask you, as our representatives in the selection and interview process of the next city attorney, to keep that in mind and select somebody who really speaks for the residents and favor of residents. Thank you.
I have no additional hands raised.
Thank you. At this time, we'll close public comments, move into council discussion. Is there any discussion on this item? And if
Can we clarify the?
yes,
Yeah.
yes.
Yes, so Katie will receive the 5% while she is performing the interim city attorney responsibilities. When she no longer is performing that, she will no longer receive the 5%.
Thank you. Okay, at this time, do I have a motion on this item?
I'll go ahead and make the motion. As detailed in the staff report, I move to adopt a resolution appointing Katherine Wisinski as interim city attorney.
I'll second.
Okay, we have a first and a second. Damien?
Councilmember Mendoza?
No one in the room.
Roll call vote, please.
Vice Mayor Meyer,
Yes.
Councilmember Mendoza,
Yes.
Councilmember Orlemans,
Yes.
Councilmember Pierson,
Yes.
Mayor Bryant.
Yes.
Motion carries unanimous.
Okay, moving into item G4. Now this, yes, we've been requested to have a 5-minute recess. So at this time, we'll have a 5-minute recess. this time, we will reconvene from our 5-minute recess. Before I move into item G4 and G5, considering the hour, and I will leave it up to the pleasure of the council, would you like to take care of these two items tonight? Or would you like to move them to a future agenda?
I'd like to take
I
care of
would
them
love-
tonight.
Oh.
I'm sorry. I'm sorry.
Oh.
I'm so
like,
sorry.
oh.
Well, let me tell you real quick. Can we move G5 and can we just do G4 only because my concern is these are 2024 assignments. This is our last official meeting, and so we won't have people in certain seats. So, but if you don't feel good, then we can wait. But
I'm like dying here, you guys.
All right.
You have no idea.
I'm going to vote in with Jovita on this one. My eyes are kind of
All
beat
right.
up.
Mine are kind
So
of
if we can
all right,
postpone.
hey.
allergy problems.
Okay, well, I'll make a motion that we move all this stuff to the next meeting.
G4, G5?
Wait, you got green mic over here.
I think I have the green mic. It sounds like the council may wish to consider moving items G4 and G5 from tonight's agenda to your next regular meeting, which will be January 9th.
it's early
If that staff is okay with that. As we normally do when we do continuances, if you can just do a quick check, if there's anyone in the public that wishes to speak on the continuance, that would be appreciated. And then they can talk on the substance at the next meeting. And then if not, if after that, then the council makes a motion, then I think you're all good.
I just want to say G4 is big for me, and I may not be here on January 9th. So I'm going to ask if I'm not here on the 9th that we move it to the meeting after that.
Fair enough.
Thank you.
Or perhaps at a meeting when, for that item, a meeting when the entire council is present, because it does involve the appointment process.
Yes, please.
And so those committees will stay as is until there's changes.
Okay, that sounds good.
Great. At this time, do we have anyone that would like to speak on the continuance of these two items? Okay, seeing none in chambers, Margaret?
There's no hands raised in Zoom. Oh. No. No, there's no hands raised in Zoom.
Okay. Then do I have a motion for the continuance?
I'd like to make a motion to continue items G4 and G5 to the next council meeting where all council members will be present.
I'll second that.
Okay, we have a first and a second. Damien?
No one's in the room.
Okay, thank you. Margaret?
You need a
Roll call
sign,
vote,
like a
please.
little paddle you can hold up.
Vice Mayor Meyer,
Yeah.
Councilmember Mendoza,
Yes.
Councilmember Orlemans,
Yes.
Councilmember Pierson,
Yes.
Mayor Bryant.
Yes.
Motion carries unanimous.
Okay, moving into item H, request for future agenda items. Anyone has a new future agenda item request?
I have one. I'm going to make it really quick. I'd like to bring an agenda item where we review the Brown Act. I felt like last week I was kind of shut up for asking questions of our staff. And the Brown Act states that the legislative body of a local agency shall not prohibit public criticism of the policies, procedures, programs, or services of the agency or the acts of omissions of the legislative body. So I felt like I was criticized for bringing something up last time by our city manager. So I think we need to review the Brown Act and what we are allowed to say and not allowed to say. I also want to talk about the internal investigation. It was omitted from the last agenda item, from our last meeting from the agenda item, and we need to talk about why exactly we can't do it. I've had other council bodies tell me that, yes, we can ask for an internal investigation. We cannot have names, but we can definitely ask for an internal investigation. So I would like to see the legal reasons why our city cannot do that. And then I'll figure out talking to other cities and how they have gotten around it because they're doing it. So those are my two agenda asks for next time.
Thank you. Staff, are those requests clear?
Councilmember Mendoza, for your first request related to the Brown Act, I'm not understanding what would be on the next agenda. Just for city council to discuss a future agenda item?
Yeah, we need an agenda item where we review the Brown Act because the way I interpret the Brown Act is that I was criticizing our process of something being omitted from an agenda, right? So if you're going to move an internal investigation, that should have been, in my opinion, part of the agenda, and that's what I was criticizing. And then I was told I was being disrespectful because I was asking tough questions. And the Brown Act is very clear that, and I consider myself part of the public. And if you need me to go in front of the podium and make those statements, I'll do that. But as a person of the public, as well as an elected person, I want to review the part of the Brown Act that says that the agency or the council cannot criticize anyone for asking those hard questions. And how do we do it? Because I don't want to be silenced on my questions. And then be told that it's, I mean, you weren't saying it was the ethics policy, Joel, but you read it right after that. And I didn't break any ethics policies. So we need to talk about it. Like the Brown Act, what's Brown Act? What's ethics? Like, cause yeah.
Well, I'm going to chime in. I'm not going to be here for that meeting, but that's a very broad topic on what is the Brown Act and discussing the Brown Act. And so
It's only one section. It's section 54954.2, subsection C.
all right. I think we can talk about, I think you can talk about that. And we'll see what direction the council wants to go. I don't know what staff will have prepared for that, other than hearing what the council has to say. I don't think there's going to be, without knowing more details, it may be just hearing what you say and then coming back with a legal opinion memo that explains those sections. So that might be what it is. I don't want there to be an expectation that there will be a lot of legal analysis at the dais, and I think it might.
And even then, there is a district attorney that manages Brown Act, so we could have him maybe come and speak about what's allowable and what's not allowable. I mean, there is a specific district attorney that deals with this, and maybe welcoming him to come and kind of clarify some of this would be helpful.
It's at the pleasure of the council and what the district attorney's office wants to do. I don't think they normally do that, but again, the council can come up with what they want to talk about in this section, this specific section that you raised, and then go from there.
Okay.
Thank you.
That's it. And then, yeah. Does that make more sense, Darren?
Yes, and just to be clear, what will be on the agenda is the subsection that you spoke of, and not a broader discussion related to the Brown Act, just so that we're clear.
Yeah, but it's just a part of the Brown Act.
Got it. Thank you.
Okay, any further new agenda item requests? Okay, seeing none. At this time, we will move into item I.1. This is an item that I have extremely personally very mixed emotions about. It is the recognition of City Attorney Damien Brower upon the occasion of his retirement. And Damien has been with the city as the guardian of our legal protections for many years. And he has weathered some of the most difficult times that the state has experienced and the city has experienced. He has been a source of tremendous information, education. He has shown great commitment, as well as spent many countless and dedicated hours that only he and his wife are aware of here in these offices. Many times when everyone else is at home, asleep, or on vacation, he stood diligently protecting our community and protecting us and looking into the future as well as a person can to see what might be coming down the road as well. So we do have a presentation before well, I guess at the same time we make the presentation, if, Damien, if you would join us out in front. And if council would like to join with me. Just a few words. Just wow, this is hot. This just an opportunity to thank you for everything that you've done. There's no way to have time tonight. We do, I think, want to try to get out of here before midnight and to read your investment of yourself, your heart, your energies, your profession and your professionalism. It would take us far longer than that. For those of you that are not aware, I know everyone here at the city is aware, when you see City Attorney Damien Brower sitting in a suit in his position, he looks like many other attorneys. And if you judged the suit by its cover, you would have no idea that there are unfathomable depths of him as a person and personality. He is a wild man in many, many ways when it comes to his preferences, his studies, his life experience. If you ever have the opportunity to sit down and have a conversation with him, you can't help but walk away amazed at his experiences and stories. And he will probably, if weather permitting, be in a Hawaiian shirt of some kind. He has skill sets that our city council and previous city councils are aware of. He is a master at choosing restaurants that have outstanding cuisine and environment and experiences, and getting us to a place as a community and council that we are relaxed and are able to spend time getting to know each other in a safe environment. And anytime any conversation slightly may have questionably shaded toward an area that we should not be conversing in, he has always been very quick to take the reins of the conversation and either pull it to a halt or divert it into a safe area. Before I make my presentation, I'm going to turn this to our city council members and allow them to speak.
Thank you. One of my biggest disappointments, Damien, is when your mic stopped squeaking. That was such an easy way for us to know we were straying into the beyond where we shouldn't be. So that was a really helpful noise. But beyond that, I do appreciate your kindness. And when I was new to so much, you were very steady and calm, and you were a good guide and mentor. And I really appreciate that, because there was a lot I didn't know about your house, like you call it. And you were very helpful in helping me understand how that all worked. So I wish you the very best. I hope that you get your tiki lounge. If you ever want to come and see mine, my husband's right there, he would say the same thing. You're welcome. One of these days, we're due for that. And aloha.
I couldn't wait to grab this mic because I completely have so much to say to you. But the first thing is I feel robbed. You decided to do this in my first year, and I think that's very unfair. As a fellow attorney, we often get demonized for our job. There's jokes about us. I've even heard people say, you know, lawyer, liar. And I have to say, sir, that you make the profession look amazing. You put so much honor and dignity on our profession. And I want to say for all of us attorneys, thank you. Thank you for what you project for us. I'm so happy to speak because this will forever go in history for me having a moment to tell the world, if they've only known you from sitting on that dais, what I've got to learn in just 1 year. What have I learned? You have a wicked appetite. He loves to snack. This is just what I've learned, and if I'm not telling the truth, you guys can correct me. He's often snacking, but he has great taste in food. He has great pick and selection in giving us opportunities in his office to play with his little toys at his desk so that we're not distracted. But one thing that I learned when he had a loss of a staff member was that this person loves hard, and that he loves his staff and he respects his staff and his fellow colleagues. And I think anyone who has encountered him in these years of him being in this office, even in my 1 year, I've learned that he loves hard, but he does not allow that love to get in the way of his integrity and his commitment and his oaths that he took to the Constitution. So again, all I can say is thank you. Thank you for being the example. I think some people come and say, you know, he's your employee. You're the best damn employee I've ever had. And actually, you've been a teacher. And in my faith, they say iron sharpens iron, and I feel sharpened by you. And so I thank you so much.
As I've always said, nowhere near as eloquent, but I'm going to do the best I can. I have a unique perspective, having worked under you as a police officer and a sergeant of police here at Brentwood, and seeking your advice from that end, and it never failed me once, to now only spending the last year as your supervisor, which felt kind of, felt kind of weird, but still getting that same advice. And you can say it's kind of like fatherly advice when it comes from you, because it comes from your heart. There's no, this is how the law says it has to be done, so just do it, young man. It's, let me educate you, let me teach you. I see that in everything that you do. You are an amazing leader of people. And I know this because one of the people you've been leading for the last several years that's going to take your place in the interim position has been brought up to be able to sit at that seat and feel comfortable at that seat because she had a leader that had confidence in her, that was trying to make her a better person, make her a better city attorney, make her a better lawyer in general. So you are a true leader. And as every police officer that I've ever worked around knows, I couldn't give a bigger compliment than you are a true leader, my friend. We will miss you greatly, and thank you for all your service to the city of Brentwood. Retirement's really cool.
Councilmember Mendoza.
Yes. I don't think people realize how much Damien does for us when he's not sitting in there. And I'm not talking about just having meetings with him or anything like that, but my best talks with you were off the clock, like when you're working in the evenings when I'm off work, because you know I work until 5. And it's funny because I remember just talking to you. I can't remember what door hangers I was putting out, but like I walk and I put door hangers up, and you call me and I put my headphones in, and you're always very honest about your feedback about a meeting. And I appreciate your honesty. I think that, sometimes we don't agree, but I do appreciate you always telling me how you feel, because I think we always need to hear different perspectives. And I think just as a coach, and it's weird because, we are supervisory, but I always felt like you helped coach me, and I appreciate that because I can be a little difficult, as you know. So I appreciate you. I appreciate the calls. I appreciate the critique with the kindness. I think that's it's hard to do, and you do it so well. You're so kind when you're giving the feedback, even like when I don't want to hear it, like I'm like, I can't be mad at Damien, right? Like you're just the best. And I'm sad that I really don't miss meetings. And one of the meetings I'm missing is like your last night. So I'm really sorry about that. Sorry. But maybe now we'll start seeing you around town. I've never seen you around town. So maybe now I'll see you around town a little bit more.
So we have a couple of presentations. The first is a plaque that has the City of Brentwood logo on it, and it says, "Presented to Damien Brower in recognition of your retirement after 18 years of dedicated service as City Attorney for the City of Brentwood from 2005 until 2023. And before we present this next item, I just want to say that you define integrity, and it's greatly appreciated. And I've always felt very confident that you would bring the truth, regardless of whether it is what I wanted to hear or not, and I appreciate that. And as mayor, this is the very first, and as city council, this is the very first opportunity that I've ever had to present you with the key to the city of Brentwood, established in 1948. Not only do you have the key to our hearts, but now you have the key to the city. And so if we call you in desperation, you always have access to the city.
Thank you so much.
Is that the third key to the city? I don't think there's been that many.
Seven altogether.
Oh, 7.
In
Okay.
75 years, 7 have
That's
been.
pretty impressive, Damien.
And it feels like I've been here for most of those in the past 75 years. It's been a long night for everyone, and so I think I'm going to scrap reading every page of this career summary, single-spaced, of what I have done, and really just say thank you. Thank you for your kind words tonight, and for you and your predecessors for allowing me to serve as your city attorney for these last 18 years. It's been an honor to do so. And I have to say, these 18 years have gone by so quickly. I don't want to have my backs to you the whole time, so I'll move a little bit this way. But I think it's gone quickly because the issues have been so interesting. It's never a dull moment. Everything on my desk is a different item. But also, I've been able to work with just such an amazing and dedicated group of colleagues and friends at all levels of this organization. Just all levels of the organization, truly. While our office is independent of the city manager's office, the 5 that I've worked with have always welcomed me into the executive team. And that doesn't always occur in cities, but I've always been welcomed. And I've got to say just how much I've enjoyed working with each one of the past and current members of those teams. And you have the current members here before you, again, late at night, putting the hours in for this city. But truly my success in Brent was only made possible because of the office that I've been able to work with, and the people in that office I've been able to work with. Starting with my former assistant city attorneys, Martin License and Karen Murphy, who started. Current deputy city attorney, Shanna Edwards, and administrative assistant, Kathy Weeder. My current law partner in the office, Katie Wisinski. Our executive assistant, Yvette Toland, who has put up with me for the last 18 years. She predates me in the city, and she's put up with every one of those files I wanted made, and she's done it with a smile most of the time. But finally, April Brown, a member of our office, our administrative secretary, who passed away earlier this year, and someone we're never going to forget, our office. I know my legal advice hasn't always been looked on with enthusiasm by you or your predecessors all the time. Something about conservative or something. I don't know about that, but I do believe that both you and your predecessors have always known that even when you didn't agree with the advice I was giving, it was always given with the goal of protecting this town that I called home and that I call home. And that's really what Brentwood is to me. It's my home. It's the home of my family and I. When I was appointed to be city attorney in 2005, my oldest son was 2 years old and my youngest was 2 weeks old. They're now both in college. And so, like all of your children, I'm so glad they had the opportunity to grow up in this city. I just truly am. And so on behalf of my wife and myself and my sons, thank you. And with that, Mr. Mayor, this might be a good time to call for a motion to adjourn, maybe? But again, thank you so much, every one of you. Thank you. And everyone who's not here, thank you.
Yes, if we could get a photo.
Could I make a request after?
Oh, yes.
We got to do one with somehow get Councilor Mendoza in the picture
Oh,
as well.
no.
Oh yeah, no, you got to be in it.
Oh my God, I look like I got sick.
Thank you.
I gotta look this way, right? Like, oh.
What's your, to the right? There you go.
Gosh, I look awful.
Yes. No, you're perfect. Ready? 1, 2, 3. 1, 2, 3.
Oh my God, that's the weirdest.
Much better. Much better. Okay, here we go. All right. Now we can definitely see it. You know what's going on. She has no idea. 2, 3.
Of course. If the staff that is here would like to have a photo with Damien also before we call for.
I'd like to make a motion to adjourn.
I'll second.
Roll call. There was a motion.
No one's in the room.
Okay, we have a first and a second motion to adjourn. A roll call vote, please.
Vice Mayor Meyer?
Yes.
Councilmember Mendoza?
Yes.
Councilmember Orlemans?
Yes.
Councilmember Pierson?
That's me.
Mayor Bryant?
Yes.
Motion carries unanimous.
What is this for?
And I would like to adjourn. I know we're already adjourned, but I would like to adjourn in honor of Alexis' birthday today.